Good morning to the ones who are watching this session recorded or live from home. So I am CA Rajavardhan from Vishwas Academy and welcome to Marathon Revision of CA Foundation Principles and Practice of Accounting. Without wasting much time, let's get started. So accounts is what we call the subject as, but the name is Principles and Practice of Accounting. So initially we'll go little slow, later we'll pick up the speed. So the question is, what is accounts? So the answer to this comes back way back in time. If you go way back in time, from the time early men was there in the caves to the modern times where we are flooded with all these gadgets, we are flooded with accounts. Accounts is a term that we use in day out. Accounts basically means a count of things. It is a count of things. Keeping a count, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, counting number of buses, counting number of parcels, counting amount of money in the bank. Everything is accounts. There's no time to play with this right now. But the definition of accounts, what has been never asked in CA Foundation examination so far, is this. It is systematic record of classifying. It's an art of recording, classifying, summarizing, then in significant manner and in terms of money thereof, or in partly in terms of financial character, analyzing, interpreting, and communicating the results thereof. Never ever been asked in the examination till now. So won't be asked in the future also. So I'll tell certain things. I will not make you write the entire thing. I'll make you write certain important headings which you can write, which you should read at home. Don't write this heading. I will tell. Don't write what you feel like writing. Write what I make you feel like. Okay. So the definition, don't have to know. Every aspect of this definition fills up our first chapter. The definition will carry over till our seventh chapter. Got that? So after this definition, we understood the word transaction. On this, the questions have come in the past. Let me just make you understand what exactly is a transaction and what exactly is an event. So there are activities which can be categorized into two: economic and non-economic. All the non-economic, where is Yelli Jaga is there? Come here, sit on the chair. So there are two types of activities. Non-economic activities and economic activities. Non-economic activities are such activities which doesn't affect in money or money's worth. Economic activities are such activities which affect in money or money's worth. Economic activities can be further classified into two categories. One that relates to business, one that does not relate to business. One that does not relate to business, we don't care. One that relates to business is what we care, and that's what we call as transaction. So, what is transaction? A human activity which is economic in nature and which relates to business. If it is human activity not relating to money, or if it is human activity relating to money but not affecting business, it is not a transaction. So, what is a transaction? A human activity which is economic in nature and relating to business. This is transaction: buying, selling, expense incurred, income received, expense outstanding, income accrued but not received. Everything is a transaction. It is not just money. It need not affect in cash. Money's worth is also a transaction. Got this? So the result of these transactions is what we call as event. So we usually discuss what exactly is economic activity and then go ahead to see whether certain things are transactions or not. So this is regular classroom discussion. I think this should not be a trouble to you people to understand. Is this something very difficult? Should I spend time on this? If I have to make you understand, just let's quickly read first two. First one: started business with cash of 1 lakh as capital. Relates to business, affects in money, green color flag, meaning it's a transaction. Second, filled a bank application and received passbook and debit card. Economic activity? No. Relates to business? Yes. Is it a transaction? No. So that way. So this kind of questions has been asked in revision test paper so far, but in the exam it's not been asked. Exam the questions have come where you need to tell whether it is a credit transaction or a cash transaction. Only once 4 transactions were given for 2 marks. One transaction, half mark. 4 were given for 2 marks, half mark for each of them. You need to write cash or credit. That will explain it to you a little bit. Yes. Please come. Now, now time will sorry. Later. Break. 1 o'clock. Okay, guys. Shall we get going? So I hope you understood this. We'll not waste time more on this. So will you be able to identify whether it is a transaction or not? How do we do it? Economic activity affecting business. Fantastic. So then after this, the next thing that we're going to learn is how do we classify the transaction? Categorization of transactions. Transactions can be classified into two broad categories. How many categories? One is based on the involvement of cash. Second is based on the involvement of people. Based on the involvement of cash, no settlement in cash, it can be classified into cash transaction, credit transaction. Cash transaction and cash means immediately you gave cash, it is settled in cash. I don't owe you anything, you don't owe me anything. Transaction is completed. That credit transaction is where it is not settled in cash. We keep the transaction open for a later date. Meaning, I have purchased goods, but I have not paid you money. I said I'll pay you after a week. Or I have sold goods to you and you didn't pay me money. You told me that you will pay little later. That is a credit transaction. Whereas the cash transaction is where I purchase goods from you and I give you cash. Closed. Credit transaction is where I purchase goods from you, but will I pay cash? That's the difference between cash and credit. Understood? Okay. Very good. So you work for the entire month, 30th day of the month, you get salary in hand, cash transaction. You work for 30 days. 30 days ka salary, it will be paid next month, 5th. When will it be paid? Next month. So on this date, you will write the salary entry, that is a credit. On 5th, you will write the entry, that is cash. Understood? Very good. So that is, read this. What is it? Settled by an immediate receipt or payment. What is it? Cash transaction. Credit transaction, settlement is not immediate. Settlement will be later. Then, and this is the question: how to decide whether it is a cash transaction or credit? So you should read the question. You should. Question will tell it is credit transaction. Question will tell it is cash transaction. If the question tells it is credit transaction, it is. The question tells it is cash transaction, it is very important. So what if the question doesn't here mentioned as cash? Then it is cash transaction. Mentioned as credit, then it is. The interesting part comes. What if the question doesn't mention whether it is cash or question does not tell whether it is cash or credit? Then what do we do? We should check if the name is given in the question. We should check if the name is given in the party with whom you are doing this business. If his name is mentioned, it is credit. If the party with whom you are doing the business, the name is not mentioned, it is cash transaction. The reason is very simple. If you go to one shop and then you buy some product, you give them money. Will they ask your name? You will say you will not give, you will give tomorrow. Then they'll ask, "Hey, Nesru." They will ask, why to write down? No, in that book they'll write this person owes this much money. They'll ask. So obviously, same is the case that happens here also. When it is not mentioned as cash and credit, please do check whether the name is mentioned. If the name is mentioned, it is. If the name is not mentioned, it is. Got it? On this, there was a two marker question with four sub questions long ago. However, the probability is very less. So this is not something that you should worry in this. Got it? Very good. Sometimes they might not use the same word cash. They might use paid, received, settled through check, fully settled. They'll use different words, synonyms. So be little cautious. But that. So by this we are done with the cash and credit transaction. So we have some set of examples. If you want to read, read the first one. Started business with cash is mentioned. What is it? Cash. Second, deposited 70,000 into bank. Cash. Sorry. Oh, this is very transaction. Sorry. We went to something else. Credit transaction. This went to internal external. I have not explained it. So when they mentioned the word deposited cash into the bank, what is it? Cash transaction. Salary paid. Salary outstanding. Goods sold. They have not mentioned cash. But have they mentioned name? So very good. Goods sold on credit. Goods sold to Somesh. Why name is mentioned? Anyone has any difficulty? Can we get going? So next, based on the people involved, in the transaction, transaction can be classified into two categories. One, internal transaction. Two, external transaction. Internal means there is no people involved, or people involved are internal to the organization. External means an outside person is involved. An outside person is, for example, you purchased one machine. External transaction. Why? There is an outsider involved from whom you purchase the machine. You depreciated that machine. Internal transaction. Why? There is no outsider involved. The machine that you have reduced. Entry is depreciation account debit to machinery account. When you write the entry as depreciation account debit to machinery account, there is no external person involved in the transaction. Do you get it? So it is not an external transaction. It is an internal transaction. Understood? Very good. So whichever row has some space, please raise your hand. Someone will raise your hand. There's some space. You can come sit there. Okay. Rest of you concentrate on the board. They will figure out where to sit. Yeah. They will not leave the hall. Next. So does it involve another person? Involves another person. Either mere example repeat. The examples are swapped here. I will correct this. Sorry. Many people saw this in class. Was this there? It was there? Not there. I made this after. Examples were not there. So ulta. I will correct it. But I hope you people understood little. Very good. So you understood what is accounts part now. Next we'll discuss who's the father of accounts. The answer is Luca D. Pacioli. Don't waste time. Will not come in exam. Next, let us see how to approach accounts. How do we approach accounts? There are two universally accepted approaches. How many approaches? Two universally accepted approaches. Number one is UK approach. UK approach is called as English approach or also called as traditional approach. What we also have is called as US approach. It is called as modern approach or it's also called as accounting equation approach. That's the other name. But we will simplify the same and then we have come about with something new called as Bangalore approach to keep the Bangalore on the international map. So it is very simple. It is a hand that you make, and then you make a fist and then hit it. It's called as bang. And after you hit it so hard, obviously your knuckles will start paining. You open up the fist, and then each of the fingers will take one of the. So Bangalore spelling is Bangalore. So ALORE is the alphabets that you assign to each of the fingers. ALORE. A for assets. L for liabilities, O for owner's equity, R for revenue, and E for in this asset and expense. These two fingers. If it is increasing, we call it as debit. So asset and expense increase. Asset and expense increase. The same asset and expense, if it is decreasing, we call it, and then the next three fingers: liability, owner's equity, and revenue. These three aspects going down. If it is increasing, we call it credit. If it is decreasing, we call it. So I'll give you a moment to stare at this for those who are seeing this for the first time. If you are already following real account, nominal account, personal account approach, continue following the same. If you follow accounting equation based approach, wherein you say asset debit increase, liability credit increase, if you follow something, continue the same. Not the point to change. But I'll just show it to you for a brief moment. And you don't have to click screenshot of anything in the class or don't have to click picture of anything in the class. I'll share the PDF of this to you people after. If in still case you feel like sir might not send, you click only the picture of the board. You lift the camera and then person behind you. Only the done. Yes, very good. So let's get going. After this, so then we have our UK approach, what we call as golden rules of accounting. How many golden rules do we have? Three golden rules. So golden rules where usually questions won't come, but true or false there is a very rare possibility. So three golden rules. Golden rule number one: real account. What is the rule for real account? Debit what comes in, credit what. Very good. Nominal account true. Debit all expenses and losses. Fantastic. Then the rule for personal account. Debit the receiver of benefit, credit the giver of, debit the receiver of benefit, credit the giver of. After this, what we have is the rules, the types of accounts. There are basically two types of accounts. One is personal, second one is impersonal. So real and nominal both are impersonal. Real account and nominal account both are. Remember this. Okay, so there are only two types of accounts. Personal, golden rules are three, but types of accounts are two. CPT mein this used to be ICA's favorite question, but very unfortunate in the present time there is no MCQ questions. We only have true or false at max. But fingers crossed, you might I don't know, might be the last set of people to write this paper. In the next set of people, true or false might be removed. There might be 30 marks MCQ. 30 marks MCQ, 70 marks descriptive. Everything is in the air. Everything is in the air. Nothing is on the paper. So till then it is not official. Once it becomes official, we'll also tell officially on YouTube. Till then, if you talk, I will tell you people. Anyone, someone at the door is coming. You guys don't turn. You'll get scared and run away. Very good. One, two, three. Three of them. Find space. Next 1 minute time for you to find space. Walk through and then see where you have space and then you can sit. Yeah. One of them can say there is a chair here. There is a small chair out there. Small. Get that inside. That small bench. Get that inside. Bring it to the first door. They'll put it here. Okay. Concentrate, rest of you. I told you there are two types of accounts, personal and personal accounts can be classified into three subcategories: real personal account, artificial personal account, and representative personal account. So let me tell you what is real personal account, what is artificial personal account, what is representative person. Real person is a person with skin, blood, and bone. If you cut their finger, cut their hand, you get blood. For example, me, you, all of us, we are all real persons. My name, your name, all of us are what? Real personal account. Then what we have is artificial personal. Artificial person means these are persons only in the eyes of law. If you can't cut their finger, and even if you cut, there is no blood. For example, company, partnership, bank, very important. These people get it wrong. Bank people say real account. Bank is artificial personal. No, sir, bank balance is asset. Bank balance is asset. See, real account has assets. Not all the assets are real. For example, you have one debtor who should pay you money. If the person whom you sold goods, if he has to pay you money, debtor, no. Real account, personal account. What is it? If that person to whom you sold goods is a sole proprietor, then he has sold real personal account. It is partnership firm, artificial person. Understood? So assets are real accounts. Not all the assets are real. Real accounts comprise of assets. Not all the assets are. Are you getting this? Very good. So person with skin, blood, bone, real personal account. Person created in the eyes of law. Hindu, HUF, trust, association of persons, company, partnership firm, joint venture. All of this is artificial person. Then representative personal account is it is a person, real or artificial, we don't know. Can be either. We don't write the name of the person. We write another name which indirectly represents that person. For example, outstanding salary. Salary is to be paid to employee. We will not write employee account. Instead of writing employee account, what are we writing? Outstanding salary account. What is that type of account? Artificial person. Sorry, a representative person. Now, rent has to be paid to landlord. I write landlord account debit. What is it? Real person account. Real person account. If I write outstanding rent account, representative. Rent paid in advance. Prepaid rent account. Are you getting the difference? It is an account which represents a real person or represents an artificial person. Are you getting this? Very good. So then real account represents assets and nominal account represents expenses and incomes. Very good. So we'll not waste time on this example part. Let us quickly go to our next discussion. So the next discussion is about US approach. Under US approach, all the items involved in accounting are categorized into five categories. Asset, liability, expense, income, capital. And they say asset and expense, debit increase, credit decrease, liability, capital and income, credit increase, debit decrease. Same thing. Asset and expense, debit increase, credit decrease, liability, capital and income, credit increase, debit decrease. I will not ask how many of you follow traditional approach. I will follow whatever you got this. Great. Come on. So let's get going. Any doubts in this? Am I going too fast? This is good speed. This is basics now. So we go at this speed. So then we have definition of asset, liability, expense, and income. So which we're not going to discuss in the class at this stage because this need not be written in the examination. This will not be asked in the exam at any point, has not been asked till date. Sir, then you ask this tortured us so much for definition of liability. If you step into CA intermediate class, the very first thing that they'll ask you is what is asset. Then you say asset is something, asset is nothing, asset can be anything. They will ask who taught you at foundation. Or they make fun of you that you cleared foundation. So that is the reason why I stress so much on definition of sir 3 hours after rehearsal. That was required to be known. Only because of that your journey in the rest of the chapters were smooth. Yeah, you read it for the knowledge purpose, but not for examination purpose. Cool. Yes or no? Yes, asset. So when you start with accounting standards discussion, if you have to learn intangible asset, if you have to learn property, plant and equipment, if you have to learn any aspect, no, the definition starts with definition of asset. So the concept starts with definition of liability. There, if you don't tell the exact terms, then you will be under big difficulty. Got it? So that is the reason we stress upon that part there. Lastly, we have one important part called as why accounts. So this aspect my questions can come 4 marks. Objectives of accounting, characteristic features of accounting, limitations of accounting. Pure theory, you read it at. Got it? So right, chapter 1, unit 1 mein, what should you read at home? Okay, whatever is required to be discussed in class, I'll discuss. Whatever can be done as homework, I'll tell you guys. First part, objectives of accounting. Be prepared, write these up. Objectives of accounting, functions of accounting, limitations of accounting. Objectives, functions, limitations. Objectives, functions, limitations. You wrote all three. One more point, role of an accountant in the society. Role of an accountant in the society. What do you do after you become a chartered? I'll take a moment to explain you this part. Role of an accountant in the society. You listen? When they just ask role of an accountant in the society, then you can write, if you remember, chartered accountant can give services as a service, work in industry, work in finance, work for economic there are subcategories, and in each subcategory there are some points. You need to write all subcategory. Don't write point, write sentence. Got this? First thing. Certain times the question tells what are the services that a chartered accountant can offer. Then you don't write he can work in industry. They're asking services in specific. So major classification is here. There is something called as service. So service is subpoints there. You should write only this for service: maintenance of books, audit, statutory audit, internal audit, tax consultancy, GST practitioner. Are you getting this? You need to write these services. You cannot write industry mein what work can a chartered accountant do. If they ask role, then you can write service, industry, finance, everything you can write as categories. But public sector undertakings and everything. If they ask service specifically, write subpoints of service always. Got it? Okay. Fantastic. So by this we finish our first unit. By this we finish our first unit of chapter. So let's quickly get into second unit. Shall we? In first unit, the things that I've already done, but I want you to read is characteristic features of accounting, sorry, limitations of accounting, objectives of accounting, and functions of accounting, along with role of an accountant in the Pakka. No trouble so far. Next, we'll quickly discuss our concepts and conventions. Shall we? Concepts and conventions are important, not for a 4 marker. 4 marker possibility is very less, but true or false questions will be based on concepts and conventions. You need to be ready with this topic, because whenever they ask any question in true or false, you write true or false. No? That will be decided based on your understanding of concepts and conventions. And after this, you write reason, summary. That summary is what is we going to discuss at this point. So concepts and conventions. Firstly, there is difference between concept and convention. Concept and convention are not same. Concepts are basis, fundamental assumptions, or not fundamental, fundamental framework based on which account system. So first you need to fix upon the concepts. How are you going to deal with certain situations? Then you start doing accounts. In the process of accounts, conventions will come. If I have to tell you in a simple way, for this building, when you start construction of the building, you need to know how much pillars you should put, where will be the beam, what will be the height, paya, foundation. That should be decided first. How much width of paya will you put, how much depth of paya will you put, what will be the strength of the pillar, how many will the pillar be, everything will decide. No? That is like concepts. That is like once you start construction, construction is over, pillars are over, walls built. Now you can decide what flooring to put. Granite hakbeka, tiles hakbeka. Correct or not? Wall paint, which one to put? Are you getting this? And then interiors, washroom ali yavdu sanitary ware irಬೇಕು. Electric cable, which one should you put? Are you getting this? These are interior works or other things that is convention. So concepts are the basis. Based on the concepts, we start the constructions. Later conventions will come in. So please note there is difference between concepts and there is not the Same. Concept na convention ಅಂತ ಬರೆಯೋದು, convention na concept ಅಂತ ಬರೆಯೋದು, it's a crime in accounting world. You have a separate kind of hell in separate kind of place in hell after you die. What people who call concept as convention or otherwise. So let's start with accounting concepts. Let's start with concepts. What are accounting concepts? Accounting concepts are ideas or notions based on which the financial statements are prepared. So what is it? It is an idea based on which, so which has universal application based on which financial statements are prepared. So this question is not been asked, but if it is been asked, three things that you should know: one, bulb; two, globe; three, book. It's an idea having universal application based on which financial statements are prepared. Financial statements is this books of accounts. So it's an very good. So there are 10 accounting concepts. How many? Not 11, not 9. So what are the 10 of them? We'll discuss all of them in detail one after the other. Firstly, let's start with going concern concept. What is the first one? Very good. Let's go into going concern. Going concern concept and our what to say? What is it that we discussed in chapter 10? Separate legal entity. Well, company will keep on going. Perpetual succession and going concern are not same. They are different. Perpetual succession is only for company. Going concern is for all the forms of business organization. Got that? Very good. So let's start. Going concern concept. Going concern concept says that an organization neither has an intention nor a necessity. First time I will tell. An organization neither has an intention nor a necessity to close down its operations in the near future. That is going concern. So these two lanes, if you remember, any question that comes on going concern, after you write true or false as a answer, you will write the same terms as the reason. Got this? So what is it? An organization. Ah, fill in the blanks. You're telling what I didn't tell. Okay. Once you repeat it after me, then we'll go to next one. An organization either as an intention nor a necessity to close down its operations. Then your future. Going concern. Yeah, read it once for yourself. Am I going to swimming today also? He's like this swimming. Okay. This is the basis for preparation of financial statements. If there is no going concern concept, there would be no balance sheet. Why? Our organization is not going to continue tomorrow. There is no intention of continuing business tomorrow. If you don't have intention of continuing business tomorrow, what will you do? Sell all the assets, settle all the liabilities. Balance sheet will be empty, people. Got it? So only the reason why you prepare balance sheet is you will continue business tomorrow also. So the assets of this year will be used in next year and the year after that. So we retain them in the business. That is the reason balance sheet. Got it? Great. So by this we finish with our going concern concept. Next, let's discuss our periodicity concept. Going concern concept says that organization has long life, we need to continue for a long time. But we cannot postpone preparation of financial statements forever. We need to prepare financial statements at regular intervals. We need to prepare financial statements at. So what we do is, though the life of the business is long, we divide it into small parts. For every small part, the name given is accounting period, and we prepare financial statements for each account. Let me repeat. Entire life of the business is divided into small parts called as accounting period, and financial statements are prepared for each account. One more time. Entire life of the business is divided into small parts called as accounting period. Financial statements are prepared for each accounting period. Have a look here. So that's how it means. Though the journey is long, there are pit stops. Entire life of the business is divided into small fractions called as accounting period, and financial statements are prepared for. Understood? Let's go to the next period. This is also called as accounting period concept. So each of this will come for two marks. 2 marks. Then next we'll discuss our entity concept. Entity concept says that entity and the business, sorry, business that is entity and the person who's doing the business are different. So the organization and business are two distinct people. Personal affairs are different from business affairs. You get this? For instance, capital that comes into business, it is asset to the businessman. Why he brought the money into the business? If he closes the business, that money will go back to him. So capital that he brings in is asset to the businessman. However, the capital is liability to business. Why? The business has to repay that to the owner. So that's how it goes. Business entity is distinct from its fantastic. Personal affairs are distinct from very good. Capital, which is a liability to business, is an asset to. Understood this? This is our business entity. Can go to next one. Okay. So this is different from our separate legal entity. Then next concept is money measurement concept. What do we mean by money measurement? Accounts may, I told you in the beginning only, we record transactions and events. To record transactions, it should be an economic activity relating to, what do you mean by economic activity? Affects in money or money's work. So anything that happens should be measured in terms of, if you cannot measure it in terms of money, you cannot write it in books of accounts. To write it in books of accounts, you should be able to measure it in terms of, what does it say? To write it in books of accounts, you should be able to measure it in terms of, if you can't measure, can't write. Very good feedback from customer. Can we write? Very bad feedback from customer. Can we write? No. Very important acquisition happened. Very important person you bought into business. This person is going to take your profits to next level. Can we write entry? Very key person in the business organization died. No journal entry for all of this because it cannot be quantified in terms of money. Got this? So that's what money measurement concept says. It says that ಏನೇ ಬರಿಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ತೂಕ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಐಟಮ್. ಪಿಂಕ್ ಕಲರ್ ₹2,000 Flower. Not required. Transactions have to be recorded in books of accounts. It should be, if the transactions have to be recorded in books of accounts, it should be quantifiable. It should be measurable in terms of, if it cannot be measured in terms of money, it cannot be recorded. So what does it say? This is transactions. Transaction involve receiving and giving both. Transactions to be recorded in books of accounts should be measured in terms of money. What is it? To be recorded in books of accounts. To be measured in terms of, if you cannot measure it in terms of money, you cannot read it. As simple as, got this? Yeah. So hard to kidney ella gedre points table al bana. If you win the match only, it will come in the points table. Because it cannot be quantified no, in terms of numbers. Again, we'll all calculate. DC ಮೇಲೆ ಸೋತು DC ಮುಂಬೈ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಗೆದ್ದು SRH ಪಂಜಾಬ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಮಳೆ ಬಂದು ಹಾಳಾಗೋಗಿ ನಾವು 200 ರನ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಗೆದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ದೇ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಹಂಗೆ ಇದೆ ಈಗ. Come on. So why only money? The reason is it is standard unit of measurement and accepted universally. So it is a medium of exchange. Anything can be measured in terms of money. Do you agree with me? Assets can be measured in terms of money. Expenses, income, furniture, intangible assets, faith, love, whatever. All of this can be measured in terms of money. So basically we use money as a standard economic unit of measurement. Got it? Yes. Same joke. People are still laughing. What did you guys do 2 months? You guys were, when you were doing the class, you were so like, okay, sir, we don't have time to read. College is there, class is there. Now so much of time you guys got, no matter where you are from. You've been studying no last 1 month or so. Wherever you are attending classes, I will not ask how many of you attended here, how many of you attended old building, how many of you attended some other building. I won't ask. Wherever you are attending classes, about last 15 days or 1 month time, though you didn't have classes. Yes. You had classes. Okay. Before that, at least you had some 15 days off. Somewhere you had off, no? Then you studying? Oh, yes. I'm happy. I'm happy. Usually, people, when you don't have time, you like time may. When you have time, oh my god, oh the cap. Common problem, no? It is answer is very simple. You guys feel tired all the time because your dopamine cells are burned to the core. I'll tell you, if you have to start studying, stop using phone. If you have to start studying after 1 week, today you stop using phone. 1 week later, you will find yourself touching. The reason is people used to watch 2 hours movie in which some 10 minutes used to be thrilling, thrilling suspense. To you, it is so happened like you watch 1 minute video. In that 1 minute, entire 1 minute is thrilling. Are you getting it? So anxiousness, and then your to say body make chemical balance is gone for a toss. You guys would find it very impatient. Now when I'm talking now, so many people are finding it like, oh, what is he talking? Let me take my phone out, and you feel that urge. You can't concentrate for long. It is like sugar. It is like sugar. More you have, more you feel like having. You stop having sugar for 2 days, you won't feel like eating sweets. More you eat sweet, more you feel like eating. Are you getting it? So it's exactly like that. So very one simple tip, very much away from the subject. If you have to do well in your exam, one simple thing that I'll tell. Okay, use your phone. Stop watching videos. I'm telling you. Reels, sir. Reels, sir. Shorts, sir. WhatsApp forward, sir. You stop this. You stop this. Do this for 2 days. Do this for 2 days. See the change. For 2 days, you stop watching reels, YouTube shorts, WhatsApp forwards, WhatsApp status, Instagram story. So then what do we do with phone? That is left to you. Stop only this much. See it. I actually saw things. I did 6 days of zero reels. Sir, we were posting. I had scheduled it. Hey, everyone who sells sweets doesn't mean that they eat sweet. No, people eat, so we sell. We are obligated to. So I did 6 days of no video therapy. I did. I did watch. Yes, sir. I did. I used my phone. I made calls. I made calls. I texted people on WhatsApp. I didn't tell I stayed away from. I texted people, but I didn't watch even a 10-second video. The moment it is video, I didn't play. Get what I'm trying to do? So do this one, and you will see the change. You ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು last 1 week. Hello, let's get back. So we're done with entity concept, money measurement concept, periodicity concept. Shall we now go to accrual concept? Very good. Accrual concept is also called as mercantile concept. What is it also called as? Mercantile means business. Previously, this law paper, what you have, what's called as mercantile law, meaning business law. Now, what you have in your law syllabus is Contract Act, Negotiable Instrument Act, Sale of Goods Act, LLC, partnership, all relating to business only. No, do you have one Personal Crime Act or something? Consumer Protection Act area? Do you have all of that? No. Do you have like Hindu Marriage Act? You don't have. So law what you have is only related to business. So that is all mercantile law. That is basically relating to business exclusive. Law is a big ocean. There is something called medical law also, which applies to doctors. MBBS students, one paper they read medical law. Okay. So what we talk about in accrual concept is mercantile system, meaning how to record transactions. Transactions have to be recorded not on basis of cash, but on basis of happening. A transaction happened today, but it didn't affect in cash. Can that happen? Yes. You purchased one product, but you did not pay cash. You decided that you will pay later. You opted EMI scheme. Do we record the transaction today? Sir, but I didn't pay cash. Cash is in my pocket. Yeah, but you should still write. Why? Accrual concept. What does it say? Yes. So accrual concept says that transactions should be recorded when it happens, and not merely when it is affected in. Let me repeat. Transactions should be recorded as and when it happens, and not merely when it is affected in. It can affect in cash later, but it will be recorded right now. Are you getting this? This is our accrual concept. So month end over, record the rent entry, record the salary entry, record the interest entry. Sir, but I didn't pay rent. I pay next month 5th. Next month 5th you will write payment entry. This month 30th you will write due entry. That is on accrual basis. Are you getting it? So if January's rent is paid in February, February's rent is paid in March, March rent is paid in April. So that way, year end may you write the rent due entry, but you won't pay. It will be paid in the next year. So based on this is your entire NPO final accounts chapter. Mein lot of concepts coming in. Got that? So accounting is basically under two methods: mercantile and cash. Business has to mandatorily follow mercantile system. However, professionals have an option to follow cash system. Professionals have an option, not mandatory. It is that they have an option. They can follow cash system, but majority of them follow accrual system. Got this? So by this we're done with accrual. Then we'll discuss matching concept. What do we discuss next? Matching concept. Matching concept says that we need to match current year expenses with the current year income to arrive at current year profit. If you want to tell how much is the profit for this year, you need to take all the expenses for current year. You need to take all the incomes for current year. Match expense with income. Then we can tell profit. If you imagine your P&L account, debit side will be expense, credit side will be income is more than expense, profit. Expense is more than income, loss. But in that P&L, what we write is only current year item. Do we write next year's expense paid in this year? That is the reason. From expense, we eliminate prepaid expense in NPO. Why? Matching concept. It should only include current year. There is some expense. It is not paid. Outstanding expense. To expense of current year, we add outstanding expense and then write in P&L, no? On income and expenditure. Why? It should include all the current year expenses, whether paid or whether received or do you get that? So that's what we call as matching concept. It says we need to match current year expenses debit side in P&L with current year income to arrive at current year profit or income. It says match current year revenue with current year expense to arrive at current year profit or. So this is based on accrual system. Based on, for example, there is some expense not paid. We'll still record, no? Why? Accrual concept. Why? Accrual concept. And it's also based on periodicity concept. And there we have to write. So this and all is regular class. We will do a lot of playing around here. But for now, let's go for. So matching done. Let's discuss the cost concept. Cost concept is the most simple concept, but most complicated concept by students. Answer is very simple. The concept is that we need to record the items at cost. Record the items at cost. Historical cost. Historical. So laptop. I should record the laptop at the price at which I purchased it. I purchased it 3 years ago at 70,000. I'll record it 70,000. Yeah. What if the one who's selling says that it is 1 lakh rupees cost to him? He's selling it to me at 30 rupees discount, 30,000 discount. To him, the cost I don't care. To me, whatever is the cost. Are you getting it? Cost is what we pay. Cost is what? For example, I purchased this laptop for 70,000 rupees. What is my cost? 70. I sold it to you for 85,000 rupees. What price should you record? 80. Sir, but cost is 70. My cost is 70. Your cost is 85. You will record it your cost. I will record it my cost. We are two different persons. Are you getting this? That's it. So cost concept says that we need to record the items at cost. Historical, but there is an exception. You can revalue the items. You can revalue the items. That's what we're going to discuss next. And the point is, whenever the organization is a going concern, we follow historical cost concept. Whenever it is not a going concern, we follow realizable value concept. And there are several other measurement techniques which we'll discuss later. Let's go ahead. The line to realization concept. Realization concept means if I sell the product, what I get is realization. Realization means if I convert this to cash, how much do I get? If I sell this remote, how much do I get? If I sell this mouse, how much do I get? If I sell whatever is it? If I sell this building, how much do I get? That is realizable value. Realizable value is liquid value. That is, if it is converted into cash, what we receive is realizable value. Understood this? Everyone? Very good. So if you have an intention to continue business, you will not sell the assets, you will keep it with you. You will record it historical cost. If you have no objective of continuing the business, meaning there is no going concern, there is no, when there is no going concern, you will sell it, no? So you will record it realizable value. You will record it. So if an organization is going concern, we record it historical cost. When organization is not a going concern, realizable partnership dissolution. Second PC, what did you prepare? Realization account. The value that will realize if it is sold. Sir, we forgot that. 100 on 100, you didn't forget. Realization concept. What does it say? Assets to be recorded at realizable. This is usually followed when the organization is not a going concern. Yeah? But now people follow it even when the organization is going concern. So that's a different story. I will not explain that part to you in detail. Then the next, actually the last concept as per our material is the okay revenue recognition illa. Skip model. Next concept that's there in our material is called as dual aspect concept. What is dual aspect concept? Every transaction will have two aspects. Every transaction will have how many aspects? We need to recognize, measure, and record both aspects. This is what we call as double entry system of accounting. Entire accounting is based upon this. What is it? Every transaction will have, we need to we need to recognize. We should first identify both the aspects. Then we should measure both the aspects in terms of money. Then we should record both the aspects. That is our dual aspect. See this. Every transaction will have two aspects. We need to recognize, measure, and record both the aspects. Our accounting equation is there, no? Asset is equal to liabilities plus capital. That is also based on dual aspect concept. Assets, or say, sorry, assets is equal to liabilities plus capital. LHS, RH is there. There are two aspects. It will affect asset two times. One will increase, other will decrease. Or asset will increase, liability will increase. Asset will increase, capital will increase. Or both decreases. One decrease, other increase. Possibility same is based on dual aspect. Two items should get affected. Two items should get, yeah. So transaction cannot say Namgela or no single. No. Always there are two aspects. Got this? So accounting equation, asset is equal to liabilities plus capital. So this is our discussion which we should usually do in class. But now I'll skip that. But to just tell you, increase in asset will lead to decrease in another asset or decrease in an asset will lead to increase in another asset or decrease in, and opposite will come to liability. One liability ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆದ್ರೆ another liability should decrease or asset should increase, and vice versa. They spend time on this? No. Class may usually we discuss this in detail, and for each of it we take example. Hey, don't judge our regular class based on revision that we're doing now. People who are attending only marathon revision. Regular class may it happens at a different speed. This is at a different speed. Here we're going fast because we have only 2 days to finish everything. There we do for 200 hours. Get the difference? Ridiculous. ನಾನ್ ಹೇಳ್ದೆ. Now you people know whenever we should take class here, I should tell no, close the windows and take precautionary measure. ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್. If you would have kept the windows open during our regular classes, we would have got the call then. Number save ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನಾವು. Next time call ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಫುಲ್ ಇಡಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫುಲ್ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ನಾನು ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಕಿರ್ಸ್ಬೇಕು. Okay. Thank you. We're done with dual aspect concept. Next, shall we discuss one last one, objective evidence concept? Objective evidence concept says that every transaction when you record it, you should have evidence that the transaction has actually happened. If you don't have evidence that the transaction has happened, then it is actually book entry. Get it? So you should maintain invoice, memo, voucher as a backup. That is our objective evidence concept. This is not there anywhere in your material. So that is the reason this is in a different color. You can skip this part. Yeah. However, this reference will come at another. So we're done with accounting concept. Shall we now discuss accounting conventions? Fatapat, chal. Let's start with accounting conventions. Conventions are different from concepts. Conventions come from usage and practice. How does conventions come? Whereas concepts are ideas which are universally accepted based on which financial statements are. So there are 4 conventions. How many? Very good. First one, conservatism. 2, consistency. 3, materiality. And 4, full disclosure. Shall we start with conservatism? Conservatism, people usually say there's another name, sir, prudence. No, prudence and conservatism are not same. Prudence and conservatism are not same. Prudence is a very big word. Conservatism is a small example for. Prudence means being practical. Being practically, conservatism is also a point. But that's not the only point. Yeah. Being practical means if you study, you will pass. If you don't study, you will fail. Knowing that is also practical. And should you celebrate right now or should you celebrate after the results? That is also prudent. But that part where you wait till the result to celebrate is conservatism. Being practical, there are several ways. Now, being practical in life, if you just read the problems, you will not be able to write in the exam. You should write and practice. Practical alva. Correct or not? If you do only 4 or 5 chapters, will you pass the examination? Probability will be less. Practically, these are the things that you will remember. No, you will write and practice. You will try to do as much syllabus as possible. You will not celebrate before the results. You will wait for the result and then you celebrate. All of these are being practical as a CA student. But in this waiting till the result to celebrate and not celebrating, on the day of election, sorry, on the day of exam, is what we call as conservatism. Called as, very good. You saw anyone already celebrating yesterday, bursting crackers and everything? Yes, you saw already. There are people celebrating. Legends. Yes. Which party? Congress. No, no, sir. Hey, not state wise. Certain places where they will be, no, they'll celebrate. Yeah, ಯಾರು ಗೆಲ್ತಾರೆ? ಗೆಲ್ಲೋದು ಯಾರೇ ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಸಿಎಂ ಕುಮಾರಣ್ಣನೇ, ಡೌಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. You will be, hey, no way, I'll tell you, see. Huh? Ragi Mudde will be declared the national, sorry, state food of Karnataka. There won't be clear cut government. I somewhere very strong intuition from last 3 years. No matter what it is, there won't be clear cut result in the state of Karnataka. We are like till the last moment we don't know whether we will go to playoffs or not. 15 years experience. Government also. Last three governments same now. We don't know whether we will win or which government will come. We want all the three governments together to work. You work together. We'll vote together. Nice idea, no? Chalo. Conservatism. What does conservatism say? Says that we need to book profits only when we realize it. Whereas we should book expenses even when we expect it. Even when we, so there are actual expenses, there are expected expenses. There are actual losses, there are expected losses. Actual expense, so you will write. But if you expect some expense in the future, should you write? People will say, no, sir, wait for it and then write. No, conservatism says write. Conservatism says that account for all expected expenses and losses also, not just for actual expense. What does it say? Account for all expected expenses and losses, but not for expected incomes. And what does it say? Account for all expected expense and losses. In the future, if there is profit, you will not look at it. In the future, if there is loss, you will look at it and in fact cry also. Yeah. So account for all expected expenses and losses, but not for expected incomes. And this is our conservatism concept. This will lead to understatement of assets, overstatement of liabilities, but let that be. We will not care. Conservatism. Then shall we go to next one? Consistency. Consistency says that accounting principles and policies which are followed should be consistent from one accounting period. Yeah, you followed one method of depreciation. You followed one technique for valuation of inventory. You followed one method for valuation of goodwill. You followed certain techniques in this year. Same should be followed next year. You should not change. Should not change. Are you getting this? Consistency says that we need to follow the same accounting policies and principles from one accounting period to another accounting period. There are exceptions. There are exceptions. We'll discuss it in accounting standard. So let's go to the next part. Then we have materiality concept. What does materiality convention? What does materiality convention say? We should disclose things which are material. We should disclose things which are material means which will affect decision making. It will affect if you give this information, the user of the financial statement, investor, or banker or debtor, creditor will take certain decision. If I don't give this information, he will not take certain decision. I have some case against my company, or I have some specific transaction that happened in the company, some product that we came out with, some service that we are newly launching, something that flopped in the business, some fire that happened in the organization, something happened in the organization. If I disclose this to public or if I disclose this to investors, they might invest extra money or they might withdraw the money. That is material. If I tell this, they would not care. They would still continue to do what they're doing. Immaterial. What is it? So the information based on which the decision making will change is material. Are you getting this? All the material information should be disclosed. Have a look at this. What does it say? Facts and figures that have significant economic effect are and material items should be. This is materiality concept. Then comes our next point, which is full disclosure. Full disclosure says it doesn't matter whether it is material or immaterial, disclose everything. It says all relevant facts and figures, whether material or immaterial, it should be disclosed. Sir, then isn't this contradiction between our materiality and full disclosure? Materiality says disclose material items. Full disclosure says disclose material as well as. What do we follow? We should follow both. We should follow material items. We should disclose it on the face of the financials. Immaterial items, we'll disclose it in the attachment. Material items on the face. Now on the balance sheet only, note stock of, if you write one item, if that is material, right below that only whatever is the disclosure. Other, after the financial statements, in other statement, you will write what are the other disclosures. Are you getting important things on the face? Other items disclose, but not together. If you mix important things and not important things together, significance of important things will not be. Okay. Now in the news channel, there will be a lot of news. Major news, they'll say breaking news and then put it in the middle of the screen. Some other small news, scroll line full disclosure has happened. Material items with higher significance, immaterial items with lesser significance. Same is what you should do in financial statements also. New example. Because they're bored of listening to old examples. Understood this? Got it? Okay. Can you go forward? So by this we're done with materiality and full disclosure as well as all the concepts and conventions. We're done with one more unit. Next, let's quickly discuss the third unit. Third unit is accounting cycle, which need not be stressed upon in detail. So accounting cycle unit you can take lightly because based on accounting cycle, whatever is there, you will learn it in accounting processing chapter. It is repetition. But in the class, I will teach it twice. Once in accounting process, once in accounting cycle. Because if you read it twice, you might not write the exam twice. Logic, correct? No? But when we are revising, we have time shortage. So I will not teach accounting cycle. Accounting cycle, you know, same thing. We learn it in accounting process. Recording, classifying, summarizing. We'll do it in recording journal, classifying ledger, summarizing, trial balance and final accounts. And we'll discuss that. Where? Second chapter. Are you getting this? So if in case you still want to learn it, you ask me, there is already a video on that on YouTube Vicious Academy channel. Okay, I'll share that to you. Now shall we start with our last unit in first chapter? Yes, we'll discuss capital revenue as well as our accounting standards and measurement techniques, accounting estimate, everything will be covered in this unit. Yeah. Till the time it loads, I'll take a sip of water. Let's get started. Usually questions come on this topic, asking you to determine whether an item is capital or revenue. 50-50 paisa marks. 50 paisa marks questions. Meaning they'll give you 4 transactions for 2 marks. You need to tell whether it is capital or revenue. You won't even get 1 full mark. However, true or false questions also can come on. There are certain instances where questions are come on this for 4 marks, 5 marks also. 5 marks, 10 transactions. 10 transactions are given. You should tell whether they are capital or revenue. Get this? And theory question has also come. People usually stress upon capital revenue, but they don't usually stress time on writing the theory question. So theory question is also has been asked more than once. The question is, how do we classify an item as capital revenue? How to classify an item as capital or revenue? So this is the question. So how do we classify? It is based on several factors. It is based on what are the factors based on which you decide whether an item is capital or revenue. What are the factors based on which you will decide whether a payment is capital payment or revenue payment? What is it? Number one, nature of business. What is it? You bought a car. You bought a car. If you are a car trader, if you are a that car that you purchased is revenue transaction. If you are not a car trader, then it is capital. You purchased a building, capital or revenue transaction. If you are a real estate trader, revenue transaction. If you are not a real estate trader, capital transaction. So what is a very important factor? Nature of business. If that item that is purchased or item that is sold or receipt or payment is related to direct nature of business, it is revenue. If it is not directly related to the nature of business, it is capital. Understood this? Or no? Very good. So after nature of business, the second point that we have is called purpose. What is it called? You are a real estate trader. You purchased a building. It can be capital also. Let me repeat. You are a real estate trader. You purchase the building. It can be capital also if you use it for your office purpose. If you use it for, if you use it to sell it to somebody else, then revenue. Are you getting it? So even real estate trader should have an office. That office will become their capital expenditure. Even car trader will use one car for business. That business asset. It will become asset. It will not become revenue. So second point is purpose for which it is bought. If it is bought for a purpose which is long term, it is capital. If it is bought for a purpose which is short duration, it is revenue. You understand? Yes or no? Very good. So after this, we discuss recurability. Same thing what we just mentioned. Recurability means repetition. If a payment or receipt is repetitive in nature, revenue. If it is non-repetitive in nature, yeah, you paid salary, you pay every month, revenue. You purchase building once in 15 years, you purchase capital. Why it is not recurring? If it is recurring, revenue. If it is not recurring, capital. Got this? Then the next factor that you need to keep in mind is materiality. Materiality is amount involved. Amount involved. Revenue transactions will have negligible amount. Capital transactions will have huge amount. Capital transactions will have huge amount involved. Buying a building will be a crore rupees. Paying rent will be 10,000 rupees. 10,000 rent paid, revenue. 1 crore rupees building purchase, capital. So capital transactions are usually material. Revenue transactions are usually not material, immaterial. Got it? Then the last point is revenue generation capability. If that capital transaction will generate revenue, it is not revenue. If that will generate revenue, it is not revenue. For example, you buy the building and you give the building on rent. So this building is giving you revenue income. The building is capital. Building is ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ನಾಯಿ ಮರಿ ಹಾಕ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ನಾಯಿ ಮರಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ನಾಯಿ. If the dog has given birth to puppy, that dog which gave birth is not a puppy, it is grown up. Correct or not? So if it is generating revenue, it is capital. It can't be revenue. ನಾಯಿ ಮರಿ ನಾಯಿ ಮರಿ Dog will give birth to puppy. Puppy will not give birth to puppy. A revenue transaction will not generate revenue. A capital transaction will generate. That's the logic. Got that? So that's what we need to know. So this is one more point which is repetitively asked. Note this: consideration to determine capital or revenue. This has been asked more than once in the exam. Consideration to determine capital or revenue. Just write the heading. After you will write later. Consideration to determine capital or revenue. Consideration to determine capital or revenue. Oh, last time we did this here only, no? Didn't clear the board after. We didn't do epoch method. We did. We did. I remember. Okay, sorry. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಟಿಕ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ. ಮಾಡೋಣ ಇವತ್ತು ಅಥವಾ ನಾಳೆ. You like that epoch method? You are wondering epoch. Backward. Epoch. Don't know. Don't get tense. Last time we were doing some doubt solving session to people who are studying here. They have written their doubts there. Some of them are like, sir, we didn't even read that now. You only made us read. I read. Sorry. Done. You wrote that heading. So please do read this. And why do we classify item as capital and revenue? Because the accounting treatment of capital items and accounting treatment of revenue items are different. We don't treat them in the same way. Capital items will go to balance sheet. Revenue items will go to P&L or trading. Got this? If it is revenue expense, it will go to trading. Sorry, debit side. If it is revenue income, it will go to credit side. However, there is one special item called as deferred revenue item. What is it called? Name and deferred revenue. So it is revenue. It is actually, but it should be deferred. Only then it will become revenue. Deferred means split into more than 1 year. It is actually revenue, but it behaves like capital. But it is actually, it is revenue when you defer it. For example, you need to pay rent every month. You need to pay rent. When you pay rent, revenue payment or capital payment? Revenue payment. If you pay some 3 years rent together, it will look like capital. It is not. It will look like, why it is huge amount involved. Capital is purchasing a building, not paying 3 months and 3 years rent together. 3 years rent if you pay, still it is revenue, but because of the amount involved. For example, this place the rent is 1 lakh rupees. It is actually more. So 36 months rent, 36 lakhs. The landlord will ask pay 36 lakhs rupees right now. Rent for 36. So we pay 36 lakhs. Asset, capital transaction. Say, sir, once in 3 years you pay, no? So it is capital transaction. Recurring means it should not be happening every day. It should happen more often. So, such 36 lakhs what we pay is deferred revenue expenditure. That 36 lakh will not go to P&L. 36 lakh will not go to balance sheet. In 36 lakh, we have 36 months rent of 1 lakh each. We have 36 months rent of 1 lakh. Current year में 12 months are there, no? 12 lakh rupees will go to P&L. Next 24 months rent, 24 lakh will go to next year. So right now, in this year it will be in balance sheet. In this year it will be in. So 36 lakhs payment made. 12 lakhs to P&L, 24 lakh in. In the next year, 24 lakh is there. No. In the 12 lakh will transfer to P&L. Remaining 12 lakh will transfer to next the same year balance sheet. Last year will transfer that to P&L. So it will be 12 lakhs this year, 12 lakhs next year, 12 lakhs the year after. 3 years, 12 lakh P&L. Why is it coming in balance sheet? Because we didn't pay 12 lakhs this year. We paid 36 lakhs this year. So for next 2 years, 24 lakh we paid now only. If we stop using the premises after 12 months, if we vacate, they'll pay the 24 lakhs back to us. So it is our asset. So it appeared in balance sheet. Understood? So deferred revenue expenditure or deferred revenue item is actually a revenue item, but it will behave like. Now assume that Yashas Academy announces one offer next batch for the batch which is just started June 10th. One more batch is starting for foundation. We'll say what is the fees for your foundation? 35,000 something you pay. No? So we'll say 1,50,000 rupees fee. Foundation, intermediate, final all together. Now what will happen? Entire 1,50,000 will become income once you receive. In that, no foundation fees is income. Inter and final fees deferred revenue income. We'll keep it in balance sheet liability side. Once the student joins interclass and interclass over, that money also will transfer. Final money will be still there in balance sheet liability. Correct or not? Once attends final class, then that will become income. I am discussing there. Can we pre-record it as income? No. If a student can come back, no, for the class. Sir, liability. It is liability. Why? If the student doesn't come back for inter, we should pay the fees back to them. No, I'm telling you, you should pay it back. No, if in case they don't come back for it. Rules are not yet been. Hey, there is no such offer. Now today, don't go and ask her, ma'am. Sir told that there is that include. No, there is nothing of that sort. I just made it up right now for you people to help you understand the concept. But in the industry, there were some institutes were offering this at one point. Pay 1 lakh, full CA fees covered. Lot of places it was there, such offer, but not part of our scheme right now. We'll start on scheme later when you start institute. Yeah, done. Understood this deferred revenue expenditure? Everyone? Very good. So prepaid rent, outstanding rent, prepaid salary, all of these are these items. Next we'll discuss accounting policies. Shall we discuss accounting policies? So it is what I say rules based on which the financial statements are prepared. What is accounting policies? Yeah. It is rules based on which transactions are recorded, financial statements are prepared. Because certain places where there is more than one option. There is more than so in that case, what we follow is our accounting policy. So you are here, you should reach here. There are multiple ways. You can take car, bike, say cycle, or flight. All the three options are there. All the three will take you from here to here. Whatever you choose is your policy. Whatever you choose is your. Same happens with business also. There is some point at which they are there. There is some destination they want to reach. There are multiple options to reach the destination. They can follow this method. They can follow this method. They can follow this method. Whichever they follow is their policy. Understood that? Fantastic. Now listen. So it is principles and methods of applying those principles. Don't write exam. Destination is there, starting point is there, multiple methods are there, what we follow. That is for you to understand. The exam, if you have to write, you should write. It is policies, principles, and methods of applying those principles. For example, method of depreciation was previously an accounting policy. Now it is not. It is accounting estimate. Valuation of inventory. You have FIFO, LIFO, SAM, BAM. Accounting policy. Determining goodwill. We have multiple methods. So simple average method, weighted average method, capitalization method, annuity method. And when you do annuity, you can do annuity factor can be multiplied on super profits or average profits. Everything is your policy left to you. And this policy should be consistent from year to year. That's what we discussed. So these are the examples. In this, one thing that should be removed is method of depreciation. That is not an accounting. But this, so when there are so many options, there is obviously a lot of confusion. Yeah, there is no standardization, there is no uniformity, there is no reliability, and there is only one thing that's there. What is it? Difficulty in selection because of all the accounting policies. Because there are so many policies. Now your entity will follow simple average method, mine will follow weighted average, some other entity will follow super profit method. Can we compare the profits? Can we compare the goodwills? No, we cannot. Is there any standard technique? No. Is there uniformity? No. When you tell one number, can I believe that number to be true? No. Why? Because the method that we're following is very different. Can I compare my CA entrance marks with your CA entrance marks? No. Why? Mine was CPT, yours is CA foundation. Mine is Inky Pinky Ponky. Yours is all of you are like studying like donkeys. Study so much at right. Correct or not? My second QC exam got over in March. I wrote my CPT examination in the month of June. 2 months. In that also, first 15 days, I was like still thinking to study on more. Then I realized, no, can't study on more. Lot of things I don't know. So my hours was easy. 200 marks, 60 marks accounts, 40 marks law, 50 marks economics, 50 marks maths. Second paper side into first paper matra ಓದಿದ್ರು pass. Together for 200, what was required was how much? 100. It doesn't matter whether you score entire 100 from first paper or entire 100 from second paper. Negative marking was there, OM mark. Only one exam, only one day. Only one Sunday there should be 2 hours first paper, 1 hour break, one more 2 hours paper. 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock break, 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Exam over. One day. That's how it used to be. We used to study all the four subjects. Tomorrow is exam. Someone is studying accounts, someone is studying law, someone is studying economics. Exam all outside also you should see. Someone is studying economics. Maths not real, only economics. Some people are studying only maths. They economics to namku someone else. Science student and skipping economics. Like that. So can we compare our marks? No, because we cannot compare because the method itself is different. The method in which it was the consignment chapter was never taught to us with one ledger account. Ledger account they used to not taught. They used to tell okay, calculate you take 10 into 100 plus this you minus, this you add, this you divide, you got the answer, that is the answer. That's it. Sometimes okay, zero cannot be the answer. So it should be either A, C or D. A, C or D may usually A and D will not be there. So C. Sometimes see number 0.33 should be there. If there it is 0.33, that itself is the answer. Round number is there, whole number is there. This is the answer. This number doesn't look familiar. This is not the answer. Normal loss of lot of things, valuation of inventory. You should do like that only. It was all MCQ. We can't compare. Standard of teaching cannot be compared. Marks, the way we prepared also can't be compared. Yeah. So a lot of things will not work because it is different. Are you getting it? Same is the case with business also. So there is no uniformity, standardization, comparability, nothing is there. There is only one thing. Difficulty in selection. When you have so many options, no, which option to select? That is a difficulty for business also. So what do we do? As a solution to all of this, we have something called as accounting standards, which is issued by ICAR. So ICAR has issued two things. One, guidance notes. Two, accounting standards. They issued guidance notes and guidance notes, it's not part of CA Foundation. Guidance notes is part of CA Intermediate. It's part of, you ask your CA Intermediate friends guidance notes on accounting, they will not even know what it is. You know why? ICA will give books, no? In that they'll give one book. This entire book will be guidance notes. Entire book will be, no one will even touch that book. That book the reason is we won't teach guidance notes separately. Guidance notes will be taught along with every chapter wherever it is required. So none of them will read. If you ask your friends guidance notes, there's nothing like guidance notes. They won't say that they don't know. They will say it is not their own. Yeah. Check okay later. So let's now discuss accounting standards. Shall we discuss accounting standards? You only have brief introduction of accounting standards at foundation level. Accounting standards in detail is there at CA intermediate level. So what are accounting standards? These are written policy documents issued by government, expert accounting body, or other regulatory body covering the aspects of recognition, measurement, presentation, and disclosure. This definition also is not very important for foundation. We learn it only at intermediate level, but you should know it at this stage. Yeah. Got it or not? Yes. So accounting standards are written policy documents issued by government, expert accounting body, other regulatory body covering the aspects of recognition, measurement, presentation, and disclosure. We have a funny discussion on this usually that we do in class, but for now I'm controlling myself and then going forward. It is so difficult for me, you guys don't know. At every aspect, I feel like doing so much, but like no, Rajvardhan, no. Yeah, when the destination is far, you should run fast. But time is short. Yeah. So this objectives, needs of accounting standards and all are there. So there we wrote no disadvantages. What if there is no comparability, no standardization, no uniformity, no reliability? There is difficulty in selection. All of them are solved here. Because of accounting standards, it becomes easy to select. It brings in uniformity. It brings in standardization. It brings in reliability. But this, all of this will happen because of. But accounting standards also has limitations. What are the limitations of accounting standards? Accounting standards is like husband. Can tell anything that it wants, only till the time wife comes. When wife says something, it will prevail over accounting standards. Meaning law. What is it? Law prevails over accounting standards. So accounting standards cannot override law. Accounting standards cannot override, no matter how depth may you read here. If law says this is not correct, it is, you can't question it. Law cannot be questioned. So difficulty in making choice. And the second one is it cannot override law. So those are the things that you should know with regard to accounting standards. Standard setting process skip not needed to be known at the exam. Great. So you used to ask us questions that you should know. Now it's not it. So there are 32 accounting standards. At foundation, we will be touching only AS1 and AS the 2, AS3, just the reference will come, but however, we will not discuss that. Depreciation is learnt in AS10, property, plant, and equipment. We learn AS26 little and 29 provisions, contingent liabilities, and contingent. These are the references that we will. Got it? Now, shall we quickly start with AS1? Yes, come on. Let's start with accounting standard 1. Accounting standard 1 talks about disclosure of accounting. What does it talk about? Break loading. After some time, I'll give break. After 5 minutes or 10 minutes, I'll give one. It's about 1 hour, 10 minutes of class. That's it has happened for chapter. Not longer. If you feel longer, feel shorter. This is the most difficult chapter to do on your own. If I leave this chapter to yourself, you will never do this chapter. That is the reason I do. Yeah, next onwards we'll be doing numbers, but kindly, how many of you are like your expectations for something else and then your expectations are not met? This chapter I do it because if I say we will do chapter 1 towards the end, I know how will it end. Yeah, usually what happens is we'll say this theory will do at the end. That at the end that intensity is not there. At the end you've done company accounts forfeiture, and then if you have to do concept convention, that doesn't match. This actually needs more energy to do theory than anything else. So when you have that rush, no, in the beginning, first may only you finish it. So do the boring part first because interesting part is our interesting. Correct? No. So don't keep the boring topics to the end. And we are finishing the one of the most boring topics in the next 5 minutes. So after that, what's left is all interesting. Yeah. So AS1 disclosure of accounting policies. Three things to be known. Number one, fundamental accounting assumptions. There are how many fundamental accounting assumptions? Three. Going concern, consistency, and accrual. Remember that true or false question can come or a short note question can come. The next thing is exceptions to consistency. Exceptions to or the places where we can change our accounting policies. There are three places where you can change our accounting policy. Number one, when the law is changing. Number two, when accounting standard itself is changing. Or number three, for better presentation. These are the three reasons where we can change our accounting. What are the three? Number one, change in law. Number two, change in AS. Number three, for better presentation. Understood that? Last and final one. What are the considerations for selecting accounting policy? We need to pick no accounting policy. How do we pick the correct accounting? Three things: prudence, substance over form and material. Prudence, substance over form and so this is the only part that you should know with regard to accounting standard 1. 3 into 3, 9 items. If you know, will be done. Short note question can come. Yeah, write in your book AS1. Don't write everything else. Just write AS1. AS1. You should learn only this one. You should learn only this one. AS1. Very good. So much people have changed in the last 1 month. You have become more round. You have become more thin. Yeah, people have changed. I can so easily feel the change. However, you become more heavy. Huh? ತಪ್ಪಾಗಿದೆಯಾ? ಇಲ್ವಾ? No, I actually become little ದಪ್ಪ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ sir. Okay, tell me later. Then we'll quickly discuss accounting standard 29 provision में 3 definitions and that valuation principles. Then chapter 1 is done. So I'll not take too much time. Very simple. Liability is not contingent. Asset is not contingent asset. Contingent liability can become a liability. Contingent asset can become asset. It is not asset. Something which can grow up one day and then become liability is contingent. Something which can grow up one day and become an asset is called as contingent asset. Are you getting it? It is like a cub. Cub is there. Cub means not this. A lion cub will grow up to become lion. That cub is contingent liability. It can become lion or it cannot become. Depends. What if it dies as a cub only? You don't know. The only animal which has very less probability of becoming a fully grown up adult before it dies is cubs. All other animals, you call it reptiles, you call it insects, you call it birds or anything. Usually, kage mari will become kage, 90% probability. Sparrow's baby will become a grown up sparrow. It will fully grow before it dies. Every other animal it happens. Lion cubs are the only animals which has very less possibility of growing up as a fully grown up lion. Yeah, that's a different story. I'll tell you some other day. Lion themselves kill the cubs. That is lion's family problem. Lion actually they live in families. No, there'll be one male lion with all lioness. So that lion will fight with one more lion. No, you might have seen in Discovery Channel. When that another lion kills this lion, it will take care of that entire lioness group. When it takes care, it kills all the cubs which were born to the old lion. So and it kills. It doesn't eat. It kills. So this is the nature of lion. Dominance. Next time, really, liar. You tell yourself lion. Yes, do you have that characteristic? That is the reason you should not call yourself an animal. Humans are different. Now, let's discuss. Okay. Now, contingent liability is something which can become. What is stopping a contingent liability from becoming a liability? Happening or non-happening of a certain event. Happening or non-happening of a certain. If that event happens, that contingent liability will become. If that event doesn't happen, that will not become liability. It will remain as contingent liability. That event, what is the deciding factor? No, it is not in our control. It is not in our. It is not in our control. It is not right now. It is future, and we cannot speculate. We cannot decide whether it will happen like this or we don't know. One is not in our control. Result is not known to us, and result is in future. This is about contingent liability. For example, someone has sued us. Someone has filed a case against us. If that case goes against us, decision is not in our favor. We might have to pay them the damages or charges. So, if we have to pay, if the court gives judgment and declares that we need to pay compensation, it is our liability. But has the court given judgment? Court has not given judgment. So, it can become our liability. So, it is contingent liability. It is contingent. Court giving decision saying that we should pay will become our liability. So, what will transform from we might have to pay to we should pay court decision? That court decision is not today, it is in the future. Second thing, is it in our control? No. Do we know what is it? No, we don't know. So it is future uncertain and uncontrollable. That is the reason we call it a contingent liability. So contingent liability is a possible obligation. Liability is a obligation. Contingent liability is a possible obligation that arises from past events. Past may something has happened because of the desire. And existence will be confirmed only in the future. Only in the future. That is an occurrence or non-occurrence of one or more future events. This definition is same to same for asset. Only thing is obligation will become asset. Contingent asset is a possible asset that arises from past event whose existence will be confirmed only in the future on occurrence or non-occurrence of one or more future events. Got it? Yes or no? Okay. Next, Narayan and Tanay, they are talking something about the past and laughing in the present. Something about the past, no? Something about the present. About the future. About class. And that's it. What happened in the past, you're discussing the present and then you're laughing. I am concerned about your future. Provision. What is provision? See, I just explained some time ago the concept of conservatism. What does conservatism say? We need to account for expected expenses and correct now. Contingent liability means in the future I might have to pay money. Correct no? In the future I might have to pay. So based on conservatism, we will create provision for contingent liability. So it will become liability in the future. For that I will create provision right. Why do we call it provision? Why don't we call it liability? To become a liability, it should not be a possible obligation. It should be an obligation. To become a liability, it should be obligation. It should not be possible obligation. So I cannot call it liability. Angantevuto, I can't be quite also. Why? Conservatism is there. So I need to follow with conservatism concept also. I need to abide by contingency also. So what do? I will create provision. I will create. So there is a case running against the company. Decision is not given. So our lawyer will say, sir, we will lose this case, pakka. So what will do? Now only I'll keep some money aside as provision to give as compensation. To keep that money aside, I should know how much to keep. I should know money measurement. And to keep that money aside, there should be a possibility that we will lose the case. There is a possibility that we will. So remember these two terms. One, probable outflow, meaning there is possibility that you will lose the case. Number two, reliable estimate. You can estimate the money. Only in these two cases you will create our. So provision is a present obligation. Yeah, from the past event, which would result in outflow of resources embodying economic benefits is probable. I told you, no, probable outflow and reliable estimate. Same two words they've used beautifully in present tenses to draft the same. Whenever you are saying done, I will go to the next. Clear? Contingent asset and contingent liabilities are not assets and liabilities. So contingent assets and contingent liabilities cannot be written in balance sheet. It will be written in footnote to balance sheet. Where will it be written? Very good. However, for contingent liability, when you create provision, such provision will come in P&L account as well as such provision will come in P&L account as well as. Shall I repeat? Contingent asset and contingent liabilities will not come in. It will appear where? Footnote. Whereas provision will come in balance sheet as liability and P&L account as expense. Got this? Fantastic. So by this we are done with contingent asset liabilities. Last point that I have to tell you is valuation principle. I told you historical cost concept and realizable value. These are not the only two concepts. There are several other concepts to value an item. What are the items? First one is historical cost. Historical cost means in the past, how much did you pay? In the past, how much did you pay? That is what? Historical cost. Next comes current cost. What is current cost? Now, if you have to buy, how much should you pay? For example, I bought this laptop for 70,000 2 years ago. 70,000 is historical. Same laptop today, what is the price? 40,000. Okay, fine. Let's take her example. Now she will 40,000 is okay, fine. 40,000 rupees the price of the same model laptop. 40,000 will become the current cost. What will become? Got it. Then, if I sell this laptop today, how much do I get? 5,000. 5,000 is realizable value. If I convert this into cash, how much cash do I get? Next one is present value. Present value means it is saying present value, but it is based on future. It is saying present value, but it is based on, meaning using this laptop, from now till the future, I will give services to people. No, for giving such service, I will collect money. How much of that money is arising from this laptop? Assume that I give laptop on rent. I am not a chartered accountant. Assume. Some people are like, "Nangotti to doubt it na." I have. I'm telling you, for example, assume that I'm not. Okay. Assume that I am an IT vendor. What do I do? I give laptops, speakers, expensive televisions, projectors, everything on rent. So assume that I give this laptop on rent. And if I give this laptop on rent, 3 years over, no laptop, I can give this max to max for 2 more years on rent. Got it? So 2 more years rental income is there, no? That is the present value of this laptop. Meaning 2 years more rent can be earned from this laptop. Discount it to present days factor, that will become our present value of laptop. So these are the various techniques with which we can measure our asset. Yeah. Right now at CA foundation level, we follow majority what historical cost concept. Very rarely we follow realizable value concept. But when you come to CA final, everything will become present value. When you come to CA final, everything will become, meaning at that stage, we will not record the asset at historical cost. Everything we need to follow fair value measurement. Call it what? So you will learn it there. But for now, you keep this in mind. But remember that there is something called as fair value measurement, which is present value based on the future. Got it? Last concept in chapter 1 is guessing the price. Accounting estimate. What is it? So we follow historical cost, we follow present value, future value, replacement price, current cost. What if for a certain item cost cannot be measured? Historical cost cannot be measured. Future cost cannot be measured. Current cost is there, no replacement price of a same product, no, that is also not there. What do we do? Then we go by estimate. Then we go by only when the valuation principles fail. Only when the valuation principles, then we go by accounting estimate. So this will be followed based on two things. Number one, past experience. Second one, present situation. Past में whatever experience we have, that we use it to the present situation, and based on that we tell how much is the value of that particular. Are you getting this? For example, if I show you one phone and then ask what is the value of the phone, I'll say what is the value of this phone? If I ask, you will tell some number, no? How did you see the every aspects versus specification of this phone? And then, no, you just told one number. How you guessed it? How did you guess a phone which is of similar size or similar usage? You know from the past you would have bought it for some price 20,000, 30,000 or something. And then present situation, you will see what is the condition of the present situation. Mein, you bring it into some number and then tell some. So based on your past experience and present situation, you arrive at some value. That's what we call as accounting estimate. Depreciation is accounting estimate. Depreciation is accounting, not an accounting policy. Why? How do we find depreciation? Cost, scrap value, useful life. Based on these three things, correct? No. From the cost, you eliminate scrap value, divide it by scrap value, Andre. Value at the end of useful life. That is estimate. How do you know what value will the asset be sold at later? Estimate. How do you know what is the period for which the asset will last? Estimate. Based on two estimates, if you arrive at one answer, that is also based on two estimates. If you arrive at one answer, that is also. Are you getting this? Okay, that's accounting estimate. So accounting estimate also very less likely haven't been asked so far in the exam till date. So by this we successfully finish our chapter 1. Okay. Any doubts in chapter 1 or anything that you would want me to stress upon, that you want me to tell something but I have not told or not covered? If you open your ICI study material, then flip pages, page to page, if you see everything is touched. Everything is touched, nothing is skipped. Certain things I made you right to read. If you read this much, you should be good with chapter 1. So we will start with chapter 2. Before that, I'll give you a very small break of 5 minutes. Is that good? Okay. It is 11:15. Be back by 11:20. I don't think all of you can go out. If you can't go out, here only just flex your muscles a little and then get ready. We'll start with next chapter. Going back on the record. Like I mentioned to you people before, true or false answers, we call it tofa. Tofa is like gift, no, in Hindi. So this is the gift for all of you people. So this was not given to people in the regular batch also. So a similar scanner code I show it for every chapter, 10 chapters, plus unit wise we'll get in chapter 6. Chapters we get, so we get more than 10. Please stop talking. Excuse me. Can I have your attention and silence? Guys. Ah. So in this form, if you open, how many are there in this question? In this form, how many of you opened already? How many are there? 69. Okay, whatever. So didn't think of a number and made so many. Just put all the possible questions. This covers all the past RTPs, all the past MTPs, all the past examination questions, questions that is there in ICI study material, plus some of my own. So you can take this up and then answer all of them. Listen to me carefully. Don't answer them in hurry. True, 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 false, 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 true, false, true, false, 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 true, 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 false, false. No, don't do like that. Think, read, and then answer. This will test your understanding. And don't take all of them at once. After you finish reading that chapter, you take this. It will become like say some after the chapter you want some refresher. So it will be like a refresher. Also test your knowledge from the chapter. Cool. At the end of the form, when you tap submit, there will be one option called send me response sheet. Click yes there. If you click yes there, to your mail ID, you will get the entire answers what you gave, what is the correct answer. More importantly, you will get the reason. Reason what is the reason why it is true or reason why it is false. That reason is important because you get marks for the reason, not just for rating true or false. Understood this? Yes or no? That will be there in your mail till the time you delete it. Let that be there. All those mails you star them, mark them important, or add them to one folder in your mailbox. Don't take screenshots. How many screenshots will you take? So keep that in your mailbox. Whenever you want to read but you are bored, you open this and then read all the summaries for all the things. That will become easy. Summary, I have written the summary what is expected by ICI, not what I like, not what you like. Okay. Shall we now go to chapter 2? Yes. If you have not clicked a screenshot, it's okay. I'll share that same thing to you later. ತೆಗೆದಿಲ್ವಾ photo ತೆಗೆದಿಲ್ವಾ? You already you can okay, you want to take it once again. I will give you one more option. How many of you already responded? To avoid duplicates. Duplicate means same person will take 10 times. I have given number of responses only one for one person. You want multiple response, whoever gets that, you tell me, I'll give you multiple response. Yeah. Because it will occupy my drive space when you people apply second time, third time, fourth time. I'll give it. Okay, done. Shall we now go to the next unit? Before that, let's quickly see the chapter में marks allocation, exam pattern, marks analysis from this chapter. Shh. Silence. Yeah. Hey, ಈ ಕಡೆ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಇರೋ ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ QR ಕೋಡ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಡಿಸೈನ್ ತೆಗೆದು ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗೆದು. Okay. Now listen to me carefully. This is the past examination paper analysis. The past, what has happened, if you observe, every time question number 1 and question number 6 is from chapter 1. So question number 1, as we all know, is compulsory question. Question number 1 is, if in case you skip question number 1, that marks is lost. It is not choice. So if you skip chapter 1, you will lose first question, compulsory question. So that is the reason I stress on you people to do the theory chapter and then not to skip it. Are you getting it? So the pattern is like this: 4, 4, 4. Once time they were very excited, they gave 10 marks. Otherwise again 8, 8, 4, 9, and then 4. I don't have the recent attempt 2020. 2023 ನೀವೇ ಬರೀತಾ ಇರೋದಲ್ವಾ? ಅದೊಂದು ಬರ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಂತ. You will make sir ಅದೇ ಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ಸರ್. Huh? 22 December I have not added. I'll try to add it tonight. If not, you understood no the weightage. Should I read and explain 4 marks and come 8 marks? No? Time fast no? Yes. Shall we now go to chapter 2? Akka. Okay. If you want, there is more detailed analysis that I have done attempt wise, which unit may question had come. But I think you don't need this much detail. No? I first did this, but later I felt it's not point. Meaning and scope all 4 marks ಬಂದಿತ್ತು and principles and concepts and conventions may they was 2 marks November 20 and November 19 and capital and revenue 4 has been asked twice, 2 has been asked 3 times. I don't think you need this much of information. This much of information is time waste. You look at this and then try to do something, but it will be of no use to you people. So ನಿಮಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಸಾಕು. Okay, chalo guys. Let us now go ahead and then discuss the second chapter. Before that, I forgot to tell one more. So we discussed now all the past exam questions now. I told the past exam 4 marks that come, 2 marks that come. All of that I've compiled it to you people. So this is one file that I share with you people. It's a PDF of 200 pages. Please don't take printout. It is waste of paper. You can read from here. So here I put little bit of theory. Whatever I told people to do it on your own. No, that theory I put here. So some things are empty. You would have to write, but I've given at least the heading. So here what happens is I've given you questions. So RTP. This is RTP question. And past exam question also whatever has come right after the topic. Right after the topic I've put it here. Right? On concepts and conventions, whatever questions have come. This is whichever attempt it has come, I put here. Short notes questions whenever it has come. How many RTPs it has come, how many MTPs it has come, how many past exam it has come. And accounting cycle I didn't discuss, but whichever RTP may the question has come, it is here. So all the past RTP, MTP and past exam questions has been aligned chapter wise. Aligned and within the chapter unit wise. I'll share this PDF with you people. And this is in this you're not going to learn anything new. These questions you would have done wherever you have learned from, whichever academy you attended classes, whoever has taught you would have taught this to you. I'm not going to give you some set of questions which you have never done in your life. No, it is done. Just familiarize yourself. Have you done this question? Do you know this answer? Just familiarize yourself. Understood? I will also share the answers to these questions in a separate file. This is only question file. This doesn't have answer. Answers file is separate. Answers file is separate. I'll share the answer file separately. All true or false, everything is covered here. So this is one additional file that you can. Chapter wise, it's there in this. Unit wise also within the chapter. Shall we go to chapter 2 now? Okay. Know sir, last 5 minutes didn't understand. Nothing to be understood. I just told that in that chapter questions have come in the exam. So right now I will not discuss journal, ledger, trial balance. I'll straight away start with rectification of errors. Can I do that? Or I'll just glance it through super quick on trial balance, not on journal ledger, but trial balance I'll quickly glance because trial balance questions have come in the exam. Journal ledger questions won't come. What cheating? I thought you more than what's required. You should be happy. If I tell this won't come, I skip, but it comes in the exam, that is cheating. If I tell this will come, you read, but it doesn't come, that is teaching. Okay. Listen carefully. Accounting process, chapter 2 of your syllabus. To start with, we'll discuss recording. At recording stage, we prepare journal, we prepare subsidiaries. Inaitu, Daga Ilva. You came now. Okay. Anyone who can accommodate one person. If you accommodate that one person, will get more marks. Anyone is coming? Is that place empty from the beginning? They went home. Good. You accommodate more people in your, you get more marks in your mark sheet. Yes. Now concentrate. Accounting process will start with recording stage. At the recording stage, if the business organization is very small, we prepare journals. If the business organization is very big, we prepare subsidiary books. How to pass journal entries? I will not waste time on that part now. And after we record journal entries, what do? We'll go ahead with, hey, should I discuss all of this? It will be time waste. After recording stage, we go to classifying stage. At the classifying stage, we prepare ledgers. So recording over, classifying over. After classifying, then comes summarizing. At the summarizing stage, we prepare trial balance followed with final. What do we prepare? Sorry. At classifying stage, we prepare trial balance followed by final accounts. So now let's discuss trial balance in detail. Questions on trial balance do come. In the most recent exam also, question had come from trial balance chapter. Trial balance is one of the easiest topics to score marks. There are two kinds of questions that they'll ask in trial balance. Number one, they will give you trial balance, which is not tally, and they'll ask you to rectify. Or they will give you items of trial balance and ask you to prepare trial balance. Either of the approaches, your answer is going to be same. You will see each of the item, categorize each of the item into asset, liability, expense, income, capital. What are the categorization? Asset, asset, liability, expense, income, capital. Asset and expense should be debit. Liability, income, and capital should be credit. Debit, credit, debit, 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 credit, credit, debit, credit, 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 debit. You put everything like that, prepare one test statement, it will tally. But there are certain items which you should be cautious. What are the items to be cautious? Closing stock. What should be cautious at? Closing stock, should it come in trial balance? The answer is no. Answer is no. The reason is closing stock is an event. Closing stock is an, it is not a transaction. What is an event? Event is a result of transaction. Event is purchase and sale are transactions. Closing stock is event. Expense and income are transactions. Profit is event. Will we write net profit in trial balance? Will we write gross profit in trial balance? Exactly, we will not write closing stock also in trial balance because it is event. However, if you want to accommodate closing stock into trial balance will not tally. So you should write closing stock on debit side as well as credit side. Right? Closing stock on debit side as well as ಎರಡು ಸೈಡ್ ಬರೆಯೋದು ಒಂದೇ ಬರೆದಿರೋದು. So what you do is debit aspect of closing stock is asset. Debit aspect of closing stock is you'll retain it in trial balance. Credit aspect of closing stock, whatever is there, we adjust it with opening stock and purchase to make it COGS. To make it what? Yeah, cost of goods sold. The other name for cost of goods sold is adjusted purchases. One moment. I'll show it to you with the help of an example. Master sheet itala. This is the yeah. So this is what I was telling. Debit balance. Oh, yeah. Closing stock should not appear in trial balance. Why it is event? If closing stock has to be included in trial balance, we should write it both debit as well as. Okay, so what do we do? Credit aspect of closing stock, debit of opening stock, and purchases together form adjusted purchases, or what we call as cost of goods sold. If we write cost of goods sold, then closing stock in trial balance will be debit only, and the debit of closing stock will go to balance sheet. Closing stock will not come to trading. I'll help you with the example. See here, this is the example. Opening stock 1 lakh, purchase 2 lakh 50, sales and reserves are there, cash and capital is there. Here closing stock is not there in the trial balance. Where is closing stock? After trial balance. If you prepare final accounts for this question, this closing stock in the final account should be written at two places. How many places? Number one, trading account, credit side. Number two, balance sheet as an asset. Understood? You should write it at both the places. Okay, now. Much again. So if you prepare trial balance without closing stock, it will be like this. If you prepare trial balance with closing stock, you should first write closing stock at both the places. 15 debit as well as 15 credit. Rest of the trial balance items are same. Now what we do is this opening stock of 10,000, purchases of 2,50,000 and closing stock of 15,000. We will adjust them together. What will it be? 1 lakh plus 2 lakh 50. 3 lakh 50 minus 15. 3 lakh 35. Adjusted purchases 3 lakh 35 will come. In this trial balance, we will not write opening stock, we will not write purchases, we will not write closing stock credit side. All of them together has become one item. What is it called? COGS or adjusted purchase. Now this closing stock debit will is there. No, this will go to balance sheet. And in our trial balance say trading account, we'll write adjusted purchases 335. Understood this? Okay. So this is one adjustment that you need to be cautious about. If you can crack this adjustment, questions on trial balance will be cakewalk to you in the examination. So write in your notebook problems on yeah adjusted purchases in trial balance. This is one thing that you should practice. Problems on trial balance with adjusted purchase. This is one thing that you need to practice. If you practice this, trial balance will be easy to you. Okay now? Yes. So adjusted purchase or COGS, other name. So that's with regard to trial balance, what you need to know. And trial balance, there are three methods of preparation. One is called total method, one is called balance method, last one is called total and balance. I will tell you what is it. For example, in one ledger, for example, asset account. For example, debit side there is 1 lakh opening balance. Credit side depreciation there is 10,000. And repeat, balance brought down 1 lakh, depreciation 10,000. What will be balance carried down? 90,000. What will you write in trial balance? 90,000, that is balance method. If you write balance method, what do you write? 90,000 debit for the asset. If you prepare trial balance under total method, if you prepare trial balance under total method, debit side there is 1 lakh, credit side there is 10,000. You will not do balance in figure in ledger. In trial balance, we write debit 1 lakh, credit 10,000. That is nothing but 90,000. We'll write debit 1 lakh, credit 10,000. That's it. Under balance method, what do we do? We'll write 90,000. Under total and balance method, what you do is we'll write both. We'll write asset, debit balance 90, credit balance 0. Total debit 1 lakh, total credit 10. That's nothing but same. Understood? So this is easy, not something to be worried about. But if you are not familiar with this, just glance one problem, because there can be question where they give you some data and ask you to prepare trial balance under one or more of these methods. Okay, now? Cool. Yeah. So after this, what if the trial balance doesn't tally? Then we'll close the trial balance by adding suspense account. That is called as adjusted trial balance. For this, we are done with our trial balance part. Next comes one more aspect in subsidiary books. This is one more aspect in recording stage. This is called as subsidiary books. On this, again, the question comes. There have been questions on purchase return book for 4 marks. There's been question on sales book for 4 marks. There is questions on cash book also that has come in the exam. So I'll quickly tell you what is to be known. So recording of transactions has to be done by the business. If the organization is small in size, we do it in journal. If the organization is big in size, it is too much time taking to record them in journal, then post them to ledger. So what we do is we do classification at the stage of recording. Rather than writing all the transactions in one book, we classify them into categories and then record. That is what we call as subsidiary books. Subsidiary books are plenty in number. How many subsidiary books that we have? Oh, this is again a question. Why do we prepare subsidiary books? This has been asked once in the exam. Why do we prepare subsidiary books? Write it as a sub question there to revise later. Why to prepare subsidiary books? Why to prepare subsidiary books? This has been asked once in the exam. Simple 5 points for 4 marks or 3 marks then ask. No, you don't have to explain. Just write division of work. Work will be divided among the accountant. You don't have to write 4 like 5 line explanation. 1 line, 1.5 line explanation. I will show 2 answer papers also to people in the class. Like one guy was scored 97 last time. I'll show the answer script of complete that student and show you, tell you people where he lost marks. You would be surprised. And I'll also show you one more answer script of another student who scored 80s. Yeah. You told something? Where he lost marks? Where did he lose marks? Yes. Easy, silly, easy question. He lost. Fine, let's go ahead. One adjustment will come, no? Like bank charges of rupees 100 was not debited, and bank interest of rupees 90 was. He read that first part, he wrote that first part, forgot to read the second extension after comma part. Because of that, that adjustment is wrong. If that adjustment is wrong, 1 mark. End answer is not correct, 2 marks. 3 marks correct. This is more ruthless than second PUC. Okay, come on. So subsidiary books, we have plenty of them. Sales book, purchase book, sales return book, purchase return book, bills receivable, bills payable, cash book, petty cash, and journal proper. Yeah. So the questions in this in the examination can come on sales, purchase, sales return, or cash. Yeah. Petty cash book very rare, never asked in exam, but asked one in mock test paper. Yeah. So sales book may you write all the credit sale transaction of goods. What do you record? If it is cash sale, you don't record. If it is sale of asset, you don't record. What we record is credit sale of goods only. Credit sale of very good. So that's what we record in sales book. So the format need not be marked upon. It is date, particulars, invoice number, and amount. Yeah. You write number of units multiplied by the per unit rate. You will get the total amount. Deduct trade discount from them. Deduct trade discount from them. And then add GST. Then add price charge. Remember the order. First trade discount, then GST, then freight charges. So don't add freight charges and then add GST. Answer will go wrong. 99% of the times questions on GST will not come in your exam. If it comes also, you know how to handle it. Remember the order. First, trade discount. Second, GST. Third, freight charges. Get this? So if the freight charges are given, you will add. If they have not given, don't add. So with regard to sales book, purchase book, and everything, only things that you need to remember in mind is number one, is it goods and is it credit? If it is not goods or not credit, it will not come in sales book. But if I am dealing in electrical items, if I am dealing in only electrical items will come in my sales book, purchase book. If I buy furniture, if I sell furniture, that will not come in my purchase book, sales book. Remember that. It will not come in my sales return book, purchase return book also. Two times the question is being asked in CA Foundation examination. Both the times there was one adjustment of asset, which is not of inventory. People went on to take it. And one time 4 marks question, no? 4 marks question, there were three transactions. In that one was cash transaction, one was transaction relating to not goods asset. So there was only one transaction that needs to be written in the book. Lot of them know they feel like, hey, one transaction 4 marks. I don't think so. So they wrote extra to lose marks. Are you getting it? So be cautious. Sometimes it might be like only one transaction might be asked for 4 marks. So don't see the marks with the length of the answer. Ish marks, ish answer. No, so there is like extra. No, lot of times students have written only 2 lines and have got full 4 marks. People have written entire paragraph and still not got any marks. So length of the answer will not decide the marks. It is about the crispness, correctness of the answer that will decide marks. So don't go by the length of the answer. Got it? Okay. So this is what you're going to do. Sales book. Same applies for our purchase book also. Same applies for our purchase return book and sales return book. Purchase return book and sales return book may be cautious. You will not write invoice number column. You will open credit note column. Sales credit note column. Purchases debit note column. Got it? Then all of the other bills receivable book, bills payable book, and all is time pass. I'll quickly discuss about our cash book. Cash book may there are three types of cash books. Simple cash book, 2 column cash book, 3 column cash. Are you getting it? So simple cash book will have only 1 column. Double column cash book will have 2 columns. Triple column cash book will have 3 columns. Now in a 2 column cash book, what are the 2 columns? It can be cash and discount, it can be bank and discount, or it can be cash and bank. There is no question there. 2 column means these 2 columns. It is 2 columns. 3 column means all three cash, bank, and discount. What if you are a businessman doing only cash transactions? You don't have a bank account. Your 2 column cash book will be cash and discount column. What if you are a businessman who doesn't accept cash, only accept online payments or only through bank? Then bank and discount. What if you accept all cash as well as bank and you also allow discount? Then cash column, bank column, and discount column. Get this? So stay open for this one. And here discount debit side is there, no? Okay, debit is nothing but receipts. Credit is nothing but payments. This much you know, correct or not? Okay, where do we write discount allowed? Debit side. Debit side. Paka. Discount received. Hey, discount received is receipt alwa? No, don't treat discount received as receipt. Discount received is income. Discount allowed is expense. Discount ಅಂದ್ರೆ count ಇಲ್ಲ. Opposite of count is it is not counted. There is no counting there. You are supposed to pay 1,000 rupees to me. You gave me 900. When I'm counting, no 100 rupees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I kept it 100 rupees. Okay, you keep discount. Meaning there is no note for me to count, but I'm still counting like you paid it to me. So there is no receipt. For 100 rupees, there is receipt is only 900, but I'll act as if I received 1,000. So 100 rupees is discount received in the sense, sorry, discount allowed in the sense I won't receive so much money. So if I write receipt here, I'll write your name here. I'll write 900 rupees in the cash column. 100 I should write in the discount column. For example, I should pay you money. You give me discount. I will write here payment. I will write the amount paid in the cash column, discount in the discount column. Remember for discount, don't see receipt and payment. Discount is not received. Discount is not paid. Discount is deduction from receipt and deduction from payment. Discount received is income. Discount allowed is, what is it? Discount received is, discount allowed is expense. Debit, income. Very good. Expense, income. Got it. So discount allowed is expense. Debit side. Discount received is income. Credit side. That's it. By this will be done with our cash book. Got it. So be a little cautious with regard to cash book with discount item. Next one is contra entry. What is it? Contra entries are transactions which will affect cash and bank both. Cash and bank, cash deposited into bank or cash withdrawn from bank. Whenever they give this kind of transaction, people get mixed up where to write in cash column, where to write in bank column. Debit up. See, when the cash is deposited into bank, what is increasing? Bank is increasing. Bank column debits. Bank column, cash is deposited into bank. Cash is reducing. Cash column, first write amounts. First write, then write particulars column. When the amount is written in the bank column, can you write two bank or by bank? No, you should write two bank or two cash or by cash. When you return the amount in cash column, can you write by cash or to cash? No, write bank. Understood this? First write the amounts, then write the names. First write the, then write the. Okay, next thing. Whenever they say cash withdrawn, check if it is for personal purpose or business purpose. Lot of very smart people, what I've seen is the cash will be withdrawn for business purpose. They'll write it as by drawings. So you should be cautious whether the cash is withdrawn for personal purpose or business purpose. If it is withdrawn for business purpose, it will be contra entry. If it is withdrawn for personal purpose, it will be drawing. They will mention very clearly cash withdrawn for private use. If they don't mention private use, it is business drawings. It will be within the business only. Done. Next thing. In the chapter of cash book, in the unit of cash book, any check received will be treated as cash received. Any check received will be treated as later it will be sent to bank. That will be contra entry check deposit. When the check is received, cash column debit. Cash column, when such a check is sent to bank, cash column credit, bank column debit. Understood? Yes or no? When the check is sent back by the bank dishonored, ulta, bank balance will reduce. Bank credit, cash debit. Why cash debit? You received that check. You give that check back to your debtor. Again, cash credit 100%. So this is something that you should be very, very cautious. Check is nothing but cash. Check is nothing but check if you receive, debit. Check if you give, credit. If the customer gives you check, write it in cash column debit side. If you give the check to bank, cash column credit side, bank column debit side. If the bank gives the check back to you, bank column credit side, cash column debit side. Again, you give the check back to debtor, cash column credit side. They repeat, check received, cash column debit. Hey, should I tell or you will tell? You will tell after that I will speak. Check received. cash column debit. Check sent to bank, cash column credit, bank column debit. Banker returned the check dishonored. Bank column credit, cash column debit. This check what the banker returned to you gave it back to your customer. Cash column credit. Very good. Understood? First, if you know this much, then you will be able to handle your cash book. So that's it. Nothing much to tell in our cash book. So can we go to the next part? Rectification of errors is the last thing that's left in this chapter. And if I have to tell you about cash book, certain things that you need to remember. Petty cash book, you don't have to mug up the order. Don't have to mug up the order. Conveyance, cartage, postage, wages. No. Whatever is there in the question, you write. In the question, there is conveyance, you draw conveyance column. If it is not there, don't draw. I have drawn conveyance, cartage, postage. In the question, if the first adjustment has postage, second adjustment as stationery, third adjustment as cartage, you will write first postage column, then wages column, then conveyance. Whatever order in which the transactions are given in the question, the same order you write it, you will not lose any marks because of this. Order is not at all mandatory. Petty cash format is not statutory. It's not given by the statute. This order only should prepare. There's nothing of that sort. You can prepare in the format that you. If there is some expense is not there, don't draw that column. Here again same. Receipt side, payment side. Receipts payment wherever cash book is there, same to same petty cash book. Payment side there is no one amount column. Instead of one amount column, there are plenty of amount columns. That's the only difference. Instead of one amount column, there will be 3-4 amount columns depending upon the expense. That is the only difference between petty cash and main. Okay. I think now we can start with rectification of errors. Shall I go to rectification of errors? Is something? Yes. Okay, let's go to rectification of errors. Rectification of errors. The chaotic gang that used to be there in Srinagar class, no? That gang is sitting, to say, right next to the chaotic gang in Shishad. I don't know how. How did it even happen? ನೀವು ಶೇಷಾದಿಪುರಂ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಜಯನಗರ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ನಿಮ್ ತರ ನಿಮ್ದೆ ಸೇಮ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ These people in Norway, when they were born, they decided, sorry, torture ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, sorry, torture ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Then they came to ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಂಗೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ ನಾನು ಇದೀಗ ಟಾರ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ ವಿ ಪ್ಲೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಗೇಮ್ ಅಂತ. Okay, fine. That's their way of shouting love. Now concentrate. Come on. Shall we now start with rectification of errors? Your favorite chapter? I feel like we're ready to do any chapter other than. I don't know why people have special hatred towards this chapter. Yeah. Listen, please. To rectify the error, we should know the type of error. This has also been a question that comes in the exam where they'll give you errors, they'll ask you to categorize. They'll ask you to. So there are two categories of errors. One is principal error, one is non-clerical error, second one is non-clerical errors are called as principal errors, not PAL, it is PLE, principal error. So other than principal errors are called as non-principal errors. How many categories of errors? Two. Please come find a place to sit. Oh my god, so much of attention. When I came also people didn't see it. Okay. Lot of things are happening. Exam would have been there this morning, or you would have gone somewhere else for election. Bangalore and about to. They are all wondering how come you are late. I am not asking. Tell so that they can concentrate. Exam was there. 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. You finished those. Huh? You left at 11:30. BCom exam. No. Tell which university. Huh? Christ University. Aida, answer sikta. Everyone happy now. Can you now concentrate? You didn't find place? Didn't find place? You can sit in that chair there. Guys are adjusting. Huh? ತುಂಬಾ ದುಡ್ಡಿಲ್ಲ. Hey, can anyone accommodate one guy? Is that possible? Come here. Here. ಮುಂದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ CSK ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ. ಮುಂದೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಜಾಗ? Sit. CSK ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪಾಟ್ ಇದೆ. Okay, concentrate. Shh. Two types of errors. Non-clerical errors and non-clerical errors are principal errors. Meaning clerk didn't do this. Anyone would have done this error. Are you getting it? Next one is clerical errors. Clerical errors may have this omission, commission, and then yeah. So first we'll discuss principal errors. What is principal error? There are principles of debiting and crediting. There is principle of capital and revenue. If you don't follow this principle, it will be principal. Item should be considered as capital if they are capital. Item should be considered as revenue if they are revenue. If you write a capital item as revenue item, or if you write a revenue item as capital item, it becomes error of principle. So see this. So a transaction recorded in contravention of accounting principle. That is capital and revenue. We discussed no some time ago capital revenue. Remember this? If that convention is not correctly followed. If you purchase goods, you write purchase account debit to cash. You wrote asset account debit to cash. You wrongly included in furniture. That will become principal. Purchase furniture, you wrote it in purchases. That will become principal. So principal error is in contravention of capital and revenue principle. Same thing I've given. See, asset repaired, repair expense debited to asset account, or asset purchase wrongly recorded in purchase. This is our principle. Next, let's go to our clerical errors. Clerical errors categories are. What are the categories? Error of omission, error of commission, and compensating. Error of omission can be further classified into complete omission and partial. Complete omission means full transaction omitted, like this. Meaning completely not recorded. You didn't record debit, you didn't record credit, you didn't write date, you didn't write amount, you didn't write narration, nothing. The transaction has happened, but you have not recorded anything. What is it? Error of complete omission. Yeah, your favorite omission. Your favorite error for rectification. Why? For this error, rectification will be correct entry. It is like journal entries chapter. They have not written anything. It is so easy. You can read. If they have written wrongly, then it is so difficult. Correct, Alva? Same with exam. If you read blank paper and come, it is so easy for them. But if you write wrong answer, it is so difficult. They should check. No, just telling you example. So if the asset purchase not recorded, if the repair expense is not recorded, not at all recording a transaction is error of complete omission. Partial omission, on the other hand, is it is like you have written but not fully. Correct? You written debit, you didn't write. You wrote it in journal, didn't post it to lecture. Or you wrote it in subsidiary book, didn't transfer to trial. Something of that sort. So partial omission is where a transaction is recorded partly. You recorded debit as well. You wrote asset account debit, you didn't write two cash. You write two cash account credit, you didn't write asset account. Or you wrote it, you didn't transfer it. That is our error of partial omission. You wrote it, but during the totally you forgot. That is also error of partial omission. Then we have error of commission. Error of commission, you have recorded it, but in the wrong account or in the wrong amount. You recorded it in the wrong account or in the wrong amount. So you should write purchase account debit to cash. You type purchase return account, you debit. You wrote to cash. Got it now? So you are supposed to write one name. You wrote some other name. For example, you need to write Preeti's name. Where is Preeti? Nehal. I was supposed to write Preeti. Preeti account debit to cash. I wrote Priya account debit to cash. Go in wrong. Correct? No. See, Preeti is also customer. Priya is also, but wrong name. Correct? Or we wrote correct person's name only. Bhavna account only I wrote. But instead of writing 450, I wrote 540. This is error of commission. So a transaction has been recorded either in the wrong account or at the wrong amount. Either in the wrong account or at the wrong amount. Then the next one is error of compensation. Here what has happened? You've done creatively two errors. Cash when you receive, you should debit, no? You credited cash. When you paid, you should credit, no? You debited. So one credit has written as debit, one debit has been written as credit. Together it looks like error is at 10 rupees difference. But actually error is 100 rupees transaction has been recorded wrongly. 190 rupees transaction is recorded wrongly. So there are 190 rupees. Two errors are there. But in the trial balance it looks like there is only 110 rupees difference. That is compensating error. One error has compensated to another error to make it look like there is no error or there is error at a different amount, but it is actually not. This is one of the most complicated errors to identify. This is more complicated error to why trial balance will not tally for 10 rupees. You will be checking all the transactions of 10 rupees, but the error is in actually a transaction of 100 rupees. So mismatch, it's little difficult to identify. That is compensating error. So question can come on identifying the type of error. However, more importantly, we should identify the impact of the error. Should identify the impact of the error on the trial balance. Based on this, it can be classified into two categories. One is one-sided, other one is one-sided, two-sided. So one-sided error will affect only one side. That is either debit side or credit side, not both sides. Two-sided error will affect both debit side as well as credit side. If you do one-sided error, what will happen? Trial balance will not tally. If you do two-sided error, trial balance will tally in spite of the error. It will not be looking like an error only. It is not self-revealing. It is not. Got it? So come on, let's get going. So for one-sided errors, rectification will be slightly different. For two-sided errors, rectification will be different. For one-sided errors, if it is before trial balance, we'll do only adjustment. There will be no journal entry. After trial balance, for one-sided errors, if we rectify, there will be journal entry with suspense. However, for two-sided errors, there will be no suspense account. There will be journal entry without suspense. Lot of times people find it difficult whether to write suspense or not to write suspense. Remember this, if there is an error, they will tell in the question that there is an error. If they don't tell that there is an error, we will not assume that there is an error. Don't assume an error. Remember, what is it? Thumb rule for rectification chapter? Don't. If they've told that there is an error, there is an error. If they've not told, there is not an error. Now, if there is transaction, furniture account debit to cash. Furniture has been purchased for cash. However, it is wrongly been debited to purchase account. So the error is in furniture. Furniture should have been debited. They have wrongly written in purchase. Have they spoken anything about cash? Don't assume that cash account also there is some error. Don't assume. Don't assume unless they mention. If there is a mistake, they should tell that there is a mistake. You should not assume that there is a mistake. If you can assume, no, you can assume creatively so many things. You can assume that that error is more creative, wrong amount is there, some other account. You can assume anything. So don't assume. Don't assume. Got this? So one-sided and two-sided error classification is very important for rectification. If you don't do this classification right, your answer will go wrong. Okay. So for principal errors, trial balance will tally. It will be two-sided errors. If it is error of, or what to say, omission. If it is error of omission, is it one-sided or two-sided? Depends. If it is error of complete omission, it is two-sided. Trial balance will agree. However, if it is error of partial omission, then it is one-sided. It is trial balance will not agree because of this. What about error of commission? Depends. It can be either one-sided. When you write wrong account, that wrong account can be written both debit and credit or only debit. When you write wrong amount, that wrong amount can be both debit and credit or only at one place. Your choice. So that depends. So error of commission can be one-sided, but need not be one-sided. Got this? So that's with regard to that. And compensating error will be usually two-sided. Compensating error will be two-sided. In spite of this, trial balance will tally. So we do adjustment entry or we do entry with suspense account for partial omission and error of commissions only. For principal errors, complete omission errors and compensating errors, we will always do journal entry without suspense. Journal entry without, this will help you. See, we can take it question to question basis. Error to error basis we can do. But having this knowledge will help you solve the tricky places little more easily. Got that? Very good. So in order to rectify errors, we need to identify the error. Stage at which the error is identified is very crucial in passing the rectification entry. If the error is identified at stage 0, that is before trial balance, we will do only adjustment for one-sided errors. We will do adjustment for one-sided errors. For two-sided errors, we will pass journal entry. Why? To pass journal entry, we need two aspects. If the error is only in one aspect, how can we pass journal entry? We cannot pass journal entry. However, if it is stage 2, that is after trial balance, then what will happen? If there is one-sided error, trial balance will not tally. And the trial balance doesn't tally, you convert the trial balance to adjusted trial balance by opening suspense account. So there is suspense account. For even one-sided error, we will pass journal entry. But journal entry will be with suspense account. However, for two-sided error, there will be only journal entry. There will be no suspense entry. For the entries, sorry, for the errors identified after final account, it will be again same. One-sided is journal entry without suspense, two-sided is journal entry with suspense. You might ask that then what is the difference? Answer is very simple. For rectification done at stage 3, rectification done at where final accounts are already prepared, final accounts will include trading P&L and balance sheet. P&L account is already prepared. Profit is already determined, closed. And in the next year, when you identify some error, if you identify that error in real account or personal account, okay, no problem. If you identify the error in nominal account, purchase, sale, purchase return, sales return, any expense or income, if you pass the rectification entry in the current period, it will not rectify your previous year error. Further, it will create a new error in the current year. Why? Very simple. How many types of ledgers? Three. Real, personal, nominal. Real and personal accounts will be balanced. Real and personal accounts will be, nominal accounts will be closed by transfer to trading or sale every year. Every year during preparation of final accounts, what do we do? Real and personal accounts we will balance. Balance. Nominal accounts we will close. Balance sheet asset side we write real accounts. Balance sheet liability side we write personal accounts. Some personal accounts can come on asset side also. But nominal accounts will never ever come in balance sheet. Nominal accounts will go to P&L or trading. Correct? Huh? So all the nominal accounts are closed. Trading, sorry, purchase, sale, expense, income, everything is closed in the previous year. Profit is also found, but at the wrong amounts. In the current year, you identified that one expense of previous year is wrong. Now, if you debit that expense, it will make an error in the current year. Previous year P&L is closed. You can't change it. So, in the rectification at stage 3, rectification at stage after final accounts, if the rectification entry involves nominal account, if the rectification entry involves, we will not debit or credit nominal. We will not debit or credit. That nominal account will be replaced with P&L adjustment account. That nominal account will be replaced with, very good. Now, for example, a purchase of rupees 1,000 was not recorded in the last year. Current year, my rectification entry is purchase account debit to cash or purchase account debit to creditor. Usually, purchase account debit to creditor. If it is at stage 1 or stage 2, we'll write purchase to creditor. If it is at stage 3, we will not write purchase to creditor. We'll write P&L adjustment account debit to, very good. P&L adjustment account debit to that P&L adjustment account if it is open in the journal entries. Remember this, very important. Last journal entry will be transfer of P&L adjustment balance to capital. This is one entry that you people usually forget, which you should not forget. Whenever you're doing rectification at stage 3, remember to close the P&L adjustment account and transfer the balance to capital. If you don't do this, forget 2 marks in the exam. If you don't do this, forget 2 marks in the exam. So now I'll tell you another important part. Listen to me carefully. Whenever trial balance doesn't tally, what do? We should open. Very good. And in the rectification entry, we'll use suspense. For example, furniture is purchased for cash. Furniture is purchased for. What is the journal entry when furniture is purchased for cash? Furniture account debit to. In the previous year, furniture is purchased for cash. They have forgotten to debit furniture account. They forgotten to debit, so they would have written 2 cash. Trial balance will not tally. Debit side there is shortage, so they would have written suspense debit 10,000. Suspense debit. They should have written furniture to cash 1010. They have not written furniture debit, so they have written suspense debit. The current year, when I identify the error, furniture 10,000 should have been there, but it is not there. So I will debit furniture 10,000. Suspense 10,000 is there. It should not be there. So I will credit suspense 10,000. So rectification entry is furniture to suspense 10,000, 10,000. Understood? Yes, everyone. I'll repeat the error. Furniture purchase for rupees 10,000 not debited to furniture. Rectification entry furniture account debit to suspense. Got this? Previous period में suspense was created. Current period में suspense is closed. The previous period suspense was created. In the current period suspense is perfect. But there can be creative error in the question. Usually what we do in rectification is we don't read that first paragraph, we don't read that last paragraph. We read A, B, C, D, E, F, G errors and then rectify the same. That is a big mistake. The reason is question can include a very, very deadly statement like this. I'll tell you the deadly statement. In the previous year, difference in trial balance was transferred to capital account or P&L adjust P&L account. What is it? Trial balance did not tally, no? Where should be transferred? Suspense. They have not transferred to suspense. They have transferred to P&L and closed it. Now, whenever we rectify the errors, we use suspense debit credit. Here we are not creating suspense. We are closing suspense whenever we debit or credit suspense. In the rectification entry, when we debit or credit suspense, what are we doing? We are closing the suspense. But we can close the suspense only when they have opened the suspense. They have not created suspense account only. So when you write all these rectification entries, you have created suspense of so much. So what should you do? So much of suspense balance at the end of the period should be closed. Sure, sir. How do we do that? Very simple. What do we do with P&L adjustment? End of the year, after all the rectification entries, total P&L adjustment account balance will transfer to capital. Do the same with regard to suspense also. Do the same with regard to identify the total of suspense and then transfer it to P&L adjustment or transfer it to capital. Transfer it to this is one very, very important point. Yeah. Shall I make you write one point on this? This one thing? Yeah, please write. Please write. 2 points, two important points. Point number one. Point number one. In rectification at stage 3, in rectification at stage 3, in rectification at stage 3, that is after final accounts. In rectification at stage 3, that is after final accounts. Use P&L adjustment account. Use P&L adjustment account in place of nominal. Use P&L adjustment account in place of nominal accounts. Use P&L adjustment account in place of nominal accounts. I went out and I came. I'm out of focus. Use P&L adjustment account in place of nominal. Wrote that. Full stop. Second point. Second point. I'll not make you write too much. Okay, I'll make you write only few important points on each topic. Second point. Okay. If the difference in trial balance, if the difference in trial balance is transferred to P and L, if the difference in trial balance is transferred to P and L instead of suspense, then transfer net balance in suspense after all the rectification entries, net balance in suspense after all the rectification entries to capital account. To capital account. Good stop. That is like how we close P&L adjustment account. This part is not surprised, you know this, no? P&L adjustment account should be closed by transfer. That part, that is like how we close P&L adjustment account by transfer to capital. Like how we close P&L adjustment account to capital account. Okay, now everyone understood this part? Okay, so this is what you should know. And the steps to pass rectification entry, you know it. Firstly, identify the wrong entry. Nextly, reverse the wrong entry. Then take the reversal of the wrong entry and the correct entry, and then add them to our rectification. You don't have to write these steps in the exam. All you have to write is rectification. But don't feel small of yourself. If you have learned it writing step 1, step 2, and then step 3, by some problems practice, all of you would reach a stage where you can straight away write the rectification entry without writing steps. I witnessed this in class. Slowest of the slowest student in the class also can straight away write the rectification entry. For whatever reason, if you have written all the time with steps, without steps, you've never ever practiced in your life, no problem at all. That steps you write it at the last page in your answer script, rectification entry rate in the first. How many of you always practice with steps and cannot write without steps? Don't have to raise your hand. If you've done like that, it is okay. You are not slow. You are not slow. It is totally okay to do that. What you do is in your answer script, here you write rectification entry. You want to write step 1, step 2, come to the last page of your book. Last page of your booklet. Last page you write step 1, step 2, and then do whatever striking off or whatever you do, write the rectification entry in the first. And this last page wherever you would have done working, no? At the end, put one straight line like this. Strike it and then give it. They will not correct. They will not correct it. Understood? Whatever working, if you want to do, it is not part of the working note, but you want to do some rough work. Do it in the last page of your booklet. And then at the end, before you do it, importantly strike it. Or strike it and then start writing. Correct? No, strike it and then start writing. Strike it in the see if you put one line like this, one line like this, and you start writing whatever you wanted. That will not be read by the evaluator also. Yeah, that will not be read by the evaluator. Can I write anything? If you are thinking what I'm thinking, don't write. Yes. So this is about rectification. Let me quickly take you through and then make you understand what is the marking schema from this chapter so far. So from the accounting process chapter, very rarely, only once they had asked journal entries. Where only once in May 2018 for 4 marks. After that, they have not asked for 2 attempts. Then they've asked for 5 marks, 4 marks, 2 marks. Recently in July and December, they had asked for 12 and 14. Meaning rectification of errors had come for more marks. That is the reason. Otherwise, June 2022, they had asked only trial balance correction question for 4 marks. And rectification I have not included in this. Rectification I have given separately. Rectification is 0. Every attempt there is question on rectification. Yeah, you have not got charger. Today you are actually freaking out, no? Throughout I used to tell I didn't get charger, I didn't get. You used to be happy, charger. For once I see some amount of panic in your eyes. Yo shit, sir, charger. 1 second, Anubu, bhai, for how you reacted. I have got the charger. That's too far. ತುಂಬಾ ದೂರ ಆದ್ರೆ ಬೇಜಾರಿಲ್ಲ ಅಖಿಲ್ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗೆ Akhil will keep his hand into the plug there and his hand into the charger. ಒಂದು 5 minutes ಹಂಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು ಫುಲ್ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಇದು ಫುಲ್ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ ಇಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನೀನ್ 5 minutes ಮಾತ್ರ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೀನೇ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀಯ still it's not getting charged. No, charging. Yeah. Listen. Rectification of errors. Almost every time it's come. Don't try to speculate. Question number 2 ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. No. Sometimes it's coming question number 5 also. So usually question number 2 or question number 5 will be rectification. Sir, question number 1 only true or false? Oh, true or false may they ask. So that I also have given here. And if you have to see rectification of errors, same there. This is it. So is this a topic that you can skip rectification? No. Lot of them will skip one chapter. I tell you where you will get stuck by skipping a chapter. The reason why I don't want you to skip a chapter is if you observe rectification is not 20 marks. Rectification has come for 5 marks or 10 marks. And if you take one of that, let's say here 2A 10 marks. 2A 10 marks was rectification. If you skip this, you can't skip this question completely. 2B will be a question that you might know. That is easy 10 marks. You might think, sir, one complete question I can skip. You know the question paper pattern, no? Every question will be 20 marks. Question number 1 is compulsory. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is there, no? In the next 5 questions, you should write 4. One question you can skip. Which is that one question you can skip? What if all the 4s, all the 5 sub questions, but you know half or you don't know half? So then you know what will happen? You should skip one question what you know. You should skip one question what you that's very sad. That's very sad. You should leave a question in the exam because you don't have time to write. Or you know both, but you have to leave one, so you are leaving one. It should become like that. It should not become like I skipped this. Oh shit, what? Then you will do counting. This question might know 8 marks. This question might know 12 marks. 12 marks only adjustment would like 4 marks will go there. 8, 8. What do I do? Both. Then next 10 minutes you'll waste and then not write one. So that's a very tricky stage. So don't do that. Please do read. Yeah. And the combination will be like it will not be like one full tough question will be there. No, one sub question will be doable, one sub question will be not doable. Yeah. So that's the tricky part. So be a little cautious on that. Only once they've asked errors after trial balance. December 2021 paper. Any other specific question that you have from rectification of errors, please do ask. I will answer that. Otherwise, we will now go to PRs. You want me to show some questions, discuss a question, or question is practice, guys? You want me to discuss questions now? If you take question, then it will take too much time. And as far as I could say, as tip to you people on rectification of errors, please do rectification of errors of chapter as many problems as possible till the time you get the hold on the question. You should do not straight away answers. Spend time reading the question in rectification of errors. Read the question, try to understand what's wrong, where is wrong. You should be able to understand it. Once you are able to understand it, it's easy. But lot of times you don't understand what is wrong. You understand the error wrongly. So you should break that error into small parts. Read it little, write it little, read it little, write it little. Kind of attitude is what you should do in rectification of errors. So that would be what I would say. Let's see if we had one file which had all the past exam questions. There is that, where is that, where is that? I shared it with you people also, no? I had not shared. Here it is. I'll share this also to you people if you want later. Don't worry. So if you observe, hey, stop talking, please. Please stop talking. Yeah. So that recent attempt question, which attempt was that? December, December 2021 now. December 21. Question number anything? 5A. December 21. Question 5A. This 4B. 5A was on rectification of errors. Shall we discuss this one question? 5 errors are there. They tell something. But again, we're going back to the same place. Tell something. Tell something. December 2021. December 2021. ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ತೆಗಿತೀನಿ ಸರ್, ಇದು ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಓ, ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಡೋಂಟ್ ವರಿ, ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದ ಫೈಲ್ ವಿತ್ ಮೀ. Someone is calling me. Yes. Okay, I got your point. Israeli, this December 2021 question, if there is one-sided error, there will be suspense. We'll see this. So this is December 2021 question paper for you all. Question number 5A alva. Pass the journal entries to rectify the following errors detected during the preparation of trial balance. Okay. First one. Wages paid for silence. 5 errors, 5 marks. 1 error, 1 mark. Wages paid for construction of office building debited to wages. Should we debit to wages? Wrongly debited to wages. So wages has to be reduced. Wages will be credited. Office building was supposed to be debited, not debited, will debit it. Entry is office building to wages. Am I right? So we were supposed to debit office building. We have not debited, so we will debit it. We have wrongly debited wages, so we will credit it. Am I too fast? Am I going too fast? If I tell this answer, can I tell rectification entry like this? Or do you want to say step one? Correct entry, building account debit to cash. Step two, so wrong entry, wages to cash. Reversal of wrong entry, cash to wages. Correct entry, building to cash. Cash credit, cash debit will get knocked off. Wait, wow. It's okay if you people don't understand, but some people will get scared. Oh my god, what is he saying? There I am little scared. I don't want to break your confidence at this stage of your preparation. So entry will be December 21, 5. Building account debit to wages. So this is before trial balance. During preparation of trial balance. This is not after final accounts question. Okay. So understood the first one. Shall we see second one? Credit sale of goods rupees 1200 to Ramesh. What is the correct entry? Ramesh to sale. Ramesh to what have they done? Has been wrongly passed through purchase book. Have they mentioned anything about Ramesh here? So, listen. Is the error in purchase? Is the error only in sales book and purchase book, or is the error impacting Ramesh also? Ah, this is a little tricky part. I'll read the transaction again. Read this. Credit sale of goods. What have you done? You have sold goods. You have sold goods 1200 to Ramesh. Correct entry would have been Ramesh account debit to sales. Am I right? Instead of writing Ramesh account debit to sales in sales book, you have entered it in purchase book. You have entered it through purchase book. My question is the error only in sales or is the error in sales and Ramesh? Sales and Ramesh. If they would have told instead of entering in sales book, they have entered in purchase book. They should have used the word in. Meaning what? Sales book may should have entered. Not entered. You entered in purchase book. So purchase book say you should remove. Sales book may you should enter. That would have been the rectification. Your entry would have been sales account debit. Let's sale of purchase account debit to sales. Sales should have been credited. Sorry, two sales, two purchase, debit would have been suspended. Wrongly recorded in purchase. Correct or not? Is it purchase? We should eliminate from purchase. We will credit purchase. It is sales. Have we recorded in sales? No. So we will credit sales also. We should have written two sales, two purchase. But you know what have we done? We entered it through purchase book. Meaning we entered it in purchase book and through the purchase book we entered it in our Ramesh account also. So in Ramesh account also entry will be wrong. Entry will be wrong in Ramesh account also. So correct entry is Ramesh to sales. Wrong entry is purchase to Ramesh. Rectification entry. Ramesh to purchase to sales. Ramesh account will be double the amount. Have a look here. Wrong entry. Purchase account debit to Ramesh account 1200, 1200. Reversal of wrong entry. Ramesh account debit to purchase account 1200, 1200. Correct entry. Ramesh account debit to sales. So when we add these two entries, Ramesh account debit 1200, Ramesh account debit 1200, will together become Ramesh account debit 2400. To purchase 1200, to sales 1000. Ramesh account debit 2400, to purchase, to sales 1200. Everyone understood this? Akka? Any doubts? Can I go to third one? An amount of rupees 2000 due from Mahesh Chand. Okay, Mahesh Chand is our debtor. He is supposed to give us money, which has been written off as a bad debt in the previous year, was unexpectedly recovered. What is this? Bad debt recovered. What is this? What is the journal entry for bad debts recovered? Cash account debit to bad debt. Cash is received, cash account debit. And bad debt recovered is income. It should be credited. What have they done? Has been posted to personal account of Mahesh. They should write cash to bad debts recovered. They written cash to Mahesh. What is wrong in that? If you write to Mahesh Chand, you are freshly opening Mahesh Chand account, which was closed. It means that you would have to pay Mahesh Chand this money back later. Should you pay this money later? That is not money that we have received, which we should give him back. That is the money which we have received, which is our income. So it should go to which account? Bad debts recovered account. You should have credited which account? Have we created bad debts recovered? Credited. What have we created? Mahesh Chand is wrongly credited. Entry is Mahesh Chand account debit to. Understood? That's it. Have a look here. We'll do this, okay? We'll do one exam question every chapter. From now, we do one exam question from cash book. Okay. Now, Mahesh Chand account debit to bad debts recovered. This is the entry. Got it. I will share this file also to you people. I will share the link. This file has people who attended the regular batch have seen this file. So this file has the weightage. Whatever I'm discussing, the weightage now each chapter is that is there. Next, each attempt. You tell me the attempt. May 2019. All the questions solution with the detailed working. This I've done it in the class. Whenever I've done it in the organized manner. And November 2020. January 21, July 21, December 21, June 21. Everything is there in the order. You can say, I say suggested answer also I can download. Yes, you can. Yeah, I am not telling this is something out of the box. No, you can download. But people who attended regular class will find this more convenient because working notes are more in detail than what is there in ICM. Usually ICM में a lot of working notes are skipped or some working notes are very crisp. You will appreciate, you will definitely appreciate this in valuation of inventory chapter for stock reconciliation, and note and all will not be given, for your understanding will not be there. So that and all will be there little detail in company accounts chapter, that detailed working out depreciation our detailed working, such kind of a thing will not be there in other. So here it is there, and it doesn't just have past exam papers, it also has RTP. Not all the RTPs, it has two RTPs. After that sir became lazy, sir has not done. When sir finds time, sir will do the remaining papers also and update it with the same sheet. Yeah. But the file what was shared last time in the marathon revision to this time marathon revision, it has been updated by one paper extra. One paper extra. Yes. Now let's see fourth one. Shall we see fourth one? Please read fourth one. What does it say? Goods costing 5,000. Cost of the goods is 5,000. Selling price is distributed as free samples among the prospective customers who are not recorded anywhere. You given them as free advertisement account debit to purchase. They have written that entry, not recorded anywhere. Wrong entry, no entry. Reversal of wrong entry, no entry. Correct entry, advertisement to purchase. That itself will be your rectification entry. Now, that entry will be passed for 5,000 or 6,000. Advertisement to purchase 5,000. Whenever goods are given other than by way of sale, advertisement, drawing, charity, or what else? Test drive, we will not credit sales. We will credit purchase and it's happened at cost. It's happened at. Let's see the fifth one, shall we? Goods worth rupees 1,500 returned by Green has not been recorded anywhere. Your favorite again. Sales return. Entry will be sales return account debit to. Very good. Sales return account debit to Green. Sales return account debit to Green. 5 marks. You should always write narration unless the question says don't write narration. You should always write narration unless the question says don't write. Till then you would have to write. So your answer is not justified. You want one more question from rectification. Let us see which question to take up from rectification. Observe here. Tell me first December 21 paper. You see anything here? Rectification, rectification, rectification. Shall we see this 5A? What is it in the note? December 21. That's what we did now. Then there was, see, is there any more rectification? July 21 paper where rectification is there? 2A. I think this is easy one. We'll see July 21, 2A. And in this index, whenever I've updated answers, you can see some things have been marked red. Now you people, whoever is seeing the classes for the first time, whoever is seeing this kind of approach for the first time, you're like, okay, but still ಯಾವಾಗ ಮಾಡೋದು? So many things. He's saying he will share this, he will share that, he will share that, he will share ಎಲ್ಲ share ಯಾವಾಗ ಓದೋದು ಅಷ್ಟು ಟೈಮ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? So what I have done is you don't have to do all the question papers, all the answers. Whatever I marked red, you do only those. Red ones are difficult ones. Other things are easy to do. So nice. After you do all the red ones, if you have time, then do other things. For every question paper, I'll mark some things as red, difficult ones, and then share. Okay. Next, rectification 2A ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ವಲ್ಲ July 21. In this suspense is there, sir. Can I do this? Not do the 2A. Okay, I'll show the question also. Which question are we doing now? July 2021. One second. Let me open the question. Hey, please don't talk. Only one request. This is your July 2021 paper. There is no internet connection, but I have all the papers downloaded. Let's start this. Ratan. Someone had asked this question last time. Okay, start reading. Shh, quiet. Mr. Ratan was unable to agree trial balance last year and wrote off the difference to P&L. Hey, your favorite. And wrote off the difference to. Should we write it to P&L? We should actually write it to suspense. But they've wrongly written to Tapo. Dot Tapo. We'll rectify this at the end of the year. How? We'll total the suspense account and then transfer it to capital. Next year, he appointed a chartered accountant. He should have done last year only. He examined the old books and found the following mistakes. See, we've been paid to identify mistakes of people. Purchase of a scooter was debited to conveyance account, rupees 30,000. You purchased one scooter, you write scooter account debit to cash. They have wrongly written conveyance account debit. Conveyance means reimbursement of expense, transportation expense. Scooter is an asset, not a transportation expense. Scooter is not a transportation expense. You should have debited scooter account. We have not debited scooter account. So we'll now debit scooter account. We should have not credited conveyance account. We should have not debited conveyance account. We have wrongly debited conveyance account. We will now credit. Journal entry will be scooter to conveyance. Scooter to, what is the amount? Here is a little tricky part. Listen. Last year, have they recorded asset? Have they recorded asset? They were recorded as expense. If they would have recorded asset, they should have provided depreciation. They have not recorded asset. They have not provided depreciation. So what do we do? First we should write scooter to conveyance 30,30. Everyone understood scooter account debit to conveyance 30,000 30,000. After you write scooter account debit to conveyance 30,000 30,000, you should provide depreciation on that scooter. Write depreciation account debit to scooter 10% on that. 3,000. We are assuming that this purchase has happened in the beginning of the year. Now don't say, sir, what if it was purchased on 16th of August? Why 16th of assumption, sir? Anything it can be. Girlfriend's birthday, August 15th. So assumed August. Will not work like that. So we'll take it for entire year. And moreover, they have not told 10% per annum. They told 10%. Depreciation is 3000. Ashte. We are not doing months calculation. Now, we first debit scooter by 30, then credit scooter by 3. So basically, we're taking scooter at 27,000. Am I right? We are crediting conveyance by 30. We are debiting depreciation by 3. But what you need to be cautious here is whether it is conveyance expense or it is depreciation expense, both the expenses relate to previous year. Both the expenses relate to, we are doing rectification in current year. So we will replace both with P&L adjustment. We will replace both with, in our class, what we did is first we wrote scooter account debit to P&L adjustment 30,000 30. Then we wrote P&L adjustment account debit to scooter account 3,000 3,000. If you check the same thing in ICI material, they would have given the entry scooter account debit 27,000 to P&L adjustment 27,000. They have written the entry as net. And a similar question when we did in class, this 10% depreciation on scooter was not given in first adjustment, it was given in the last adjustment. So a lot of us might forget. So we come to the end, read it, and then do depreciation. But I told you in the exam the question will be more clear. So here next to the asset only they have told depreciation also. It is easy. So ultimately, only thing that I'm trying to tell you is you can either write depreciation entry separately or include it and then write only one entry. I'll tell you both the ways of answer. Answer method number 1. Scooter to P&L adjustment 30 30. Then depreciation to scooter 3 3. First method. Second one. Scooter 27,000 to P&L adjustment 27. Either way you write, you get full. Can I show the answer now? Observe here. You can write scooter account debit to conveyance account 30,000 30,000 and later change conveyance to P&L adjustment. And you will write depreciation to scooter 3 3. Later change your depreciation to P&L adjustment. You can do like this. Or you can straight away write one entry. What will be one entry? Scooter to P&L adjustment 27,000 27. Either ways it is same. Understood? ಏನಾಗ್ತಿದೆ ಆ ರೂನಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಕೂಟರ್ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಕಿತ್ತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಜಾಗ ಸಾಕಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ difficulties to no issues. Okay. If you would have told there is an issue also, you would have told can't help but this. Yes. Don't worry. I'll give you lunch break. Excited? Yes. In another 15 minutes. 1 o'clock I'll give you lunch break. We'll finish this question and then take lunch break. Once we come back, we'll do BRS, valuation of inventory, and one more chapter. Depreciation. We can do depreciation or we can do one of the chapter from chapter 6 also. Let's see. Huh? Let's see. Let us see. Okay. Can we? Can you do inventories tomorrow? Oh. No, not a problem. You whatever request you have, you tell me. All of that will be heard. Hey, will be. I can't. Now you will say inventories tomorrow. Someone will say so inventories today. How will I follow all the requests? Will be heard, not listen. Heard. Hey, listen. Listen means you don't have an option. You have to. Heard means my choice. So your request will be heard. You should listen. Second one. Purchase account was overcast by 1 lakh. Purchase has been increased by 1 lakh. So what should we do? Decrease purchases by 1 lakh. What do? We will credit purchase, debit suspense. Rectification entry will be suspense to purchase 1 lakh 1 lakh. Because this is rectification after final accounts, I cannot be writing purchase account. So I'll replace purchase with P&L adjustment. One moment. I'll remove this color. This blue color, yellow color is irritating. It is there for a reason. I'll tell you what is the reason. You know? The blue color DC na. Okay, come on. Let's now read the third one. Credit purchase of rupees 20,000 from Mr. X was entered as sale. Entered as sale, not entered in sales book. So the error is in purchase, error is in sales, and error is in X account also. Was entered as sale, no? But if when will this be error only in purchase and sales book? If they had mentioned credit purchase of rupees 20,000 from Mr. X was entered in sales book. If they maintain through sales book, again it is like how it would. So, firstly, what is it? Purchase. Have you recorded purchase? Record now. Purchase account debit. Is it sales? Have they wrongly recorded as sales? Reverse that and again debit sales again. Purchase account debit, sales account debit to X. Purchase 20, sales 20, Mr. X will be 40. So purchase and sale both are previous year items. Both will be replaced with P&L adjustment. Entry is P&L adjustment account debit to Mr. X 40. But here I will first write purchase there and then replace it with P&L adjustment. Exam you don't have to write like this and straight away write P&L adjustment to X account. I write it like this because when you read, you should know what account is replaced with P&L adjustment. So I write it and then scratch. Yeah. I can also straight away write 20. If you want, I can delete it right now. See, I have not shared this to you. Already you are concerned what I put here. My God, impressive. This impressive behavior, if people have showed it from the beginning of the course. Oh my God. Every day, one bucket kannir hakuttu the class. But you guys never made me do. Okay, next, let's go. Now you people are feeling, no, if you had an option to start your preparations from the beginning, you would have done very differently. You always have that option. Once you clear your foundation, inter when it starts, no, all this whatever you feel like you should have done it, start that with inter in the beginning stage only. Yeah. Inter classes started recently, no. First day I was telling them, just to know your classes are starting beginning. Everything day to day, whatever they finish that day only you can finish reading. They were like, yes, sir, that day subject will read. Foundation mistakes will not do it in inter. I was impressed. They are like, foundation mistakes will not do it in inter, will do new mistakes. They could have started everything and studied on day-to-day basis. Now, one entire subject is over. They have not finished that subject. Faculty has finished that subject. They have not read that subject. 15-20 days already over. Their group one is almost on the verge of ending. June ending, group one will get over. July first day group two will start. Now everyone will be like group one already what is done only we have not read. Should I sit back at home and then study group one, or should I attend group two? If they attend group one already I have not read. They will say group two from now I'll read. Whatever they do daily I'll read. If it happens, very good. But if it doesn't, then again at the end they say group two in the middle they'll think group one already whatever attended I can skip now, read group one and then write group one. Or if I'm writing only group one, group two classes I'll attend, I'll study group one and then write group one exam. Group two from straight away classes I'll write in the exam. So all these RCP calculations will happen. So next season ಬಂದಾಗ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಇಂದ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕಾಂಬಿನೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? ಒಂದ್ 3 ಜನ ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಯಾರೋ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮಕ್ಕಳು 4-5 ಜನ with a proper strategy. So now every time you identify something that you've done wrong at foundation level, don't regret for that mistake. Remember that mistake very clearly. Whenever you do errors, don't regret them. Remember them. In fact, no, write it down. Write it down. Whatever mistakes you did, keep one small booklet only for mistakes that you did in your life. Write those mistakes down so that you'll remember your mistakes and don't repeat them. At inter, you start it afresh and then you will not do any such mistakes. Huh? Correct? Yes. Come on. Let's go ahead. And when you people come to inter for the first time in the history, we will do face-to-face marathon revision for inter. Right now, it's not possible. Right now, it's not possible. Syllabus is huge, and their main classes only will end very late. Regular classes only end only very late. That towards the end, people don't attend class on. But to you people, will finish syllabus very much in pre. How? New syllabus. New syllabus will pakka come. You know why? MCA approval is also over. Next May, this November, that's not there. Next May, very highly probable. When you people write your intermediate examination, there's a lot of people to write. Read the next one. Hey, matladabaru. Save your energy till lunch break. Receipt of cash from Mr. Anand was posted to the account of Mr. Bhaskar. What is this? Error of commission. We should have debited cash and credited Anand. We debited cash, but instead of crediting Anand, we credited Bhaskar. So Bhaskar is wrongly credited. Bhaskar has to be debited. Anand was supposed to be credited, not credited. We will credit Anand. Rectification entry will be Bhaskar account debit to. Should I replace Bhaskar or Anand with P&L adjustment? No, they are persons, not nominal accounts. So entry is Bhaskar to Anand. See, Bhaskar account debit to Anand. Got it? Let's see fifth one. Receipt of cash from Mr. Chandu was posted to debit office account. When you receive cash, cash should be debited. Chandu should be credited. They wrote cash account debit 5,000, Chandu account debit 5,000. What have they done? Cash account debit 5,000 to Chandu they should have written. Instead of writing to Chandu they have written Chandu debit 5,000. So they have not mentioned anything about cash. Why can't I assume that they have written Chandu account debit to cash? Chandu should have been credited. They have told that Chandu account is debited. They have told that that error has happened. You will rectify. Have they mentioned that cash account is wrongly credited? How do we assume the error? If you assume cash is credited, assume cash is credited at 50,000. See, when you can assume what? Why? Oh, see, that is the reason I'm telling you. You should not do assumption. Error has to be given. Only when they give that there is an error. If they don't give, there is no error. Understood? So the correct entry should have been cash to Chandu. They would have done cash debit, Chandu debit. Chandu should have been credited. Is it credited? It is wrongly. So what do we do now? Credit. Suspense to Chandu. But in spite of this, people will do mistake. Why? You will write suspense account debit to Chandu 5,000. Rectification entry is suspense to Chandu 10,000. Sir, why 10,000? It was supposed to be credited by 5, not credited. So we'll credit by 5. They have wrongly debited by 5. To reverse that, again we will credit. So we will credit Chandu account by 5 plus 5, 10,000. We were supposed to go this side 5. We didn't go this side. We went this side 5. So from this side, when we take U-turn, should come back 10 to reach the right place. Not just 5. Really next. Sixth one note. See, suspense to Chandu. 10, 10. 10, 10. You know 10, 10, that fan girl. Sixth one. 10, 10 is not the fan. 10, 10 is the one with the scroll. This is something else out of context. Nothing nane helpotare. You ignore. 5,000 rupees due by Mr. Ramesh was omitted to be taken to trial balance. No, no, no. 5,000 due by Ramesh was supposed to pay us 5,000. Ramesh is our debtor. Was not taken to trial balance. So what do we do? Take it to trial balance. Ramesh account debit. Credit suspense. Credit any suspense. So correct journal entry. Ramesh to suspense. Ledger total you did no. You forgot to write it to trial. Rest everything is correct. So trial balance will not tally to the extent of 5,000. Ramesh you should have written. Okay? Debit side. You didn't write Ramesh. In place of Ramesh, suspense 5,000 is there. Now we'll remove that suspense, write Ramesh. Debit of 5,000 is there in suspense. To remove it, we'll credit it. Ramesh 5,000 will introduce it. How many of you are not understanding? Hey, how many of you are feeling like, sir, ಮುಂಚೆನೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿತ್ತು rectification? You ಬಂದು full confused ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. Honestly, anyone? No? No? Pakka? Yes. Ramesh to suspense 5,000, 5,000. There can't be another way to learn this chapter. Silence. Sale of goods to Mr. Ram, rupees 20,000. Illa omitted. Was omitted to be recorded. What is record? Correct entry. Ram to wrong entry. Reversal of wrong entry. So correct entry itself is rectification. Ram account debit to yes. Ram account debit to sales. But we'll replace sales with why? Final accounts are already closed. Final accounts are already closed. This is rectification at stage 3. Yes. Then last one. Hey, stop discussing lunch menu. I will finish. 3 minutes time is there. Morning when the Taka came, what did it tell? Break at 1 o'clock. No? 12:57. You finish the chapter. I'll do what I say. You guys don't talk. Amount of rupees 23,950 of purchase was wrongly posted as 25,930. When they give like this, first item is always which is correct. First item will be correct amount or second item will be correct amount. There is no such first item, second item. Read English and then understand. God, what's wrong with you people? ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ ರಾಂಗ್ ಅಂತ? In this one, not in all the ones. 23,950 was wrongly posted. So 23,950 is correct. 25,930 is wrong. Every people. What if I give? What if I give 23,950 was written in the place of 25,930? Then first is wrong, second one is correct. So there is nothing like first quarter amount correct, second quarter amount wrong. English, please read and decide. There is no thumb rule for everything. Some people will be ekalavyas. So 23,950 is the correct amount of purchase, but it is wrongly written as 25,000. So have we increased purchase or decreased purchase? Increase. We have 23,000 is the correct amount. We've written at 25. We've written more than actual. We should reduce purchase. In order to reduce purchase, purchase has to be credited. Debit will be suspense. Entry is suspense account debit to purchase. For what amount? Difference. 1,980. Suspense account debit to purchase. Can I credit purchase account? Purchase account will be replaced with P&L adjustment. So let me write here. Purchase account will be replaced with P&L adjustment. 1,980. End of the answer? No. We need to write two more entries. If you don't write, you will lose marks. How many marks is this? 10 marks here. Next is there. 8 entries there. You will get 8 marks. You lose 2 marks. Now listen. Usually in these kind of questions where rectification is after final accounts, only one closing entry is required. That is transfer of P&L adjustment account balance to capital. However, in this question, they have done one more error. They have transferred the difference in trial balance to P&L. So that is transferred to P&L. That should not have been transferred to P&L. That should have come to suspense. And here suspense should have got closed. In the previous year, wrongly they have transferred that suspense account to P&L, which we should reverse. But we don't know the amount then. How much is the suspense that is transferred to P&L? We don't know. Now we'll rectify all the errors. Every time you debited, created suspense, take the total. That is the wrong amount which was transferred to capital previously. So we should remove it from capital. Are you getting it? So we'll write suspense to capital or capital to suspense, whatever is the entry. Should it be transferred to capital? No, they've wrongly transferred to capital. So we should reverse the entry that they've done. How much is the amount that we will identify? Shall I? Okay. Everyone take your calculator. First we'll do suspense. First entry. Is there suspense account in it? Come to second entry. Is there suspense account in it? Debit of 1 lakh. Debit of, type in your calculator, 1 lakh debit. 1 lakh debit means plus. 1 lakh plus. Come to third entry. Is there suspense in this? Fourth entry. Is there suspense? Fifth entry, there is debit 10,000. Plus 10,000. 1 lakh 10. Come to sixth entry. Is there suspense here? Credit 5,000. So minus 5,000. Seventh entry. Is there suspense? Eighth entry. Is there suspense? Yes. Debit 1,980 plus 1,980. 1 lakh? 1 lakh 6,000. Okay, what I've done is 1 lakh 6,980. I have transferred it. There you have minus, no? So plus is, yeah. It should become 0. What do we do? Minus. So meaning I should credit my suspense account 1 lakh 6,980. Debit it to Ratan's. Understood? Yes. Same we should do with P&L adjustment. Same we should do it. Yeah. How do we do? Again, same thing. First entry. Do we have P&L adjustment? Credit 30,000. Take in your calculator minus 30,000. Minus 30,000. Did you take minus 30? Come to next entry. We have again plus 3,000. That is the P&L adjustment account debit 3. So you take plus 3,000. Minus 30 plus 3 over. Come to second entry. Here you have credit 1 lakh. So what do you do? Minus 1. Come to third adjustment. Here you have debit 40. So plus 40. Plus 40. Fourth entry. Illa. Fifth entry. Illa. Sixth entry. ಇಲ್ಲ 7th entry credit 20 minus 20 1 lakh ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಇನ್ನೊಂದಿದೆ minus 1900 ಅಚ್ಚಾ ಎಷ್ಟು ಆತರ ಪಡ್ತೀರಪ್ಪ 1 lakh 8,980 minus is there in your calculator. You should make it 0. So we should add 1 lakh 8,980. That is nothing but P&L adjustment account debit to Ratan's capital account 1 lakh 8,980. ಏನು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ರಿಮೋಟು ನಾನೇನು ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ 1 lakh 8,900. Okay. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಓಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರಾ? How many first time voters? Oh, nice. Just a matter of fact, even if you had not clicked a picture and then put it on Instagram yesterday, your vote will be counted. Counting will happen on the votes in the machine, not on the. No, just I don't know. A lot of them are voting for the first time. No, you might not know. So, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ photo ತೆಗೆದಾಕ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ. So don't worry. People are putting so many photos. I thought I put one status yesterday. Voting counting is not done on Instagram stories, but I thought people will get offended. Okay, fine. Celebrate one day. Everyone like this. Yeah. Okay. Break எடுக்கலாமா? Shall we take a break now? So far we have done chapter 1 and chapter 2 completely. We will take break here. Hey, stop talking for next 1 minute. After break, we will do bank reconciliation statement. How many of you are not coming after lunch? Raise your hand straight. Raise your hand straight. Jaga nodkoli, you guys can shift and then after. Okay. You can come. Block kerchief. Nanu gottilla. I won't put kerchief. Now listen. Others, I don't know how you found it. If you found it fast, if you found it slow, if you found it time waste, if you found it productive, I would not know unless you come and talk to me. Okay. So, people whom I have seen for 200 hours, I know their pulse. And people who already attended regular batch and you're attending now, you guys don't have the right to judge it. That's a slow part. Come back after break, come back tomorrow also. Don't skip. Yeah, I am not requesting you people, I'm telling you people, whoever have attended regular class. People who are seeing me for the first time, I can't take so much liberty and then tell you people. If you have any problem, you can come. I will be here only throughout lunch break. You can come and tell me. Slow na, fast na, you have problem with language, or you have problem with some delivery, you have any specific problem, you tell me, it will be considered. In the class, it will be considered. At least after the class, I will definitely give you solution. Got this? So please do come and talk. Yeah, I will not question you people. Why, what, and all. I will not. I will listen. Are you getting it? Okay. So it is. I will listen to the problem. Meaning solution I can either give in the class or I will give them solution after class. But I definitely listen. So it is 1:10. We will take lunch break. You have time till 2:15. Wait, wow. 2 o'clock. Okay, 2 o'clock. Come back. We will wind up by 5. We'll wind up by 5. So please do come back by 2 o'clock. 55 minutes of break. Please do come back by. Really? Okay, people who find this washroom occupied, you can go to the old building also. Walkable distance. You can carry it. Hello. Take a picture, guys. See you all at 2 o'clock. Please do be back. Don't skip. A very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to CA Foundation Principles and Practice of Accounting Marathon Revision. We were discussing the chapter of theoretical framework and accounting process in the pre-break. We have done with those two. Now in this session, we'll start with bank reconciliation statement. It was a special request from people who left in the break time. Please don't do valuation of inventory topic. Do it tomorrow. So we'll do BRS, but we will not do valuation of inventories. Valuation of inventories we'll do tomorrow in the morning. They didn't tell which chapter not to. They were okay with doing any chapter other than valuation of inventories. So you guys tell me anything is fine. After our topic of we can do depreciation, we can do consignment, we can do anything. You tell me later. When I ask, you tell me later. When I ask. For now, let us start with bank reconciliation statement. Bank reconciliation statement are you guys. So we are going to start with the topic of bank reconciliation statement. Silence. Can I have your attention, please, guys? Okay. Bank reconciliation statement, chapter 3 of your syllabus. So this is a chapter where the requirement is not to draft a ledger but to draft a statement. So this chapter may we will not do account but we'll do statement. So what is PRS? PRS is statement. PRS is, then the question is, if BRS is a statement and not an account, then why do we have to prepare BRS? Because the syllabus is about accounts, chapter is about accounts, subject is about accounts, course is related to accounts. Why should we prepare a statement in an accounts chapter? The objective of the chapter is the question that we're discussing here, for which the answer is reconciliation. So we're preparing a statement to reconcile. What do we mean by the word reconcile? Reconcile is identifying, understanding, and taking steps to adjust the differences. Now, there are differences that arise between two people when they fight. So, what is the reason for difference? Who's right? Who's wrong? Who should do the correction? Who should say sorry? That's what we're trying to find here. Are you getting it? So, basically, there are two books of accounts. One is passbook, other one is cash book. Same transaction is recorded by two different people. Same transaction is recorded by two different people. I have opened an account with the bank and I have deposited money in the bank. Because my money is with the bank, I will open one book and then in that write how much money do I keep in the bank. Because bank is keeping my money, banker will keep a record how much of money have they received from me. So banker has kept a record, I have kept a record. Don't you think both should match? The answer is yes. If I say I have to receive 10,000 rupees from bank, bank should say yes, I have to give you 10,000. If I say I have to receive 20,000 rupees from bank, bank should also say that they should give me 20,000. So balances should match. To me, if it is 10,000 receivable, to bank it should be 10,000 payable. To me, if it is 20,000 receivable, to bank it should be 20,000 payable. Receivable is asset to me. So when I prepare my cash book, in my cash book I would write 10,000 rupees debit balance. And for my banker, it's a liability. You would have to write 10,000 rupees credit balance. So if I have debit balance of 10,000 in my cash book, what I prepare? The passbook what the bankers prepare should show 10,000 credit. And both should match. If it doesn't match, then one of them is right, one of them is wrong. Or there should be a reason why there is difference. All that we do in this chapter is identify the reason why there is difference. Identify the reason why there is, so we see the differences. Once we find the difference, now we have the difference in it. This is the reason for difference between cash book and passbook. That reason can be my mistake. That reason can be banker's mistake. That reason can be neither of our mistake. Not my mistake also, not banker's mistake also, but still there is a difference. So these three categories we need to categorize. And this is prepared by account holder, the one who's preparing accounts. So when we identify the differences between balance according to us and balance according to bank, if it is our mistake, we will rectify the same. How we learned in rectification of errors chapter. That is the reason why we should always first do rectification of errors and then do BRS. Without doing rectification, we should never do BRS. A lot of us have this bad habit of starting with BRS first. Hey, BRS means you do rectification. First, you should know what is rectification. You can't straight away do BRS and then do rectification. Rectification at the end. Why difficult chapter? So there is some order. There is some order, and the order has to be followed. It's like three people were on some work. Then the work was like this. One guy was digging the hole. Second guy was closing the hole. They were continuing to walk for long. One person who saw this was surprised. He was like, "Why the hell why the hell is he digging the hole? Why are you closing the pit?" Yes, no, actually it is three of us. We were assigned with planting trees as a job. My job is to dig the hole. My friend's job is to put the plant. The third person's job is to close the hole. The second person who was supposed to put the plant is absent. But because he is absent, our work should not stop. We are doing our work. So it would be somewhat like that when you straight away do BRS without doing rectification. No objective, no purpose, just walking in life. So we should know that rectification is what we do in BRS. So first we should learn rectification and then do reconciliation. BRS chapter. Got this? So we have our balance, banker has his balance, there is a possibility of difference. Whenever there is difference, we check if there is any error of ours. If there is our error, we will correct it. Got it? So if there is any mistake that we have done, we will rectify the same. Clear? Let's start. So reconciliation. What do you mean by the word reconciliation? To know the reason for it. What do you mean by reconcile? To know the reason for. Now, if two of your friends fight, what will you do? You call both of them, come, I'll do reconciliation for both of you. You bring both of them. What did you do? What did you do? Yours mistake, man. You should have done this. Yours also mistake. You say sorry. You say sorry. You tell both of them. They become friends and they hit you. Don't try this. Very risky. No. Be like KL Rahul. Gautam Gambhir and Virat Kohli are fighting. Stay quiet. Keep the on side. Right? None match be cut out. Yeah. Okay. So to reconcile means what? To know the reason for. Understood. So here, what is the difference that we're talking about? What is the reason that we're talking about? There can be plenty of differences. We'll see the reasons for difference at last. Shall we? Okay. Now listen. The first reason for difference between passbook and cash book. Before we go ahead with that, we need to know cash book is the book of account prepared by the account holder. Passbook is the book of account prepared by the banker. So this passbook is prepared from banker's perspective. Cash book is prepared from account holder's perspective. Cash book from account holder's perspective. Passbook from banker's perspective. Now let's quickly start with difference. First reason for difference. This is we have started business. We have to make payment to somebody. We wrote a check. We gave it to that person. The moment we give the check to the person to whom we are supposed to pay, we will write the journal entry. We will write the journal entry. What is the journal entry? Now, whoever did we pay to? We pay to Arpita, I'll write Arpita account debit to bank account. I'll reduce my bank balance. So, according to my cash book, the bank balance has reduced. But in my passbook, the balance will reduce only and only when the person to whom I have issued the check, they should deposit the check with the banker. Their banker. Their banker should approach my bank. My banker should decrease my bank balance, give it to their bank. Only then my passbook balance will decrease. Till then my balance as per passbook won't decrease. So this is the first reason for difference. What is this? Check has been issued, but it is not cleared, or check has been issued and then it is deposited by that person, but it is not cleared. Get this? Check is issued but not deposited, or check is issued and deposited but not cleared. Ultimately, the point is I have given the check and the bank has not cleared the check. In fact, this is my mistake or banker's mistake. Neither of us mistake. You know why? I have given the check. I have seen the check. I have only signed it. I will write the journal entry. Why did banker not write entry? Banker has not seen the check only. The check has not come till banker. So the banker has not written it. So this is neither of our mistake. Neither of our mistake. Neither of us will do rectification for this. It will appear in the reconciliation statement only. Done. The next one is exactly like how I gave check to somebody. Somebody else also can give check to me. So they've given the check to me. I have deposited it with the banker, but the banker has not yet cleared. Why? Banker has not received money from that bank's name, which in the check whose their bank name is there. No, that bank has not given the money yet. Or I have received the check. I've received the check. After I received the check, no, I've kept it in what to say puja room for puja. Check, no, Lakshmi. So I have kept it for puja. I have not deposited with the bank. When I receive the check, I write the journal entry. My cash book balance has increased, but I have not deposited it with the bank yet. So my banker has not written the entry. So my bank balance is not increased. Possibility. So because of this, there will be difference between balance as per cash book and passbook. So this is check received but not deposited, or check received and deposited but not cleared. Shaking is a projector. You should turn off this fan. That fan. Middle one. ಬೇಡ್ವಾ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ okay fine they're like if you want we'll also shake like this side directly but we don't want to turn off okay fine concentrate check received but not deposited or checks received and deposited but not cleared. The third reason for difference will be because I've been doing business quite often with my customer can do so by making payment to me by NEFT. He doesn't even ask me, he doesn't give me check. He straight away transfers money to my account. Or He'll go to the branch where my account is there and deposits money telling my name and my bank account number. Possible? Whenever my customer does this, my bank balance increases and my banker is aware of this. When my banker is aware of this, my banker will increase the bank balance. Whereas I am not aware of this, I would not write entry, I would not increase my bank balance. So I have not entered in my cash book, but my banker has increased my balance as per passbook. Is this a reason for difference? Yes. Is this a reason for difference? Yes. What is this? Direct deposit by customer into bank account. Direct deposit by customer into. And the next reason for difference is because I'm quite busy in the business, I can give instructions to banker to make several payments, like to make payment of insurance premium, to make payment of my electricity bill, water bill, and then internet payment or municipality charges or any other amount. I can give standing instructions to my banker to make the payment. Once I give such instructions, without asking me again and again, the banker would make such payments. Do you agree with me? Banker would make such payments. Whenever banker makes such payments, my bank balance as per passbook would reduce. However, I have not entered it in my book, so my bank balance as per cash book would not reduce. So my bank balance as per passbook has reduced, my bank balance as per cash book has not reduced. This is another reason for difference. What is this? Payments made by the banker on standing instruction. Payments made by the banker on standing instruction. Similarly, like how I ask my banker to make payments on my behalf, I can ask my banker to collect money also on my behalf. I can ask my banker collect my dividend, collect my debenture interest, collect my interest from so and so person. Every month or every year, whenever you please collect it and keep. I don't want to stand in queue. Banker actually collects. Or you can send bills also for collection. Bills is receivable, you can keep it to the banker, banker will collect. So you have given the responsibility to banker. Banker will collect it at periodical intervals and increase the balances for passbook. But you have not collected it, you are not aware of it, your cash book balance is not increased. This is another reason for difference, and this is what we call as receipts collected by banker on standing interest. And do you think banker is jobless to do all this work, collect money on your behalf, pay money on your behalf? Banker charges you money for this. And banker's business is only this. This is only his work. Doing work on your behalf and taking the money that you work for. So that's what we call as bank charges. Whenever banker has to deduct charges, he would not come to you and then seek permission and ask you for money. Your money is with the banker. From that money, you will straight away deduct. You will deduct such money from your bank balance. So bank charges, when it is deducted, banker will enter it in passbook. You won't even know that the bank charges are deducted unless and until you see it. So banker would have deducted the charges, because of which your passbook balance would have decreased. You have not entered it and your cash book balance has not decreased. This is another reason for difference. This is bank charges entered in passbook only. If it is entered at both places, then there is no reason for difference. When will it be different? It is entered in passbook but not entered in. Fantastic. Why do you keep money in the bank? One is security. Second one is savings. Third one is it will fetch you interest. Correct or not? Whenever banker has to give you interest, will he come to you and then give interest to your hand and then do like this and then go? No. He will straight away deposit it to your bank balance and your bank balance will increase. He would make the entry in passbook because he knows that he is giving it. But when we are not aware, we would not write entry and our bank balance as per cash book would not increase. So the next reason for difference is interest credited in passbook. Interest is credited in banker has entered in the passbook, but we have not entered in our cash. And after this, there can be creativity of errors like errors in cash book, errors in passbook. Meaning I deposited cash into bank, I forgot to enter in cash book. Or I deposited 100 rupees, I wrote 200 as the entry. Or I received cash from somebody. Instead of writing in the cash column, by mistake I wrote in bank column. I received money, by mistake I wrote in payment column. I received money and then gave discount. I received 100 rupees. I gave 10 rupees discount. So basically, I received 90. In the debit side bank column, how much should I write? 90. 10 rupees should go to discount column. By mistake, I wrote 100 rupees in the amount column. Possible? Yes. Similar error was there in last attempt exam problem. She asked, Janvi was asking. So same adjustment was there in the previous one. We'll do that question towards that. So, huh? Not that. That Janvi. This is Jahnavi. He'll come tomorrow. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾಯಿ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳಕ್ ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ Nothing, not related. There was one girl who was absent one day. We asked why. She told, "Namanili nai nodkolake yaru irilla, so I could not come." And people know that for a reason. Let's focus on this part also now. Yeah. So there can be errors in cash book. You might record cash receipt as a bank receipt or vice versa. Banker also can do errors. When they're entering transactions in the bank, they are playing solitaire. By mistake, they entered some amount wrong. Correct. By mistake, they entered in someone else's account. Correct or wrong? So this Jahnavi deposited check. By mistake, they gave credit to that Jahnavi. Possible. There can be more than one Jahnavi in the same bank as an account holder. Or that Jahnavi issued one check. They've deducted from this Jahnavi's account. Possible. So when all that happens, what should we do? Again, that will be a reason for difference. So these are the reasons why there can be difference between balances per passbook and cash book. What is our objective? To first know these differences. But in our exam, they will not test us to identify the difference. Why? Questionally, they only give all the differences. However, in a practical life that you would start after your CA intermediate, differences you would have to find. Reconciliation, computer will do. Differences, question is there, no, that you would have to frame a answer, system will do. And reconciliation, the way you do it there is very different. What you do is, for every transaction you go on putting the date on which this transaction happened in the passbook. Cash book you would have already entered, no, passbook you go on putting dates. Automatically when you put dates, system will automatically do the reconciliation. You should identify the differences. So it's very interesting. I would like to show it to you, but very unfortunately we don't have time. Someday it's possible. ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಟೈಮೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನು ಬೇಡದಿರೋ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಿರೋದು ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ. Maybe one day I'll do some small 10 minutes video how PRS is done in accounting package like software like Tally, accounting package like QuickBooks ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. After your exam, before your result, instead of watching movies, you watch this. ಆವಾಗ ನೋಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಇವಾಗಲೇ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. Now you will be watching what is the budget of RRR movie, how will IPL make money. These are all not relevant for your syllabus. You go to search some BRS video or some rectification video on YouTube, you see all these suggestions. Adi Purush, what is people review? You end up watching all of this only. Yeah. What to say? Saho angry on Om Rawat. Virat Kohli and Gambhir fans must watch this. Yeah. When is BRS prepared? See, BRS is prepared just before preparation of financial statements. You can prepare it whenever you want. It is not accounts, it is statement. You can prepare it whenever you want. But it is mandatory to prepare bank reconciliation statement before preparation of financial statements. Why? When you prepare financial statements, balance sheet, you have to show the correct balance of bank account, no, in the balance sheet. Only and only if you do BRS, you will get to know the correct balance of. If you don't do BRS, you will not know whether the bank balance is correct or not. If it is wrong balance, such wrong balance will go to balance sheet, which is wrong. So what we should do is, it is mandatory to prepare BRS just before preparation of financial statements. Sir, I want to do it daily. Do it. I want to do it weekly. Do it. Sir, I don't want to do it weekly. Don't do it. Sir, I don't want to do it yearly. Hey, no, that you should. Mandatory. Before balance sheet, BRS is mandatory. Why? If you don't do BRS, you won't know whether your bank balance is correct or not. So when is BRS prepared? At regular intervals. Regular depends upon. For some people, daily is regular. For some people, weekly is regular. For some people, monthly is regular. However, you do, but mandatorily you're supposed to do at the end of the year. That is on balance sheet date. Understood? Very good. Then we'll discuss the topic of which bank balance should be shown. Should we show balance as per cash book in balance sheet, or should we show balance as per passbook? Which one? Which one should we show? We should show the correct balance. We should show the which is correct. Cash book balance is correct or passbook balance is correct? Cash book balance is correct, subject to errors. We do this all differences identification. No, in that there will be some errors. That errors when we rectify, we will amend the cash book. Cash book is already prepared and closed, ready for printing. In that cash book, if there are errors, we need to make that amendments in the cash book. That is what we call as amended cash book. What do we call it as? Such balance as per amended cash book would go to balance sheet. Balance as per cash book after adjusting for all the errors. Have a look. Balance as per cash book or balance as per passbook. Which one do we write? We'll write balance as per amended cash book. Amended cash book is balance as per cash book plus or minus non-timing differences. Non-timing, sir, what is non-timing differences? Non-timing differences means errors in cash. What is it? Whatever errors we have done, we would have to rectify. Our errors are non-timing differences. I told you, no, differences are three categories. Our mistakes, account holders' mistakes, bankers' mistakes, neither of our mistakes. What we care about is only our mistakes. If we have done wrong, we will correct it. Banker has done wrong, not our problem. Banker has also not done anything wrong. I have also not done anything wrong. Still, there is difference. Why? Transactions are in transit. Transactions have not been completed by the banker yet. That also you don't have to worry. Over a period of time, it will be fine. I'll tell you the reason. If banker has done the error, who should rectify? Banker. What will we do? Nothing. If the transaction I have entered, banker has not entered because check has not reached the banker. It will reach no one fine day to banker. Banker will clear it. Till then just wait. That's it. You don't have to do any rectification. So timing differences are differences which will get cured by time. Timing differences are differences which will get cured by, meaning you don't have to do anything. You don't have to do, just wait. Just wait. By some time. Now some of you would have had cold, some of you would have had cough, some of you would have had mild fever some days. Even if you don't take any medication, after a week or 10 days, that will get cured. Timing differences are like that. By time it will get cured. You don't have to do anything. Non timing differences are errors. Fracture. You have to do surgery. Tumor, you have to do surgery. Hole in the heart, you have to close that. You have to work. If you don't, then that will not get automatically cured. Are you getting what I'm trying to tell? So we have done errors, so we would have to rectify. Those are non-timing difference. Now let's quickly see. See this, what is non-timing difference? Difference between passbook and cash book for a reason other than time. Check issued but not cleared. Timing difference. You have issued the check, no? Give some time, it will get cleared. Check deposited but not cleared. Timing difference. Why? Give some time, it will get cleared. Bank charges not recorded. Non-timing difference. Till the time you don't record, the difference will be there. Bank interest not recorded. Non-timing difference. Your error, you should record. If you don't record, the difference will always be there. Standing instructions given to banker, for which the banker has not made payment. Non-timing, you would have to record. If you don't record, the difference will always be there. All these non-timing differences have to be rectified in amended cash. Shall we see that? Quickly see here. I'll show all the errors that we discussed. You'll have to tell whether it is timing or not. Yeah. Checks issued but not deposited. Timing green, non-timing red. Checks received but not deposited. Very good. Timing. Direct deposit by customer. Non-timing. Why? It is an error of omission. You would have to record it in our cash book. Then next one is standing instructions. Make payments are made by the banker, but entry is not made in cash book. Entry should be made in cash book. No, if you don't enter, it is our mistake. Non-timing difference. Right. Receipts collected by banker not recorded in cash book. Non-timing. We should record in cash book. If we don't record, it is our mistake. Correct? No. Then what if there is something like interest or bank charges recorded in passbook only, but not recorded in cash book? These two are non-timing difference. Why? They have done the transaction. They have recorded in passbook. Should also record in cash book. If you don't record, it will become our mistake. Correct? Then what do we have? Errors in cash book. Name itself is saying error. Not timing difference. We have done the mistake. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಸರಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ, ಸರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Correct or not? It's like this morning at home you do something wrong and then you come home. You give time till the evening. Will it become fine by evening? You should make it right. What who's saying no? Who told that no? My God. ಈಗಲೇ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ಅದು ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ, ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ನೋ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಟೈಮ್ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. Will learn it better. Nice, but I think she's seen life. She's seen life and said that you guys have not seen life. You guys are busy seeing TV. Now people don't watch TV. No, no, people don't watch TV. Everyone watches. Huh? You watch TV. Nice. Serial ನೋಡ್ತೀರಾ? Okay. Now, what if there are errors in passbook timing? Why we don't have to do rectification? Who will rectify? Banker. They will only rectify. We will give them time. We will give them their mistake. No, we will give them time to rectify their mistake. That's it. Silence, please stop talking. ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಇರ್ತೀರಾ. What I'll do now is I'll show you past examination mein what is the pattern on BRS, and then we'll solve maybe one or two questions from BRS. Possible? ಮಾಡೋಣ ಬನ್ನಿ. So ಈಗ ನಾವು weightage ನೋಡೋಣ BRS chapter. ಪ್ರತಿ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. Almost every exam has a question. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10 used to come. Recently they made it 4, 5, 10, 5. But in the most recent exam again they asked a 10 marker problem. Lot of them people were confused. Sir, amended cash. After last time exam though, I got more messages of people asking, Sir, BRS amended cash. Sir, BRS amended. They have not asked amended cash in the last problem. Lot of them have ended up doing amended cash. It's okay. They won't cut marks before you because you did amended cash. They will cut marks because you are BRS. Yeah. So first thing that I have understood is people have a confusion. They feel like every question they are not able to differentiate which question should they prepare amended cash book, which question should they not prepare amended cash book. Now you tell me when should you prepare amended cash book? 10 marks question ಆದ್ರೆ ಹಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ. 10 marks question ಆದ್ರೆ amended cash book ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, 5 marks ಆದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. It's not like that. If they want amended cash book, they will ask. If they want amended cash book, they will ask. How? They will ask amended cash book. Or they will say, what is the balance to be shown in balance sheet? They will ask, what is the balance to be shown in? If they don't use these two statements, like prepare amended cash book or determine the balance to be shown in balance sheet, if they don't ask, don't prepare amended cash book. Remember, don't prepare amended cash book unless they ask. Shall we solve this? Okay, chalo. Let us go ahead and see some of the examination questions that has come from BRS before. BRS with amended cash book question. Shall we do this? We'll do one question with amended cash book and then we'll discuss the latest exam question. We'll finish this and then discuss the latest latest BRS question. Anybody has any specific requests in BRS chapter? Yes. Rani question. Okay. You want me to do Rani question only? That one question is there. No bank account number 5678 8765. ಏನಪ್ಪ ನಿಮ್ದು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡಿ. Okay, we'll do that question. Okay, should we do this amended cash book question or should we do that question? Amended cash book question. Hey, that question also I think they've asked amended cash book, no? Have they? Silence. Okay, we'll finish that question also. ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋಣ. Page number ಗೊತ್ತಮ್ಮ? 113. Question number 8. This is there in ICA material also, no? ICA study material also same question is there, alva? Say something. Okay, let us do this. Rani. ICA elidya? It should be there. Shh, quiet. Silence. Shall we do this question now? Okay, everyone concentrate. Bank passbook of account number 5678 of Mrs. Rani showed an old draft of 33,575. This is one more point. Whenever bank balance has old draft, what do we do? I don't know how many of you have this habit of what you do is if it is opening balance normal, certain items plus, certain items minus. Free notion. Mark ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀರಾ. Plus ಆಗುತ್ತೆ plus items minus. How many of you do like that? Or you do like this, sir? ಈ ತರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? You will arrive at plus, sir. Then you say because it is overdraft, you should minus. Don't do that. Don't do that. If you're doing that plus na minus ಮಾಡೋದು, don't do that. Very simple. If it is favorable balance, start with positive balance. If it is overdraft balance, opening balance you keep minus. Opening balance you keep. Usually people ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ plus ಎಲ್ಲ minus ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ minus ಎಲ್ಲ plus. See, this is like this is here, you should add. However, because it is overdraft, you will deduct. Don't do it. Plus items will remain plus, minus items will remain minus. Opening balance, if it is overdraft, make it negative. Got this? So we will start this answer with opening balance as per passbook minus 33,575. And remember, this is opening balance is balance as per passbook. Balance as per. Come to the end of the question. See if they've given balance as per cash book. Have they given balance as per cash book anywhere? No. Remember this very clearly. Whenever data is available, whenever data is, always start with balance as per cash book. Always start with balance as per, only and only if balance as per cash book is not available. Only and only if balance as per cash book is, then we'll start with balance as per passbook. This point is clear. We should always start with balance as per cash book, not starting with balance as per passbook. When do we start with balance as per passbook? Only if balance as per cash book is not available. In this question, are they given balance as per cash book? So we'll start with balance as per passbook. So starting point is minus 33,575. Question number, that Marana. So I'll write here. Balance as per passbook number 5678. How much? Minus of 33,575. Starting point. Then come on, let's go to next adjustment. Next adjustment that we have. A check of rupees 1080 credited in the passbook on 28th of March being dishonored is debited again in the passbook on 1st of April 2018. There was no entry in the cash book about the dishonor of the check until 15th of April. At first, understand, when are we preparing BRS? When are we preparing BRS? We're preparing it on 31st of March. So check of rupees 1080 is being credited in passbook. Is it credited in passbook? Credited in passbook means what? Passbook balance has increased. You took a check, you deposited in the bank. Because you deposited a check in the bank, bank balance as per passbook has increased. You have deposited the check, your cash book has also increased. So you deposited a check, cash book increased. Check got cleared, passbook has increased. Both the items are online. Should we do any rectification? No. When do we do rectification? When it is entered in cash book, not entered in passbook. Or when it is entered in passbook, not entered in cash. When it is entered in both the places, should we do rectification? Should we do reconciliation? Is there a difference at first place? There is no difference only. There is no, so we don't have to do any rectification always. However, what has happened? The check is dishonored. Check is dishonored. Banker took the money back from you. But when did the banker do this? Banker did this on 1st of April. When are we preparing BRS? 31st of March. As on 31st of March, is our cash book balance and passbook balance matching? Hey, Tanay, you might not be able to see the board clearly, but you can hear me clearly. Huh? Yes, she is sleeping. Tanay is disturbing. Narayan doesn't know what's happening. Huh? Please. Okay, last row. Here I am. There I am. Hmm. Okay. So it is recorded in both the books. There is no need of any rectification or reconciliation because there is no difference. Passbook balance decreased. But when? First April. When are we preparing BRS? 31st of March. So 31st of March, should we add? Should we deduct? First adjustment, ignore. First adjustment, ignore. So that is the problem with us. We feel like either it should be added or should be deducted. We can't take ignoring. If you are quiet and then you ignore this adjustment, we get point. So nothing is to be done for this adjustment. Let's go to next one. Second one. Bankers had credited our account with 2,800 rupees interest. Oh, collected by them on her behalf, but the same has been not entered in cash. Banker has collected interest on her behalf. When the banker collects interest, banker will increase her bank balance. Bank balance as per passbook has, but they have not entered in cash book. Balance as per cash book has not increased. Balance as per passbook has increased. Balance as per cash book has not increased. You agree with me? Where are we making the changes? What do we do? How much? Minus 2,800. Shall I do that? That's interest recorded in passbook only. Minus 2,800. Clear? Next adjustment. Second one. Third. Silence. Out of rupees 20,500 paid in by Mrs. Rani in cash. Paid in means deposit. Paid in to the bank. Paid into the bank. Deposited into the bank. Cash and by checks. Cash is also there. Some cash she has, some check she has. Both she deposited into bank. Both are same deposit. What has happened? 7,500 were collected on 7th. How much did we deposit? In 20,500, if 7,500 is collected in April, it means that money is not collected on 31st March. Yeah, he's explaining it to her. You explain it to her. Same thing. Fine. I'll also do now. Please. One chance you give me. How did you people get to know about the course? Marathon group, both of you tell. Huh? Two, three friends. Where are those two, three friends? They're not here. Who are those two, three? Who, ma? Tell yaru. Are they here? Yaru. Karma. Okay, you told her. Who told you? Tell Nitya. Who told you? You also told. Who told you? ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾ ಓಕೆ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿತ್ತು ಸಕ್ಕದಾಗಿರ್ತಿತ್ತು ಸರ್ I would have told you people. Nice. Please don't talk. I have not taught you before, no? So I'm telling you so politely. ಅಖಿಲ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಈ ತರ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ಐ ಆಮ್ ವೆರಿ ಸ್ವೀಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಟು ನ್ಯೂ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಕಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಡಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಕಮ್ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇರ್ರಿ ನೀವು if cousins are watching this session I will take your name. It is Akhil who took your name. ಇಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಓಕೆ I will tell you first time. To regular students also I have told first time. They don't want me to tell like they want me to tell differently. So I tell them differently like how they understand. Yes. So 7,500 rupees is concentrated. 7,500 rupees is collected on 7th April. If it is collected on 7th April, it is not collected on 31st of March. It is not collected. So 20,500 we wrote entry in cash book. How much will be recorded in passbook by the banker? 13,000. By 31st of March, banker has received only 13,000. 7,500 banker has received on 7th April. Banker has only received late. So banker will write the entry late. Understood? So as on 31st of March, bank balance as per cash book has increased by 20,500. Bank balance as per passbook has increased by 20,000. Cash book has increased by 20,500. Passbook has increased only by 13,000. The difference is 7,500. They're telling that 7,500 in passbook will increase on 7th April, meaning it's not increased on 31st of March. How much is the difference? Can I say 7,500 rupees is deposit recorded in cash book but not recorded in passbook? Where are we making changes? What do we do? Shall I add? Okay. P up, sir. Yeah. 7,500. Got it? Any doubt? Yes. ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇವ್ರು ನಗ್ತಾರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ 1 ನಿಮಿಷ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Yeah. So out of the checks amounting to rupees 7,800 drawn by her. Drawn by her means Rajnikant style where she signed and then she's given checks to somebody else. Like this, hinge madi, hinge. Left hand, right hand, and then she's drawn the checks and then she's given. So when she gives the check like that, she would write the entry in the cash book also. Her balance as per cash book would reduce. But the person to whom she has given the check, no, Rani, that person should take the check to the banker and only then the bank balance will reduce. Now see what has happened. A check of rupees 2,500 was encashed on 3rd April. So the person to whom you've given the check, no, that person took the check to the bank on what date? 3rd April. If that person has taken the check on 3rd April, that person on 31st of March has not deposited the check with the banker. On 31st of March, check of rupees 2,500 is not deposited in the bank. So cash book is reduced by 7,800 because we issued checks for so much. Passbook has reduced by how much? 5,300. How? 7,800 minus 2,500. 2,500 is not cleared. So balance is cleared, Alva. How much is it? Take your calculator, everyone. 7,800 minus 2,000. See, avamana martira. So 800 ಅಲ್ಲಿ 500 ಹೋದ್ರೆ 300. 7,000 ಅಲ್ಲಿ 2,000 ಹೋದ್ರೆ 5,000. 5,300. Prime Minister of the country, the Delhi is thinking that the future of the country is amazing. ನೀವು 7,000 2,000 ಗೆ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟರ್ ತಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಗೊತ್ತಾದ್ರೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಮೋದಿ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ. So cash book has reduced by 7,800, passbook has reduced by 5,300. How much is the difference? Cash book has reduced, passbook has not. Where are we making changes? What do we do? Reduce madada. Less checks issued but not cleared 2,500. Next, fifth one. Bank seems to have given wrong credit. Oh, banker is sleeping. Someone else deposited check, banker gave money to us. When banker has given us the money 500, what has happened? Bank balance as per passbook has increased by 500. Whereas bank balance as per cash book has not increased. Where are we making changes? What do we do? Got it? Less wrong credit in passbook 500. Am I going fast? No. Or ಹಿಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಇದೇನು ಸರ್ ಅದು ಸೇಮಾ or ಡಾನ್ಸ್ ಸೇಮಾ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ನೀವು ಇದೇನಿದು passbook cash. Now see passbook cash book confusion. This is C cash book, P passbook. ಎಲ್ಲಾರು ಸಿ ಹಿಂದೆಗಡೆ ಇರೋರ್ಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಹಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ಪಾಸ್ಬುಕ್ ಇದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಪಾಸ್ಬುಕ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಅದೇ ಕ್ಲಾರಿಟಿ. ಹಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡೋದು ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೈನಸ್. ಓ ಸರ್ ಇದು ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಬುಕ್ ಸಾರಿ. Next, this is the mistake that student did. They scored 97. Now we read till here, no? He went on to 6th attachment. But what he forgot is there is one more part. So read it completely. Wrong debit in respect of 300 against her account of 8765. Here they are confusing you with account numbers. Rani has two bank accounts. Rani has how many bank accounts? Account number 1 5678. Account number 2 8765. Account number 2 namak gottilla because they are asking us to do accounts for account number 567. We are doing it for which account? 567. She issued one check from her account number 8765. Banker should deduct from which account? Banker has wrongly deducted from 567. We are doing BRS for. Why are we not doing BRS for 8765? She has not given us money. Got this? As simple as that. We've been assigned to do BRS only for 567. Do it only for 567. So banker has wrongly deducted the passbook balance. By how much? 300. Cash book balance is not reduced. Passbook balance is reduced. Where are we making changes? What do we do? Shall I add? I will add. Wrong debit in passbook 300. Any doubt? Come to 7th. Oh, sorry, 6th one. Already tick out with your 7th movie. Now we read mark. Check of rupees 1,000 entered in cash book, but omitted to be bank. Omitted to be bank means omitted to be deposit. Check of rupees 1,000. We have received one check of rupees 1,000. We have kept it in the puja room. Yeah, on that we put flowers. Side one agarbatti. Agarbatti is ash, flowers, everything has covered the check. We forgot to send that check to bank only. We are like check clear agida. Check deposit madadane clear. So this is one difference now. What has happened? Cash book balance has increased. The moment we received the check, we entered it. But check is not sent to bank, passbook is not increased. Where are we making changes? What do we do? Shall we add? Yes, very good. Add. Check received but omitted to be deposited. After this, a bill receivable of rupees 5,200 previously dishonored. This is dishonored. This is discounted. Typing mistake is there. Previously, so you have one bill of rupees 5,200 with you. You went to the bank, you gave the bill, Banker gave you 5,000. Banker gave you on the maturity date. Banker will collect 5,200 from that person. Your customer, your customer has given you customer. Your customer has given you a bill of rupees 5,200. You want money immediately. You can't wait. So what do? You took that bill to the banker. Banker has taken that bill and then given you 5,000 rupees. On the bill, what is the number written? 5,200. Banker will wait till maturity date and banker will collect 5,200 from your customer. This is what we call as discount. ಏನಪ್ಪ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀರಾ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಆಡ್ತಿದಾರ ಏನ್ರಿ ನಿಮ್ದು ಸರ್ ನಾನು ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಷನ್ ಬೇಕು ನೀವು ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಲಿಸನ್ with the bank had been dishonored had been what has happened banker went to your customer to ask money your customer has dishonored the banker and then he sent check that bill banker your customer did not pay the money to banker is full of money banker what will he do now he will come to you will throw the bill at you and he will deduct money from your bank how much will banker deduct very good banker gave you 5,000 but when banker is collecting how much should the banker collect 5,200 because your customer did not pay the money banker has deducted the money from your bank account how much 5,200 so your passbook balance will decrease by 5,200 your passbook balance has decreased by but what has happened advice was received on 1st April advice means what receipt now banker will enter one transaction no same thing he will print and give it to you that's what we call as advice he is advising you to write journal entry when is the advice issued by bank 1st of April when are we doing VRS 31st March so as on 31st of March have we received advice do we know that the bill is dishonored have we written the entry so banker has written the entry because of which balance as per passbook has decreased we have not written the entry because we had not received the advice because of which our cash book balance has not reduced so passbook has reduced cash book has not where are we making changes passbook what do we do add how much do we add 5,200 shall I add 5,200 discounted dishonored not recorded in cash book 5,200 done next adjustment a bill of rupees 10,000 was retired. Retired means what? Paid before maturity date. Now I and you enter into one bill in which I will promise to pay you this money on 15th of July. So when should I pay? 15th of July. 30th of May I get lot of money. Say now only you take the money. If I am giving the money to you on 30th of May, when the actual maturity date is 15th of July, we call it retirement. What do we call it? When should I pay money to you? 15th July. When am I paying money to you? 30th May. I am paying it to you before due date. You are happy? Give me discount. So that I will also get. Correct? No, fair enough. Because I am paying it to you before due date, I'll ask you for discount. Same thing here also. Paid by the bank under a rebate of 170. 175 is discount. 175 is okay. So paid by the bank. Bill is 10,000. 175 rupees discount. How much should be the payment? 9,825. 9,825. But the full amount of the bill was credited in the bank column of cash book. We should have written how much? 9,825 credit in cash book. We wrote 10,000 credit. How much did you write? How much was the payment? 9,825. Banker will deduct how much from our bank balance? 9,825. How much have we deducted in our cash book? 10,000. How much is the difference? 1,000. Sorry, 170. Cash book is lower than passbook. Where are we making changes? What do we do? Return. How much? 170. Got this? Last adjustment. ಯಾರಲ್ಲಿ ನಕ್ಕಿದ್ದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆನೇ ಜೋಕ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಕ್ಕಿದ್ದು ಓಕೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ a check of rupees 2,400 deposited into bank but omitted to be recorded in cash book. Oh, you deposited this check into bank, but you didn't enter in cash book only. Last time you received the check, you entered in cash book, but you didn't send the check. This time you send the check, but you didn't enter. So cash book entry ಇಲ್ಲ. Check is deposited, passbook balance has increased. Where are you making changes? What do we do? Yes. Yay, 2004. We do all of this and then take the total. Finally, what you get is balance as per cash. Here you got it as minus 27,950. What does this mean? It is overdraft balance. What is it? Overdraft balance as per cash book is 27,950. Understood? Or we can also call this as credit balance as per cash. Yeah, it is credit balance as per cash. Cash book, debit balance positive, credit balance negative. Passbook, credit balance positive, debit balance negative. Okay, that is it with regard to this problem. If you would want, I would show you some more exam problems. I will just glance you through that, and it should be easy. Now we've done with the one with overdraft. We've done one with overdraft and passbook also. Yeah, maybe we can do. We'll do one question with amended cash book. Okay, Nindri. Okay, amended cash book question is there in December 2021. Shall we do this only? 2C? Something else. Okay, December 2021. Internet ಇಲ್ಲ upload ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು. December 2021. 2C ಅಲ್ವಾ? Mr. G, this is the one. Quiet. Hey, you guys should not talk. Whatever you're asking me to do, that only I'm doing. I'm not doing cash book what you don't want me to do, or petty cash book what you don't like me to do. This is the paper. This is July 21. Which one should we open? ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಮಾ? Who's she? Your friend? Friend sister. They've kept some hope and then they've sent her to class. You don't. Huh? If you come from Chennai, you should not sit next to her. You have some seriousness. Sit next to people who study, people who are focused. Uh, focus ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ? Concentrate. So according to cash book of G, there was balance of 4,45,000 in his bank on 30th June 2021. On investigation, they have not done identification. They have done investigation. Oh my God. They have given 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 differences. You are required to make appropriate adjustments in the cash book. See, like this they'll ask. If they ask like this, you will do amended cash book. If they would not have asked this, would have done only BRs. Then to prepare a statement, reconciling it with balance as per passbook. So we should do bank reconciliation statement also, and we should do amended cash book also. First we should do amended cash book, then starting with the balance as per amended cash book, we should do BR. Let me repeat, listen. We should first do amended cash book, then starting with the balance as per amended cash book, we should do BR. Got that? Yes. Done. Let's see. One adjustment after that. 7 adjustments. First one. What is the balance as per? After this question, we'll go to next chapter. After this, sorry, this balance as per cash book, no? Yes, sir. One second. Answer illa ತೆಗೆದುಬಿಡು. ಮತ್ತೆ answer ಬರೆಯೋಣ. Now tell me, in the cash book, how much is the balance brought down? 4,45,000. You can't see. Can you see now? Can you see me too? After this, checks amounting to rupees 60,000 issued to creditors have not been presented for payment till date. We have issued checks. Cash book has decreased. Have they presented it to banker? No. So passbook has not decreased. We have issued checks. Cash book has decreased. They have not presented the checks for payment. Passbook has not decreased. Can you see the P? No. In order to see the P, either you'd have to P down or C up. What's in our control? C. We're starting with cash book balance. So what should we do? Up. Add. But listen. Should we write it in amended cash book? Should we write it in BR? For this, we'd have to check if it is timing difference or non timing. Check issued but not clear is timing difference. What is it? When it is timing difference, we'll write it in BRS. In BRS, starting point is balance as per amended, which we don't know. We will find it very soon. I'll add check issued but not presented here 60,000. 60,000. Got it? See something. What's after that? Second, checks paid into bank amounting to rupees 1,10,000. Paid into bank means deposited with bank. Out of which checks amounting to rupees 55,000 only collected by the bank. How much did we deposit in bank? 1,10,500. How much is collected by bank? 55,000. Balance 55,500 is not collected. 55,500. Simple. 1,10,500 you take. Then you say arm beam put illa. Deduct that 55,000 you will get it. Oh God. 1,10,500 minus 55,000. What is the difference? We deposited 1,10,500. Cash book increased. Passbook increased only by 55,000. Difference 55,500. 55,500. Cash book has increased, passbook has not increased. Can you see the P? Where are we making changes? What do we do? Minus. How much? 55,500 minus. Now tell me timing difference, not timing difference. Timing. Why? See, today it might not have been increased. After one day or today, automatically the balance will increase. You don't have to do anything. Check has been deposited, it will get cleared. Correct or not? So timing difference. Where do we write? PRS. Add checks deposited, but sorry, less than. Correct? No, 1,10,000 and 50. 55,500 minus 55. Okay, now third one. Dividend of rupees 4,000. Rent of rupees 60,000. Received by the bank and entered in passbook, but not recorded in cash book. Rent is also collected. Dividend is also collected. Now don't think dividend received, rent paid. Rent can be paid, rent can be received. Rent can be paid, rent can be. If you own the property, you receive the rent. If you don't own the property, you pay the rent. Here they have received rent. Banker has collected rent as well as dividend. The banker collects rent and dividend. Balance as per passbook has increased. Not entered in cash book balance is not increased. Where are we making changes? What do we do? How much? Very good. Nice. We will add, but it is error. It is so when it is error, we should do rectification. It will come in amended cash book. Add is nothing but debit to dividend 4,000 to rent 60,000. Together debit in cash book 64,000. Understood? Something. What's after this? Let's go to fourth one. Insurance premium up to 31st December 2021. Paid by the bank 2,700. Not entered in cash. So it is paid by the bank. Passbook has decreased. Not entered in cash. Cash book has not decreased. Where are we making changes? What do we do? Is this timing difference? Not timing difference. Error it is. Error of commission. Non-timing difference. We have to enter. If you don't enter, it will be error only. So we should write it in amended. Very good. I'll write in my amended cash book by insurance premium 2007. Nota. AC. ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಇವಾಗ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಜಾಗ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿ okay next up payment side of cash book has been undercast by 500 wow this is a good adjustment payment side has been undercast for example you paid 5,000 rupees you paid how much should you write 5,000 they've undercosted it by 500, meaning they paid 5,000, but they've written 4,500. So payments has been decreased by 500. Assume that I have 5,000 rupees in my pocket. How much do I have in my pocket? 5,000. I paid 2,000 rupees to somebody. How much should I write? 2,000 minus. What should be in my pocket? 3,000. If I write 500 rupees less as payment, in my book I'll write 5,000 cash minus payment. I should write 2,000 and balance will be 3. I write minus payment 1,500. Balance will become 3,500. So if I reduce my payment, my closing balance will increase. If I would have written 2,000 as payment, pocket my money would have been 3. Because I wrote payment as 1,500, pocket my money has become 3,500. Do you agree with me? If we reduce the payments, closing balance will increase. If we reduce the payments, closing balance will. So my closing balance as per cash book has increased by 500. Closing balance as per cash book has understood. Didn't understand? Navi. Understood? Okay. So balance as per cash book has increased by 500. Passbook balance has not. Is this an error? Yes. Is this an error? Where should we do it? Amended cash. Making changes in cash. What do we do? Reduce by 500. As simple as that. Here I'll write by rectification 500. Other way, receipts ಈ ಕಡೆ, payment ಈ ಕಡೆ. Payments may 500 that decreased previously. Now I'll write payment 500. Simple. Either you people are understanding everything or you people are not understanding it. Sir, you can assume whatever you want. Bank charges of 150 shown in passbook had not been entered in cash. Bank charges is entered in passbook. Passbook balance has decreased. Not entered in cash. Cash book balance has not decreased. Where are we making changes? Cash book. What do we do? This is an error. You should enter it in amended cash book. Shall I write amended cash book may credit side? Okay. By bank charges 150. It is last one. A bills payable of rupees 20,000 had been paid by the banks but was not entered in the cash book. Oh, you made the payment. Passbook has decreased, but you have not entered in cash book. Where are we making changes? Cash. What do you do? Reduce. Timing, not timing. Not timing difference. It's an error. You should write in the amended cash book. Shall I write here credit side by bills payable 20,000? Then we have bills receivable of 6,000 has been discounted with bank at a cost of 100, which should also be not recorded in cash. You have a bill of 6,000. You took that to the banker and then asked, what will you give me for this? He told, except 100 rupees, I give you everything. So banker took 100 and banker gave you 5,900. You have received 5,900? Yes or no? Passbook balance has increased by 5,000. Cash book you didn't enter. Is there a difference? Where should we make the entry? What do we do? Add. By how much? 5,900. Timing, not timing. Not timing difference. It's an error of omission. Will discounted 5,000. That's it. Entire question is over. 10 marks. Step. 10 marks. Step. Now we need to take the total here. 54900, 54900. I'll find your balance carried down, which is 4,91,550. This is balance as per amended cash book. In our BRS, you will set balance with amended cash book 5 lakh, 4,91,550, same balance, and then we'll find balance as per passbook, and this is the answer. Easy. Will you be able to do it if it comes in the exam? BRS may question has come almost every time. Almost every time, Allah. It has come every time. And one of the easiest question every time in the exam is this one. PRS only. Last admit came for 10 marks. Don't miss out, guys. Very, very easy topic. Is there anything that's left in this topic that you would want me to discuss? Please tell. Interest allowed by bank, meaning that is interest credited by bank in our past. Banker has given us interest. Interest charged by bank, it is like charges. When you have overdraft balance, banker will charge interest. Be little cautious when the banker says interest because it can be interest allowed by bank or it can be interest charged by bank. It can be either. Okay. Hey, is it just me or you people also feel it? You red color shirt there. Asim. You sir. You CSK here. Yellow color shirt. Both of them look little similar. At once I thought they're brothers. No, they're just little similar. They are not brothers. They wouldn't have met each other also before. Stand. You stand. See, little similar, no? Sit. No, none of you people in the middle. Do you find them similar? ನನಗೆ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದೆ ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಓ ಬೇರೆ that chalo let's go. Hey, done with BRS. Any doubts on BRS? Will you be able to do BRS? Okay, guys. Now I'll just quickly show you the questions on BRS which has come in the past. I've compiled that part for you people. Once again, silence. Bank reconciliation statement is prepared to arrive at the bank balance. True or false? False. The objective of BRS is not to find the balances per bank. It is to reconcile the balance. In fact, when we start doing BRS, we would know the both balance. We would know both the balances. We would know both the balances. We would know both the balances. What we should do is identify the reason for it. Usually what happens in the exam is entire PU culture mein you've been taught this way, like opening balance as per cash book will be given, differences will be given, you should find passbook. Or passbook will be given, differences will be given, you should find cash book balance. In real life, you know what will happen? Cash book balance will be available, passbook balance will be available. You should find the reason for difference between them. Got it? Really, that's what we'll be doing. Okay. So then they asked importance of bank reconciliation statement to an industrial unit to identify whether all the payments have been correctly recorded, to identify whether all the receipts have been correctly recorded, and ensure that there are no errors, ensure that there are no transactions which are not recorded in cash book. If there is wrong credit or wrong debit by the passbook, you need to rectify that. All that same story you write, you get it. Then there are some questions. All the past exam questions, RTP questions I have compiled and then put it to across to you people here. You can try them, and I'll also tell you if there is any important. These kind of questions are exam questions. Exam paper May 18th, exam paper May 19th, and others. And we are not going to do the chapter of valuation of inventory now. So which one do we do? It's going to be very chaotic, I know. Huh? Consignment ಮಾಡೋದಾ? Nice chapter. ಒಂದು hectic ಇರುತ್ತೆ consignment ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡೋಣ. One of the big chapters we'll get over. Huh? Consignment ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಡ NPO only NPO में there is nothing much to for me to do. There is much for you people to do. See, theory is very less in NPO. Problem practice is what is to be done. And here though we can't solve in detail full problems. Huh? I'll give you break. Good. BRS ಏನಂತ break ಅಂತ. ಹಾ. Okay. You used to ask. You see one more candidate there. You used to not ask for me. Get up and go. Ah, Afan. You guys took this BRS ka. Okay. Let's take a short break. Hey, it's to 1 hour only we took. 1 hour 10 minutes we did BRS. That's it. Okay. I give very crisp break. Few people would want to go to washroom. Chapter. I give small break. Okay. Exact 5 minutes break. It is 3:37. 3:42 dot. We'll start with consignment. Okay. Take a short. Whoever doesn't want break, no. Hey, if you want to go to washroom, you go. Don't go out because there is break. You guys came only late. You and your neighbor, you came only late. Again, don't go. If you come back next time late, I'll not let you sit in there. Okay. Whoever doesn't want to take break, you can start solving so far. We are now going to discuss consignment accounting. Welcome back, everyone. Please. Ah, consignment accounting is special transaction accounting. Accounting for consignment transactions is little more unique than the regular transaction because it is not like a normal sale transaction. In a normal sale transaction and a consignment sale transaction, this is the difference. In a normal sale, there is a seller, there is a buyer. Seller sells the goods to buyer, buyer buys the goods from seller. Wow. And buyer pays the money to seller. Khatam. Goods are transferred, cash is given, Tata Baba. This is how the transaction ends. Simple sale entry, simple purchase entry, risk, reward, possession, effective control, product is also transferred, cash is also received, profit is also booked. This is normal sale. In a consignment sale, we will come across some special changes. The reason being, as a person cannot individually meet every customer of us. If you want to individually meet and greet every customer and then distribute the product, your coverage in the market will be very primitive. In order to reach higher masses and a different geographical location, you would need to take help of other people. So by taking the help of other people, we come across with consignment transaction. Here we have a seller, and this seller to meet his customers takes the help of this intermediary. So this guy is seller. This guy, these people are customers. So for a seller to meet customers, there is an intermediary, and this intermediary does the sale on behalf of the seller. And this transaction, yes, this is what we call as consignment sale transaction. This is what we call as so in the consignment sale transaction, this person is called consigner, this person is called consignee. Consigner, consignee. But it's nice to say consigner. So consigner will send the goods to consignee, and consignee will sell the goods to customer. Customers will pay the money to consignee, or consignee will collect the money from customers, and consignee will pay the money to us. Get this? So we won't directly deal with our customers. Our customers, between us and our customers, there is a peddler. Sorry, there is a consignee. Consignee, you understood? Suitcase ದುಡ್ಡು ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಅದು ಮೂಟೆ ಕಟ್ಟು ಏನೇನೋ ಅನಿಸ್ತದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. So the one who's sending the good is called as consignee. The one who's receiving the good is called as consignee. And ultimately we have our customer. So consigner is our principal. Consigner is also called as principal. Principal is the person who decides the business, who will fix the rules, who will fix the price, who will take the benefit, and he is the one who will dictate the terms. So we call him principal. Consigner is the owner of the. Consigner is the very good. See, he is principal. He is the one who owns the goods, but he will not have the possession of the goods. Ownership is with him, but possession will be with consignee. He is the owner, but goods will be with somebody else. Understood? Ownership is there, possession is not there. These goods are now sent to consignee. Is it sold to consignee? It is not sold to consignee. It is sent to consignee. The consignor sends the goods to consignee. It is like sale, but it is not sale. If you sell the goods, you will give one tax invoice. If you sell the goods, you give one. Here you have not sold it. Can you give invoice? You can't give invoice. Can you give invoice? But it is like sales, no? Goods are moving. So you should give some paper which will tell how much value of goods are there, what is the quantity of goods. If you don't give any document and the goods are sent on the check post, GST officer only will catch you. You have to send some invoice. So you will send something which has a format of invoice, looks like invoice, but it is not invoice. Format is called as what? Pro forma. What is the other name for format? So this has the format of invoice, but it is not invoice. This is what is called as pro forma invoice. What is it called? It is prepared by consignor, sent to consignee along with the goods. See here. So let's check what is there in pro forma invoice. Let me see what is there in pro forma invoice. Very good. So pro forma invoice is a document. What are the contents of pro forma invoice? Please read first line. What is the item? ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಓದಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ ನಾವು ಓದಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ನೋಡಿ ಪ್ರೊಫಾರ್ಮಾ ಇನ್ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಐಟಮ್ ಇನ್ ಪ್ರೊಫಾರ್ಮಾ ಇನ್ವಾಯ್ಸ್ goods sent on how many goods are there units of goods sent value of the goods sent on consignment these details will be mentioned this many units value this much per unit multiply total value of That's what learning. Next one. It will also include the expected sale price at which the consignor is expecting consignee to sell the goods. Consignor is principal. Consignee is agent. Agent should execute the instructions given by principal. So as a principal, I should tell him no what value should he sell at. That value also I mentioned here. I am sending you 100 units at rupees 10 each. That is cost. I want you to sell each of it at 15 rupees. So I'll tell him the expected sale price. What is the value that I am expecting him to sell each unit? And it doesn't just stop there. After that, I will tell him if you sell it at 15 rupees, you will get 1 rupee commission. I will tell how much money will you get as commission also in the same document. And after this, I will send the goods to consignee. I will come to consignee. Consignee is an agent. Consignee is an very good. Consignee has the goods with him. But for the consignee, does consignee has ownership of these goods? Consignee does not have ownership. Consignee has only possession. Consignee has only very good. Consignee doesn't have ownership, but consignee has possession. ಅವನದು ಗೂಡ್ಸ್ ಅವನ ಹತ್ರ ಓನರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಇದೆ ಪೊಸಿಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಓನರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಪೊಸಿಷನ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟುಡ್ ದ ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ how many of you don't understand Kannada obviously so many don't worry their ownership is there possession is not there here ownership is not there possession is okay. Tanai knows Kannada. Tanai will scold people also now in Kannada. Ah. Art that day was fighting with auto driver. Full. Iju koda. Okay. What do you call swimming pool in Kannada, Tanai? ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡೋಣ now silence. Okay. Now after that goods are received by consignee. Consignee will sell it to customer. From customer, consignee will collect the money. Okay. Now after he collects the money, he should inform the consignor how many goods has he sold, how much money is collected, how much goods is remaining with him, what is the price at which he sold those goods, how much expense did he incur, how much commission does he has taken. You should tell everything, no? All that he will write it in one paper and pass that paper to consignor. Consignee will prepare one paper and send it to consignor. What is that paper? Now listen to me carefully. It is called as account sales because that paper may all the sales are recorded. If it is his own sales, you would have prepared sales account. He doesn't have ownership. Does he have ownership? So it is not his sales. So he'll prepare something which looks like sales account, accounting for all the sales made by consignee, but it is not sales account. Why? He doesn't have ownership. That is what we call as account sales. Very good. Account sales is prepared by whom? Consignee. Pro forma invoice is prepared by consignee. Pro forma invoice is prepared by consignor and sent to consignee. Account sales is prepared by consignee and sent to consignor. Understood? Pro forma invoice will include instructions given by consignor to consignee. Account sales will include transactions that has happened by consignee on behalf of consignee. He sold the goods, so he'll write entries in account sales. What is the contents of account sales? Number one, consignment sales. How many units are sold? How many units are? And what is the price at which these units are sold? Unit price, sorry, unit sold and selling price per unit. Both of them, if you multiply, you will get what? Total consignment sales. To do this sales, how much expense is incurred by consignee? You will write it here. To do this sales, how much is the expense incurred by consignee? You will write it here. On this sales, how much is his commission? You will write it here. In that sales, how much is cash sales? How much is credit sales? How much money is collected? How much money he kept with himself for commission and expenses? How much money is he dispatching back to consignor? All the details will be there in this document. Expenses incurred, commission income, amount sent by consignee to consignor. All of this is there where? In account sales. Did you understand this? Now you have a fair understanding of what is consignment, who's consignor, who's consignee, what is pro forma invoice, what is account sales, who prepares what, and how the sale is executed. Now let us talk about money. Let's talk about money. Now talking about money that is there with the consignee, that is commission and expenses that he retains. First we'll understand commission, then we'll talk about expenses. Consignee will make sales on behalf of consigner. Consignee will make sales on behalf of who books the profit? Consigner. Why does consignee sell the goods on behalf of consigner? For commission. For okay. You should eat more low, but if I eat more low, you can't see. So I'm eating low. For the sake of okay, what party consignee for the sake of what food livelihood. For that he does it. I don't know what else to say for it. Like Hindi, which language you talk about? Hindi. Hindi में what you say? पेट भरने के लिए. Okay, he does this. Now this commission what needs to be paid to consignee. Please. Our Parker is a good boy. He will listen. You are a smart boy. You do it's okay. You don't listen, but please don't talk to him. Sir. I am requesting you very humbly today. I am not in a position to yell at you. I am concerned about you. Now listen. Commission can be given either on per unit basis or percentage basis. As a consigner, I will say for every unit you sell, I'll give 10 rupees. One way of arriving at commission. Another way, for every for sales that you do, 10% I'll give commission. I can give it as percentage of sales value, or I can give per unit value. Either of it I can give it as commission. Understood? So commission can be either ordinary commission or health commission or overhead commission. In ordinary commission, we further classify it into either per unit basis or percentage basis. If we give ordinary commission on per unit basis, we do commission is equal to number of units sold multiplied by commission per unit. We'll do number of units sold multiplied by commission per unit. However, if we do percentage basis, we do sales in rupees multiplied by commission percentage. Sales, whatever the value is, they multiplied by commission percentage. Which is right, it is left to them. They should decide. Consigner, consignee, between them they'll debate, discuss, and then decide. We will only do the accounting. Now, talking about the next one. Del creditor commission. What is del creditor commission? Now, listen to this very carefully. In the consignment process, there are expenses incurred. We'll discuss expense right after commission. But listen, expenses have to be incurred. Who will bear the expenses? One who pays the profit. Who will get profit? So expenses also should be borne by this much you remember. Now, consignee is getting only commission. Consignee is getting only consignee has to increase his commission. How does consignee increase his commission? In order to increase LHS commission, either you need to increase units sold or you should increase commission per unit. Commission per unit you should bargain and ask him. After the point he won't increase it. So you should increase the number of units sold. However, if you sell on percentage basis, you should increase sales in rupees. Selling price per unit has to be increased or number of units sold has to be increased. It is not easy to sell at a higher amount or sell higher number of units. Beyond a point you get stuck. Beyond a point you get stuck. Now TV, how many TVs can you sell to one house? One TV. One more TV? No, max two TVs. Beyond that, they won't buy any TV from you for next 5 years. It's difficult to sell. You are selling phones. You can sell one phone to one person. Will you buy one more phone? No. Max, you can convince him. Buy one for your. You can sell. Beyond that, you can't sell one more. Can you? No. So there is a limitation. So what would you do? You get stuck. Yeah, this is the point where consignee comes with a crooked, cunning criminal idea. So the crooked, cunning criminal idea is he understands the fact that he will get commission for sales. And expense has to be borne by consignee. He will call all his friends and then say, take the goods free. People will be like, free. He's like, yes, free. He will ask, pakka, pakka free. But only one condition. When I give the goods to you, I will call it credit sales. You accept that it is credit sales. His friends are like, hey, no, I don't want to buy goods. You told free, so I came. It's free. But I'll call it credit sales. You say yes. After 1 month, I'll come and ask you money. You say do. You would say that you don't have money. I will write it as back. They will say, okay, but what is your advantage in this? Adela India, you want goods free? Yes, take. We will give goods free. Usually, capacity of sale is 100 units. Now he's giving free, no, he wrote 1000 units as sale. How much sales did he write? Consignor is very happy because consignee is calling the consignor and saying, "Sir, I sold 1,000 units this month." Consignor is like, "Oh my God, how did you sell 1,000 units? You're a mad marketing guy." Consignor is like, "I'm sumne na mata. Hard work, sir, hard work." Then consignor will say, "Okay, money you did you collect money?" Like, "No, sir, it is all credit sales, sir. I collect next month and then send." Consignor is like, "Okay, fine. Such huge amount of sale when you make, credit is part and parcel of business." Consignee will sell 1,000 units, no? And last, sir, but commission. Okay, fine, I'll send. Consignor will give cash. That money will keep it as commission. Next month again, consignee will be like, "Sir, 1,000 units sold." Consignor is very happy. Okay, fine, send me cash. Like, "No, sir, not collected yet. I'll collect next month." But consignor will be like, "Okay, last month's 1,000 units sold, no, at least that money." And consignee will be like, little bit of overaction. Will take little water and then put here and then. Sir, I went to them, sir. I asked them for money, sir. They hit me and they sent me back, sir. They're saying that they won't pay money. Then consignor will like, "Ayo, sure, take care of yourself, man. Don't get into all these fights and all." There are bad people, good people. Very unfortunate that you met 1,000 bad people last month. And made 1,000 units of sale. So consignor wrote the entire amount as bad things. Again, this month 1,000 sold, no? Next month again, sir, they hit me and they sent me, sir, they didn't give me. So 1,000 units sold, 1,000 units bad debts. On 1,000 units is taking commission. Again, consignor will sell goods, consignee will give it free, call it sales, take commission. Wow, what a business, no? Full profit. This is how it's running. One fine day, consignor will meet one more person who's having the same product. He will ask, "A nice product. Like, you look very rich. How do you sell this product?" Like, "I sell it at 100 rupees." Consignor is surprised. Consignor himself gets that product for 200 rupees. Someone is holding the same product and is saying that he'll sell it for 100. Consignor will ask, "If you sell it for 100, how do you make profit?" That guy will say, "I get it for free from my friend. I sell it at 100 rupees, full 100 rupees profit." Consignor is surprised. "Your friend gives it to you for free. Who's your friend?" His phone wallpaper is his friend's consignor's picture. Why is he for free? Now consignor understood the entire story. Oh my God, I am giving goods to consignee on consignment. He is giving it free to these people and calling it as sales. And he is charging me commission. And I am writing bad debts. That person to whom consignee gives the goods free, that guy, illa, choda get with red ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. Consignee will give goods to one customer. No, that customer is getting goods for free. He is selling the goods to my customer at a rate lesser than the price at which I sell. So because of this, you know how much loss I am making. Number one, my goods is gone free. Number two, I am giving commission also on those goods. Number three, the person who got the goods free is selling goods to my customer. Okay. Now, other than consignment, I make personal sales. No, to certain people, I'm selling the goods at 250 rupees. To that customer, consignee is selling at 100 rupees. Sorry, consignee's customer is selling at 100 rupees. So that customer also I lose. So three sides may making loss. So I'll call consignee for a party. And then like full, I'll say, "How can you do this to me? This is not fair. You want more money? I will give you more money. Take it. They'll credit the commission. Take. You don't ask, you want commission, no. You take more commission. But from now, if there is any bad debts, I will cut it from your commission. If there is any, I will cut from your commission. To me, I don't care whether there is bad debts, good debt are bad. I don't care. You have sold the goods, you should give me money. Cash sales, credit sales also, I don't care. You sold 100 units, 100 units money ಇಡಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ಇಡ್ತೀನಿ. As clear as that. I don't care about bad debts. So, till now the risk of bad debts was on whom? Consignor. Now the consignor is passing the risk of bad debts to. Very good. So to pass the risk of bad debts to consignee, L creditor commission is paid by consignor to consignor. Who bears the risk of bad debts usually? Consignor. If Del creditor commission is paid, then who will bear the bad debts responsibility? That's Del creditor commission. Commission for bearing the loss on. Very good. Consignor pays the Del creditor commission to consignee for bearing the loss on bad debts. Now tell me, this Del creditor commission, can be given on percentage basis or can be given on per unit basis. Possible. Left. My question is, should delicate commission be given on cash sales or credit sales or total sales? Shouldn't it be on credit sales? Huh? Smart answer. It should be on total sales. If you give it only on credit sales, you know what will happen? Credit sales will get more commission, cash sales will get less commission. What will you do? You will make sales only on credit basis. Actually, it's bleeding. ತುಂಬಾ ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಬಿತ್ತು. ಬೈಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರೋ ಡಿಪ್ರಿಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. Okay, it can be on per unit basis or percentage. If it is on per unit, we do units sold multiplied by commission per unit. If it is on percentage basis, then we do sales in rupees multiplied by commission percentage. It will be on total sales, not only on credit sales, unless and until mentioned in the question. If a consignor says that he will give delicate commission only on credit sales, he's mad. He's mad. He's not smart. You know why? Now assume that I am consignor. You are consigning. I will say normal goods pay 10% commission, and on credit sales 10% normal commission plus 2% delivery commission. If someone comes to you and then asks goods, you give the goods to them. If they try to give you cash, you know what will you say? Hey, no cash now. You give it to me later. Why? If it is cash sales, you get only 10% commission. If it is credit sales, you get 12%. So what would you do? Cash sales or credit sales? So my all cash sales will become credit sales. Obviously my credit sales will increase. So commission is given on total sales, not on credit sales only. Understood? Delicate commission. Then comes our overriding commission. Overriding commission is the commission given by consignor to consignee for extra efforts made by consignor. Now I'll give the product, no? And on the product, I would have told expected selling price. Expected selling price, let's say 100 rupees is the cost of the units. I'm asking my consignee to sell the goods at 200 rupees. At what price am I asking my consignee to sell the goods? Consignee has to sell it at 200. If he sells it at 200, I make 100 rupees profit. My consignee will get 10 rupees commission. Per unit price if in case my consignee finds one potential customer who needs the product very badly, he will put one nice trophy on that customer and then sell the product for 250 rupees. How much is the expected selling price? Customer is very much in need of the product. So consignee will become smart, play with the customer and sell it to him for 250 rupees. So I make additional 50 rupees profit. No? Consignee will get same 10 rupees commission. Or if he's getting 10%, he used to get 10% on 200, now he gets 10% on 250. Not fair, no. Entire 50 is my profit. I give him only 5 rupees and then I take 45. He is not getting enough motivation to sell at higher price. In order to motivate my consignee to sell the goods at a higher price, I will give overriding commission. I will give overriding commission will be usually given as a percentage. They'll say 20%, 25%, 50%. This will be on the price over and above normal selling price. I was supposed to sell at 200. He sold it at 250. Surplus is 50. How much is surplus? On that surplus 50 only I give overriding commission. Overriding commission is given by the consignor to consignee for sales beyond expected selling. For a sales at a price beyond expected selling price. So actually you were supposed to sell it. Say expected is 200. He sold it at 250. On that 50 rupees only we give overriding commission. Overriding commission is given only on the surplus. Given only on the surplus. Surplus is the sale value generated beyond the normal selling price. Understood this? Okay. Now you should be able to understand the total commission computation. There is one question which is little interesting, which has that equation for computation of that is one thing. Other than that, this is sufficient for you to do any of the problems on commission. Remind me after the topic, we'll do that question on commission. Or shall we do it now? Mad Brana. Mad Brana. What is it that's there? That question? Yeah, question number go tayari gadro. Anyone who knows the question number? Hey, ಮಾತಾಡಕ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಗೆ ಪಾಠ ಕೇಳಕ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ವಾ? ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅರ್ಥನೇ ಆಗುದಿಲ್ವಾ? ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಬಾ, ನಿಮ್ಮದು ಶ್ರೇಯಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ರಾಜ್ಕುಮಾರ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಆಗುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಸಾಯಿ ಕುಮಾರೇ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು. ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಲಿಲ್ವಾ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ನಂಬರ್? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂತು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ನಂಬರ್ 6. Assam 23. Hey, please don't talk. If you can help, you help. If not, at least stay quiet. Have a look at this question. Excuse me. B is entitled to. ಬೇಡ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಬೇಡ ಕೋವ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ ನನ್ನ ಕ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲಿ. I don't want to be angry. You want me to be angry? Take it with deal. B is entitled to a commission of rupees 25 per DVD player sold, plus 1/4 of the amount by which the gross sale proceeds less total commission thereon exceeded a sum calculated 125 per DVD player sold. This is the interesting part on commission competition. You might have come across this kind of adjustment. Whichever material you read from, you would have had at least one question like this. ICA study material ಇದೆ. ಯಾವ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಇಂದ ಓದಿದ್ರು ಇದೊಂದು ಅಡ್ಜಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. So this is one part where students find very tricky. This is not difficult. This is only translation work. You saw no those people translation, they do very weird translation. You go ship, you go fishing, you put net. Yeah, internet ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಡುಕಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಸರಿ ಏನು ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. You saw that? Very funny translation. Rahul Gandhi was giving speech. It is fishing. You people go to the ocean. ಸಮುದ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಾ. You put fishing net. Sometime ಏನು ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. Internet ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಏನು ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. Once more, Amit Shah was talking again similar thing. He tells one line. The translator will tell something. He says like, "जितना मैं बोलता हूँ." Your God. Now concentrate like that only. But here it is not Hindi to Kannada, Hindi to no, it's not like that. Here it is very simple. They have given in English. You need to convert it to mathematics. It is not accounts only, PCR and quantitative aptitude. But very bad accounts teacher has to be. Read it. P is entitled to commission at rupees 25 per DVD player sold. How much per DVD player sold? How many DVD players are sold? A of Assam sent on 18th February 2017. Consignment of 1000 DVD players to be. Not on DVD players sent. Commission is on DVD players sold. Okay. They have given 100 rupees, 1500 expense. B spent is idella beda. B sold. Itu. Idella. Idu. How many are sold? 600 are sold at 160. 300 are sold at 170. Totally, how many are sold? 900. How much is the commission per DVD? 25. So 900 DVDs into 25 per DVD. Right. Commission is equal to. You want me to write? You also write. Commission is equal to. ನಾನು ಬರೀತೀನಿ, ನೀವು ಬರೀತೀನಿ. Commission is equal to. ಎಷ್ಟು? 900 DVDs into how much? 900 900 DVDs sold into 25 per DVD. Yeah. ಅಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡ ಇಲ್ಲ ಈಗಲೇ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಪ್ಲಸ್ 1/4 of the I will shout now. I'll keep the mic in my mouth and shout. You should keep your fingers in your ears and close them. Hey! ಅವ್ರು ಬರ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಇಲ್ಲ silence. 1/4. Wait, peace. Okay, 1/4. We'll also write 1/4. 1/4 of what? Huh? Of the amount by which gross sale proceeds. Gross sale proceeds how much? How much is gross sale proceeds? Money received on sales. 600 DVDs at rupees 116 and 300 DVDs at rupees 170. To 600 into 116 plus 300 into 170. Okay? Everyone understood this? 600 into 160 plus 300 into 170 M plus MRC. 1 lakh? 1,47,000. Okay. Less. Less means I will do minus. Silence. Total commission. Do we know how much is total commission? Yavani kutsu. We don't know. We'll also write like that. C. C for commission. Thereon. Exceeded. How do we find exceeded? Minus. By how much does 5 exceed 2? 3. How did you do? 5 minus 2. By how much does 4 exceed 1? 3. How? 4 minus 1. Same thing. They're telling exceeded. Okay. Minus. Isn't it? Sum calculated at 125 per DVD sold. How many DVDs are sold? 900 into 125. 1 lakh? Ashte. Hey, did you understand? How much is 900 into 900 into 25? Huh? 22,500. This they'll replace it with 22,500. Next, 1,47,000 minus 1,12,500. How much is 1,47,000 minus 1,12,500? 34,500. C ಹಾಗೆ generate 34,500 minus C. Yes. Okay. Now we will remove that second bracket also. 22,500 plus 1 by 4 into 34,500 is there. So 34,500 divided by 4. 8,625 minus C divided by 4 is there. Can I write it as 0.25 C? Sir, how sir? 1 by 4 means 0.25. Check in the calculator. Thank you. No one is checking. Some people have trust issues. Safety check ಮಾಡೋಣ. Okay. Commission is equal to how much is 22,500 plus 8,625? 31,125. I'll write 31,125. Okay. Here it is minus 0.25 commission on RHS, commission on LHS. Shall I send that minus 0.25 from RHS to LHS? It will become C plus 0.25 C is equal to 31,125. Am I right? C plus 0.25 C is 1.25 C. Did you see? Then C is equal to 31,125 divided by 1.25. How much is C? 24. Ta-da! This is how we compute. There is not too much of what to say headache here. Very very simple. You just have to see the question and whatever is there in the question, you convert it to math and then solve the equation. Easy. You want to copy that question also? No. Then question. Explanation once again. Okay. It is 1 hour 45 minutes 43 seconds. YouTube will happen in something more. Same video will go to you. I don't know what is it that you. I don't mind explaining it second time. My question was, what were you doing first time? What did you not understand here? Question says 25 rupees per DVD. 900 DVDs sold into 25 plus 1 by 4 of 1 by 4 of gross sale proceeds. 600 DVDs at 160, 300 DVDs at 170. 600 into 160 plus 300 into 170 is 1,47,000. Exceeds commission minus C. Exceeds. They've told how much per DVD? 125 per DVD sold. 125 into 900 DVDs is 1,12,500. After this, we will just solve for C. It is LHS is equal to R. You just solve this simultaneously, not even simultaneous linear equation. It's just a linear equation. Only one equation, no substitution also. He asked me to explain once again and then he's seeing down. See down. P up. Understood? Okay, everyone? Any doubts on this? Shall we go back to consignment? Okay. So other problems will be little easy. Commission wise, this is the only tricky part. Now, if you understood this, very good. If you want, you can click a screen picture of the question. Wait, one answer is there in your book. Question either. Others should know. No. Today, you people are less than number. How many of you people are here who have not attended a regular batch that I have taken? Raise. How many of you have not attended regular batch? Here. How many of you have not? I have not taught you people in regular batch. See. Majority ಅವ್ರದೇ ಇದೆ ಹುಷಾರಾಗಿರಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಮೈನಾರಿಟಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಹೊಡೆದ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ if you want you can take a picture of ಹೋಮ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಸೋತೋಗಿದ್ದು ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ತೆಗೆದು ಕೆಳಗಡೆಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೊಡೆದೋದು ನಾವೇನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಓಕೆ hey if you guys talk like this I won't come tomorrow. Rules to remember. Rule number 1 expenses. Consignment में goods will be packed by consigner and consigner will tell the goods, hey goods go to consignee. Will it go to consignee? You would have to incur expenses. Consigner will send the goods. Consignee city tak it will come. Consignee will call the goods, hey goods come to go down. Will it come? No. Again you would have to incur expenses. Customer will come see the goods from consignee's go down. Customer will say, come, will the goods go? No, again you would have to send. At every stage, there is expense incurred for transportation, loading, packaging, unpacking, unloading, insurance, freight, cartage, coolie, warehousing, security, safety, security guard charges, warehousing rent, electricity, water. Every sort of expenses is incurred for what? Movement of goods in consignment. The question is, who bears this expense? The one who bears the expenses is the one who gets the profit. The one who bears the expense is the one who gets the profit. Who gets the profit? Consigner. Who gets the profit? So remember, all the expenses, whether incurred by consigner or incurred by consignee, should be borne by consigner. Let me repeat, all the expenses, whether incurred by consigner or incurred by consignee, should be borne by consigner. This is rule number one. Rule number two. If the expenses are paid by consignee, consignor will reimburse it. Correct? Rule number two is all the expenses are considered in computation of profit. When you want to compute our consignment profit, we will consider consignor's expenses, consignee's expenses, selling expenses, non-selling expenses, expense incurred in go down, expense incurred in transit, expense incurred in final movement, everything. If you have to find consignment profit. However, if you have to find consignment stock value, if you have to find consignment, we will be considering only non-selling expenses. Only that. What is this non-selling expenses? Very simple. From the time the goods will leave consignors go down. From the time the goods will leave consignors till the time the goods will reach consignees go down. All the expenses incurred are non-selling expenses. Once the goods will reach consignees go down, any expense incurred is selling. Let me repeat. I am consignor. You are consignee. Who are you? Consignee. Who am I? From my go down, I will pack the goods. Non-selling expense. I will load the goods into truck. Non-selling expense. I will send those goods and incur transportation expenditure. Non-selling expenses. Those goods will come to your go down. So come to your city. There the transporter will leave the goods. You will take your truck and go. Unload the goods from the truck. Load the goods into your truck. What expense is that? Non-selling expense. You will incur transportation expenditure for those goods from your city to your godown. Non-selling expenditure. Once it comes to your godown, you do unloading. Non-selling expenditure. You do unpacking. Non-selling expenditure. You keep it in your warehouse. Non-selling expenditure. After you keep in your warehouse, you incur electricity expense for warehouse, selling expense. You pay salary for the watchman, selling expense. You pay rent to the warehouse, selling expense. Then your customer will come and ask you to deliver the goods to his place. You deliver the goods, selling expense. Every expenditure incurred once the goods will reach your godown is what expense? Selling expense. Every expenditure incurred till the time goods will reach your godown is did you understand now? Expense incurred till the time the goods reach your godown is selling. Once the goods reach consignee's godown, expense incurred is selling. In the computation of value of stock remaining with consignee. Excuse me, sir. Once again, please repeat. You only. ಕೋಪ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. He is not listening. You are only not listening. You are talking to your neighbor. Your neighbor. You only. Your neighbor. You also. You talk. What are you guys talking? Call your neighbor. It is the same. Your neighbor on the street. Is he the same guy who was wearing earphone? That no, earphone guy is here. You are not. Earphone after you. You guys think I don't see. I saw a lot of things. I'm ignoring things and then teaching. Regular class was the one ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ observation. Please, don't talk. You should listen, no? Selling expenses are expenses incurred once the goods will reach the consignee's godown. Till the time it reaches consignee's godown, expenditure incurred is non-selling expenditure. In computation of profit, we will consider both selling and non-selling expense. However, in computation of closing stock lying with consignee, in value of it that we should find, we will consider only very good non-selling expense. Selling expense is why selling expense will not increase the value of goods. That's what is given here. Next, after this, rules to remember with regard to commission. Rules to remember with regard to rule number one. Consignee is entitled to commission on goods sold, not on goods. Consignee is entitled to commission on goods sold, not on goods sent on consignment. Number five. Bad debts are to be borne by consignee if delicate commission is paid. If delicate commission is not paid, consignor. Understood? Then the next rule with regard to commission is unless specifically mentioned, delicate commission is always computed on total sales. Delicate commission is computed on It is not computed only on credits. Then the last rule on commission is overriding commission is always computed only on surplus. It is not computed on total sales. It is computed only on everything that we've discussed is here. Got it? Very good. So now we're done with commission, we're done with expense. Now let's go ahead and then see loss of. This is one more tricky part what you people find in the chapter. Goods are lost. Every unit that is sent by consignor need not be received by consignor. Some units which are sent by consignor might be damaged or lost in the transit, or it might be lost in the godown. It might be lost in the godown or it might be lost in the transit. How do you account for these goods? To do the accounting, we need to categorize the loss of goods into two major classes. How many classifications? Number one, normal loss. Number two, abnormal. What is normal loss? What is abnormal? Normal loss is loss which is unavoidable. Whatever kisi dabab you do, loss will happen. You can't stop that loss. That loss will happen. Now petrol. When you transfer in the petrol, not some petrol will get evaporated. Now you pay for 1 liter petrol. You will take that gun. He'll keep it in the tank and then he'll shoot. When he's shooting now, when he's filling the tank, now you see something like this. You know what is that? Petrol getting evaporated. Petrol getting, you can't stop it. Nothing you do. Because there is heat in the environment, petrol gets evaporated. When you put drop of petrol on your hand, what will happen? You feel cold. Why do you feel cold? It absorbs the heat from the skin to get evaporated. Oh, so when the heat is absorbed, you feel cold. Science class talk madale. What you need to understand is it gets evaporated. There is normal loss. So out of the some part of petrol will get lost. You can't stop it. No, sir, I'll make vacuum close, under a full tank close. Vacuum it doesn't go no for the liquid to go. You want water bottle tight and pack ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಏರ್ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ತಾನೇ release air lock ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. So that's what is the point. So some petrol loss will happen. You can't avoid it. So in 1 liter petrol, if you fill 1000 ml, some 980, 990 ml will go into the tank, some 10 ml will get evaporated. You can't stop it. But you filled 1 liter petrol, 1000 milliliters. In that only 500 milliliter petrol went into the tank. Another 500 milliliter fell on the ground. Can that be avoided? Yes. If you aim correctly, keep the gun in the tank and then shoot, then so much loss will not happen. That can be avoided. So that is abnormal. Loss which can be mitigated. Loss which can be fought against. Loss which can be reduced is abnormal loss. Loss which cannot be reduced is normal loss. Loss which cannot be reduced is, yeah. When normal loss is there, it is adjusted. Normal loss is, abnormal loss is accounted. Normal loss is adjusted, abnormal loss is, meaning whenever there is normal loss, it will not have journal entry. It will only reduce number of units. It will only reduce number of, for example, if it reduces only units column, value will be same. Units has reduced. So per unit value will increase. Per unit value will increase. I'll repeat once again. In the case of normal loss, there is only adjustment. There is no accounting. When you do adjustment, number of units will reduce, value will remain the same. When the value is same, but number of units has reduced, per unit value will increase. This is because of normal loss. When you do abnormal loss, it is accounted. It is not adjusted. So you will write in units, you will also write per unit value, you will also identify amount to it, because of which not just the units will reduce, value also will reduce, and rate per unit will remain same. Rate per unit will remain even after abnormal loss. However, normal loss where rate per unit will increase. The good units, bad units is units loss. Good units will compensate for the loss of, meaning if you want 970 980 ml of petrol in your tank, you pay for 1 liter. There is no option. For example, you are transporting tomatoes. If you want, if you buy 1 kg, if you buy 100 kgs of tomatoes, by the time the entire transportation is done and then you take the delivery, it will come down to 990 kg. 10 kgs will be lost in transit. Lost in the sense, kaldogodilla, pacha, ketchup agutte. So to have 990 kgs, you should order 100 kgs. Sorry, if you have 99 kgs, you should order 100 kgs. So 99 kgs will bear the cost of 100 kgs. So 99 kgs mean each kg's value will increase. Understood? Yes, that's how it works. Normal loss is unavoidable. Abnormal loss is avoidable. You cannot do anything to mitigate this loss. No matter what you do, loss will not reduce. Avoidable loss can be mitigated. It can be worked upon. Now let's see the example. Per unit cost in the case of normal loss will increase. In the case of abnormal loss, it will not change. It will remain the same. And journal entry is not there for normal loss. It is adjusted. Whereas there is accounting entry there for abnormal loss. We write the entry. We debit it to P&L account, reduce it from the stock. We will write P&L account debit to purchase account in the case of normal business. In consignment, we will write P&L account debit to consignment because everything is debited or credited to consignment. No? Then adjustment. For normal loss, it is adjusted in units only. For abnormal loss, it is not adjusted. We do accounting. I will show the example. Remember this example. Consignor sent how many kgs? 100 kgs of tomato at rupees 10 per kg. Consignor spent 200 on transportation. Consignee received only 99 kgs. What happened to 1 kg? Loss in transit. Loss in what if it is normal loss? If it is normal loss, the treatment is like this. We'll write 100 units at rupees 10,000. Consignor's expense will add 200, making it 1200 for 100 units. 1200 divided by 100. 12 rupees per unit. Cost has increased by 2 because of consignor's expense. If I have to adjust the normal loss of 1 kg, I'll reduce it only in the units column, making it 90. Amount column, there is no adjustment. It is adjusted, not accounted. So 100 kgs get 1200, 99 kgs go 1200. So now that 1 kg what is lost now, that cost has to be borne by 99 kgs. So if 1200 rupees is for 19 kgs, how much is it per kg? 12.12. Per kg, what was the value? 12. How much did it become? 12.12. 12 paisa, the rate per kg has increased because of normal loss. This is normal loss. You know, if the same thing is abnormal loss, how would it be? It would be somewhat like this. Same example. Consignor goods sent is 100 at 10,000. Consignor's expense 200. 1200 for 100. That is 12 rupees. Now, if I deduct abnormal loss 1 kg, I will write in the units column 1, rate column 12, amount column 12. And I will find the balance as 99 kgs at rupees 12, that is 1180. Has the rate per unit changed? No. This is how we do the entry for abnormal loss. For normal loss, we don't write 12 here. So this will 1200 will come here for 99. Understood? Really fast. Now we need to note one point. For normal loss, there is no journal entry. Why? For normal loss, there was no amount in amount. For abnormal loss, there is journal entry. As we have assigned some value. How much is the value? 12. Everyone? Very good. If you guys do have a doubt, please do tell me. Any doubt on normal loss, abnormal loss? Okay. Rules to remember for loss. First rule. Normal loss is to be adjusted in units column only. Cost per unit will increase because of normal loss. And, abnormal loss will lead to no change in unit value. It will be transferred to P&L. Okay, yeah. ಎಷ್ಟತಿ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಪುಟ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ನಾ ಹಂಗಾದ್ರೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಳೆ ಮ್ಯಾಂಗೋ ಟ್ರೈ. Okay. Now we've so far understood consignment, but the name of the chapter is consignment accounting. Name of the chapter is consignment. Okay. Shall we discuss accounting now? How to pass accounting entries? I think today we will not be able to do anything after consignment. We can finish consignment and then we can pick up. Depreciation I will do. I will not skip, but tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be doing depreciation, valuation of inventory, bills of exchange, goods sent on return or approval, and then the rest of it. Okay. What happened? Why did we start talking about? You want me to do one more chapter today before we end? One more will do. Okay. One more small unit. Depreciation will take time at the answer. Invoice price. Tomorrow, tomorrow instead of 9, can we start at 8? I'll tell you the reason. Tomorrow we can't take any time after 5. 5 would have to wind. I have to start by 5. Naadidu Mangu. I have to start by 5. Yeah. Flight at 8 o'clock. 8. Matte I am Monday morning again I have class. It's packed schedule. After this, no free. 2 days here, 2 days Bangalore, then I'm back. Monday onwards, it inter class in Srinagar. ಅದಪ್ಪ ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಸುತ್ತಾಡಿದ ಆಯ್ತು ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ 2 ಟ್ರಿಪ್ ಸರ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸುತ್ತಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಏನಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ಲೇಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ರಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರ ನೀವು ಸಿ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ಮನೇಲೇ ಇರ್ತೀರಾ ಕಷ್ಟ ಪಡ್ಬೇಕು ಸುಖ ಪಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ದುಡಿಬೇಕು ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರ ನಾನೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ ಗುರು ಇವಾಗ ಕೆಲಸ ಫೇಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನ ಗುರು ವರ್ಸಸ್ ಅಖಿಲ್ ನನಗೆ ಹೊಡಿತಾರೆ ಗುರು ಸೇರ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇಡ ಕೇಳಿ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಡು ಅಕೌಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಬುಕ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಕನ್ಸೈನ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಅದರ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಬಿಡು ಬೇಜಾರಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಇರಿಟೇಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ I will do ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿರೋದು I will do please you don't feel bad small disturbances will be there in between concentrate we do accounting in the books of consigner and consign accounting entries journal entries as well as debit shall we okay starting with the important aspects that remember ownership is with consigner possession is with consignee sale is made by consignee profit is booked by consign ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಓನರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಬರೀಬೇಕು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪೊಸೆಷನ್ ಬರೀಬೇಕು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇಲ್ ಬರೀಬೇಕು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಬರೀಬೇಕು ಸೇಲ್ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಶುಡ್ ಕಮ್ ಇನ್ ಕನ್ಸೈನರ್ಸ್ ಬುಕ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಶುಡ್ ಕಮ್ ಇನ್ ಕನ್ಸೈನರ್ಸ್ ಸೇಲ್ entry should come in consigners book sale entry should come in consigners book that's the points that you should remember at first when the goods are sent on consignment when the goods are sent on what would happen purchases have to be credited see okay this is one rule I forgot to tell any expenses in the process of consignment should be debited to consignment. Any expenses incurred in the process of consignment should be debited to purchases, goods sent, assets sent, everything debit to consignment. Sales and everything again will be credited to consignment. Consignment will act like one account to determine consignment profit. It is like trading account, it is like P&L account, it is also like balance sheet. Asset opening balance, debit side in consignment. Asset closing balance, credit side in consignment. Usually will not have liability balances. If it is there again opening balance, credit side in consignment, closing balance, debit side in consignment. So consignment is one account where we record all expenses, all assets, all incomes, everything to determine consignment profit. All the transactions related to consignment should be routed through consignment. Got it? Yes or no? It is real cum nominal account for consigner. Real cum nominal account for consigner. Which one? Consignment account. In the books of consigner, in the books of consign, simultaneously we'll see entries. First transaction, goods are sent. Journal entry is consignment account debit to goods sent on consignment. This goods sent on consignment should be decreased from purchases in the books of consignor. For consignee, there is no entry. Why? For consignee, it is not purchases. For consignee, it doesn't have ownership. What he has is only possession. For having possession exclusively, you cannot write journal entry. But this next, goods sent over. Expenses are incurred by consignor. Consignor to send the goods is incurred expense. What is the entry that consignor should write? Consignment account debit to any expenses, whether incurred by consignor or incurred by consignee, whether it is selling expense or it is non-selling expense, debit has to be given to consignment account. So journal entry is consignment account debit to cash. Journal entry is consignment account debit to consignee will not write any entry. Why? This is expense not related to consignee. Why should consignee write any entry? This expense is incurred by consignor, paid by consignor. Similarly, expense can be incurred by consignee. If the expense is incurred by consignee, whether it is incurred by consignor or consignee, debited by whom? Consignor to consignment account. Debit will be consignment account, but it doesn't pay cash. Who has paid cash? Consignee. So consignment account debit, but consignee has paid cash. We have to pay to consignee. So I'll write consignment to consignee. Consignee will write cash account credit, but is it his expense? It is consignor's expense that consignee has paid. Consignee has to recover this expense from So we will write consignor account debit to cash. Got it? Next, we have the journal entry for normal loss. What is the entry for normal loss? No entry. I told you, no, for normal loss there is. For abnormal loss, will consignee write any entry? Consignee will not write entry. Only consignor should write entry. If it is not insured, we'll write P&L account debit to consignment. If it is insured, we'll write insurance company account debit to P&L. If it is partly insured, P&L account debit to the extent not insured, insurance company account debit to the extent insured to consignment. You are right. You told insurance company account debit, P&L account debit to consignment. Same debit to ulta. So not insured, P&L to consignment, insured, insurance company to consignment. Very good. So by this we are done with the basic level transaction. Next, let's see transactions related to sales. Consignment goods are sold for cash. Who is selling? Consignee. Whose goods? Consignor. Cash account debit has to be written in consignee account. Consignment account credit has to be written in consignor's account. Cash is received by consignee. Sale is for consignor. Cash debit in consignee's books. Consignment credit in consignor's book. In consignee, we will write consignor credit. In consignor, we will write consignee debit. Now, consignee has received cash debit, but this cash should go to whom? So we will credit consignor liability. Consignors goods have gone out. Consignment credit. Has he received cash? Who has received? Consignee has to give us cash, so consignee debit. So consignee account debit to consignment. Consignee debit because consignee should give us money. Consignment credit because consignment stock is reducing. And in the books of consignee, cash account debit to consignor. Cash debit because he has received cash. Consignor credit because it is not his cash. This cash belongs to consignor. Understood? Next entry. Consignment sales on credit. Same to same entry in the books of consignor. For consignor, it doesn't matter whether it is cash sales or why. Whether it is cash sales or credit sales. Money will be collected by whom? Will be paid to us by consignee. So I will write same consignee to consignee. In the books of consignee, I'll write instead of cash, I'll write consignment data. What will I write? Now remember, this is a very important point. Who will maintain the records of debtors in consignment? Consignee. Consignor will not maintain records. Why? You see, I am consignor. If I can maintain records, I will only sell. No. Why will I appoint consignee? If I appoint consignee, I expect consignee to keep the records of all the sales, keep the records of debtors, collect the money, and then give it to me. I will sublet the work to him. I will not put into my head maintenance of consignment debtors records. Now, debtors are there. Collection will happen from debtors. If the cash is collected from debtors, what is the entry? Will I receive consignor? I will not write any entry when the cash is collected from debtors. Why? Cash is paid by debtors, collected by consignee. Why will I write? I will write the entry when the consignee gives me cash, not when consignee collects the cash. I will write the entry when consignee gives me cash, not when consignee collects the cash. Entry when the consignee receives the cash is cash account debit to consignment data. Cash account debit to. Understood this? Very good. So after this, we need to remember the entry for bad debts. Bad debts. Entry depends whether debt creditor commission is paid or if debt creditor commission is not paid. Who should bear bad debts? If debt creditor commission is paid, then who should bear? Are you getting this? If debt creditor commission is not paid, sorry, it is paid, then consignor will not bear. Consignee has to write it to his P&L. Debtors will decrease. Debtors account credit. Cash is not received, so we will write P&L account debit to consignment. If debt creditor commission is not paid, debit should be consignor account. Consignor, you will debit it to consignment. Where will you debit it to? Why? All the expenses should be debited to. Credit will be consignee. Why? Consignee should give us cash. Am I right? Consignee will not give us cash, but will still reduce his from from the receivable from consignee. If I don't write consignee has sold goods. Listen to me. Consignee has sold goods for 1 lakh. Consignee should give me 1 lakh. In that bad debts of 2000. How much will consignee give? 98. So receivable from consignee was 1 lakh. receivable from consignee should become 98. How will it become from 1 lakh to 98? Reduced by 2000. That is the reason we basically debit our, sorry, credit our consignee account. We'll write bad debts account debit to consignee. If not, you should have written cash to consignee. No? Cash to consignee should have been 1 lakh. Now cash to consignee will be 98. Bad debts to consignee will be 2000. 2000 he doesn't pay, still will reduce his receivable. Still will reduce his liability towards. We gave him goods worth 1 lakh. He gave us 98,000 cash. 2,000 he should still give. He'll say it's okay, you don't give bad debts, I will give. Understood? However, what is the entry in the books of consignee? Consignee will credit debtors. Consignee will credit. He will not debit bad debts. He will not debit PN. He will debit consignor. He will say the consignment debtors account credit. Debit will be consignor. Consignor is konagele. Yeah, he has not paid me money. You only adjust. He will credit consignee account and debit bad. Ultimately, in consignee's books we written consignor. In consignor's book we written consignee. Scratch this credit. Scratch this debit. It is bad debts to debtors. It is bad debts to bad debts in his books. Debtors in this guy's books. In his this guy's books, that guy name, that guy book, this guy name. Opposite names. Understood? Very good. Next, commission due. Commission is yes. Bad debts in the books of. Here you can write consignment account debit to consignee. If you write bad debts, you need to write consignment to bad debts again, and then in consignment account you have to write bad. It will appear in debit side of consignment account. If you can write bad. Sorry, consignment. Someone's phone. Alarm 5 o'clock exact alarm it is. Okay, fine. I am sorry. I told 5 o'clock, but little bit of up and down in that. Okay, I am human being. You guys are listening. I am talking. I will feel little tired. At sometimes I might start talking little something. I will come back. You ಬೇಜಾರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊ ನಿನಗೆ ಬೇಜಾರಿಲ್ಲ then. I am still upset because you are upset. Okay? I am focused, but sometimes I would also want little 5 minutes break. I didn't take break. Huh? Okay. ನೀವು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಮುಗಿಯೋಷ್ಟ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆ ಜಗಳ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ನೀವು ಜಗಳ ಆಡ್ತೀರಿ ಯಾರು ಜಗಳ ಆಡ್ತಿರೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಮುಂಚೆನೆ ಜಯನಗರ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಸರ್ ನಂಗೇನು ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ commission due I'll write the entry consignment to consignee for consignee it is income. What is the income? Commission. We will credit commission. It should be given by consignor. So consignee should receive this commission from consignor. Entry is consignor account debit to commission account. Understood? Yes. Okay. Next we'll prepare the ledger. Consignment account. Opening balance of the stock on the debit side. Opening stock with consignee on the debit side. Stock further sent on consignment on the debit side. Expenses of the consignor. Expenses of the consignee on the debit side. Normal loss will not come. If there is abnormal loss, we'll have to write on the credit side along with sales made by consignee. And then we'll write bad debts. If debitor commission is not paid, it has to come on the debit side. I told you no. Here, see it. I will tell to consignee bad debts. Become yes. Then after that, we'll write the abnormal loss amount here. If it is insured, insurance company. If it is not insured, P&L account. Then we'll identify and then write our commission and closing stock. Commission here. Then I'll write closing stock balance here. If I write this, balancing figure will be consignment profit. P&L account. Yeah? Similarly, we'll prepare consignee account. Consignee is the person to whom we owe money. We owe him money. He owes us money. We owe him money. We'll do the net difference and then find the amount whether it should be paid or not. Consignee should pay us money because he has sold goods on our behalf. He has collected sales money, cash sales, and he's also collected money from debtors. This two money he will give it to me after deducting his 1 second. Grey color wait one. After deducting his commission, expenses, and whatever money he has already given, if he deducts, we'll identify the balance. He has made the sales on our behalf. On that sales money, first we'll deduct his expenses. Then we'll deduct the bad debts. If deducted commission is not here. Then we'll deduct the commission. After deducting the commission, whatever the money he should pay us. Whatever he has already paid, we will deduct. If you see lot of questions on consignment, in the beginning of the question only they give no. goods are sent and acceptance is received for 1 lakh rupees, bill will be drawn. That money you will deduct. After that, whatever the balance is the money, consignee should be to consigner. Understood this? One last concept is there. That is when the consignee doesn't want to disclose the profit to, if the consigner disclose the complete profit to consignee, you know what the consignee will do? Consignee will start competition business. Consignee will start competition business. To avoid competition business from consignee, what the consigner does is he doesn't want to disclose the cost price to consignee. What he does is on the cost price, he'll add some load and then call it invoice price and then give it to consignee. Invoice price is the price mentioned in the pro forma. Invoice price is the price mentioned in the, that is not the actual cost. On this invoice price, we'll add little load, little margin and then call it the selling. According to consignee, this is the profit the consigner makes. Actually, he makes this money as well as this load money as his profit. That load money is, what is it? Madhurna, ಇನ್ನ ಒಂದು 10 ನಿಮಿಷ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. 10 minutes. Announcement class ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಅಲ್ವಾ? Okay, I'll listen. Tomorrow's class will be old building second. We'll start at 8 o'clock. We have little more syllabus. So we'll do at 8 o'clock. Comparing to last time's marathon revision, the progress is much better this time. Okay, I am telling this to you. You've done much. Comparing to last time, the coverage is much more this time. Now listen. And I am also better prepared. Presentations are there for more chapters. Lot of more content is there. It's actually much better. After 3 chapters, 4 chapters. No, these are the NPO final accounts fit to almost all the chapters we have. Partnership also I am doing. I worked also last time. I will do it to the extent possible. Yeah, so that we can do the topic also. So cost plus this load plus disclosed margin together become profit, and then we have selling. Understood this? Because the goods are sent not at cost price but at load, what would happen is in our journal entries, you would write the entries not at cost price but at invoice price. Opening balance of the stock will be at invoice price. This goods sent on consignment will be at invoice price. This is all the same entries that we done previously. Here, this should be at cost, no opening stock. This will be at invoice price. Next, this goods sent on consignment will also be at invoice price. This sales will be at sale price, no problem. This closing stock also will be at invoice. If you want correct profit, you should do cost price minus, sorry, selling price minus cost price. Correct? To arrive at profit, what should you do? Selling price minus, but items are not at cost price. Items have become invoice price. What should you do? From this invoice price, we should remove load to make it cost. Then we can do cost selling price difference as profit. Understood? What do we do? This invoice price is there, no? We should make this cost. How do you make this invoice price cost? Eliminate load. Deduct the load. In the ledger, you don't see minus items anyway. Do you see? So we can't do minus load here. Instead of doing minus on the debit side, I'll write it minus on the, I'll write it as plus on the credit side. Opening stock pair and closing stock pair, load will be removed using stock reserve. Why? This stock will appear in balance sheet as asset at a higher amount. Balance sheet asset side, if it is more, load will be removed by liability side reserve. Balance sheet asset side, if it is more, load will be removed by liability side reserve. So then the load will get removed. So what I would do is on the credit side, I'll write buy stock reserve, load on opening stock. If I write invoice price on opening stock at invoice price here, load on opening stock here, net difference will become opening stock at cost price. Opening stock at, similarly, goods sent on consignment will be at invoice price. On this, load will be removed on the credit side by writing by load on goods sent on consignment. Here we use the same name. Only for opening stock we use the word stock. Here I'll write load. So this also will become cost. And here finally the closing stock will be at invoice price. On this I'll remove load by using what name? Stock reserve. What name? I'll write stock reserve here and the load gets removed on the closing stock. Now everything is at cost. This is at cost. This is at cost. This is at cost. I'll get profit. What will I get? Expenses ಮೇಲೆ load ಇರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. Load is only on opening stock, closing stock, goods sent on consignment. You get this? Very good. Remember this. So whenever you try to find closing stock, don't apply percentage. Now listen. I'll tell you a very simple silly mistake what majority of us do because we don't know the logic. 100 rupees is the cost of the stock. It is sent at 10% load. So invoice price will become 110. Cost is 100. Load is 10. Invoice price 110. Let's say closing stock is 150 or let's say 250 at invoice price. What we do? We apply 10%. Don't do that. Or we do 10 by 110. Don't do that. The reason is closing stock will include expense. Closing stock will include expense ಮೇಲೆ load ಬರಲ್ಲ. Load is only on the stock value. 100 rupees cost, 10 rupees load, 110 rupees opening stock. Expenses might be some 30 rupees. So closing stock will be 110 plus 30. 140. On 140 you should not apply 10 by 110. Right? 10 as load. So we should do it on per unit basis. We should not do percentage basis. If data is available on percentage basis, we should find closing stock, goods value, closing stock, expense value. On the goods value, we should remove load. On the expense, we should not remove load. Remember, load is there only on the stock value, not on the expense portion of the stock value. If you remember this, you will be able to do the problems smoothly. Today, please go home and try doing problems on consignment account. Do problems on BRS, rectification of errors. If you get stuck, man, Muna, come to me. I'll help you people if you get stuck in any of the questions. Yeah. So the last part that we need to discuss is valuation of the closing inventory. Closing inventory valuation may we take the cost of goods sent on consignment. To this we add consignor's expenses. Whereas, do we add consignee's expenses? Yes, if it is non-selling. Selling expenses are not included. I have one question to you all. Should we adjust normal loss first or should we adjust abnormal loss first? Depends upon the question. In the question, first there is normal loss. But normal loss has happened. Normal loss adjust ಮಾಡಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ abnormal loss ಆಗಿದೆ. We'll do abnormal loss. If first abnormal loss has happened and then normal loss has happened. For example, in the transit there is abnormal loss. In the go-down there is normal. Which one first? Abnormal. In the transit there is normal loss. In the go-down there is abnormal. Normal loss. So it depends. It can be either of them first. It can be either of them first. If they don't mention, then whatever is given first you take. Can't tell. So this is with regard to consignment. So I hope you people could understand a little bit of consignment. Did this give a good understanding? To be very precise, we've spoken about consignment for about 1 hour 10 minutes only. Not any chapter you've taken more than 1 hour. Everything is gone for 1 hour 10 minutes, 1.5 hour types only. Time wise, we've done very good justice. So 1 hour 10 minutes may is it a good understanding of the consignment topic? Pakka. Very good. Let me quickly take you through the problem. I would say the weightage. Because you people are in a hurry, I can't stay in the hurry. So when the order and pattern is there, I'll do in the same order and pattern. Okay. So let me just quickly show you the weightage of consignment chapter. There are 2 attempts in which consignment didn't come, and the recent attempt also consignment did not come. But it can come. Whenever it has come, it's usually 10 marks, except for one attempt in December 2020 where it came for only 5 marks. So don't risk. People who left the chapter of consignment last time might be lucky, but people you can't say no every time how it goes. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. I see some people very strongly making judgments and then this chapter will not come. I don't know how they say. I am not a person who can tell that. Nobody can say it. In fact, you people will get to know whether a chapter has come in the exam or not before us. I will get to know only at 5 o'clock when you come out of the exam. Till then, I don't know. I am good to say I don't know when I don't know something. But when I know it, I'll tell you I know it. This I don't know, you don't know, nobody knows. If anybody tells you this chapter will not come this time, don't hear it. Even if it is me, don't hear it. Because nobody can tell it. Nobody can tell it. If they are so authoritatively saying it, then there is something wrong. It is either illegal or incorrect. Either illegal or incorrect. That's a small message that I would want all of you people to note. So tomorrow we will start with which topic? Valuation of inventory. We'll do valuation of inventory and depreciation. We'll take average due date account credit in a very light phase, and then we'll go to the remaining topics. We are at good speed. We would not end up spending more time in the chapter of NPO because I would have to give you overall understanding, but we will not be able to do problems. Even in the regular chapter, also we hardly did 1 hour of initial problems, initial understanding of the theory. There's nothing much beyond it. So hopefully we should be able to do it. Yeah. If in case we can't, maybe 1 or 2 chapters we might crush little. We'll keep that less priority chapter to the end and then do high priority chapter in the beginning. So with that order, we'll do it peacefully. 10 chapters in 2 days andaglo hange tane agide. Consignment, you're not considering it as a chapter only. You're saying only 3 chapters done. How can you say that 3? Consignment is a considerable part of our chapter 6. No? If you would not have done consignment, you would have finished depreciation by now. You would have finished depreciation, there will be 4 chapters done. Alva. By easy, sir. Though. You try to stand up and then do, then you will understand the difference. Yeah, that's it, guys. Did you guys learn something new today? You guys have little fun today. Okay, I would have shared all this also with you people. If anything is not shared, please do tell me for that unit. I will also share it to you all little later. And hoping to see you all in tomorrow's class. Remember, life is not a battle to be struggling; it's a game to be enjoyed. Till the time you're learning something, you're having fun. It's all good. The day you guys either stop learning something or stop having fun, trust me, you might start struggling because you might be in it. So the thumb rule to stay happy is pretty simple. It is to stay in the game. So for one last time on this day, I have just one simple question for all of you. Are we in the game? Are we in the game? Are we in the game? Come on, in the top of your voice, are we in the game? Bye, guys. See you all tomorrow in the morning at 8 a.m. in the old building, second floor. Till then, have a great time. Tata, bye bye. Take care and get lost. Bye.